Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku walked through the school, feeling dejected as always. He stared at the gate of 𝐒𝐮𝐬, his dream school, but it no longer felt like the realization of his childhood aspirations. He had made it into 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Quirkless. That was something to be proud of in a school filled with incredibly powerful and heroic quirks. While the other students had entered with flashy abilities, he had relied on sheer determination and a desperate need to prove himself, especially after that fateful encounter with the sludge villain. And he had succeeded. He secured a spot in Class 1A, the top hero school in Japan. However, his classmates did not share his excitement, particularly Bakugo. Hearing them say he would only get others hurt without a quirk, that he was better off dropping out, stung deeply. Those words cut deeper than any physical wound he had ever endured, leaving scars on his arms, ribs, and thighs. The pain of feeling inferior to everyone else was overwhelming, and in many ways, he was right to feel that way. He was the only prey in a school full of predators, at the very bottom of the food chain among quirked students and teachers. To everyone else, he was nothing. He never asked for this. He never wanted it, but here he was, quirkless and alone. Looking around, he saw his classmates gathered at their desks, chatting and laughing with one another. Meanwhile, Izuku sat alone, feeling invisible. His sister was at the center of the group, surrounded by Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Shoto, Yaoyorozu, and Mina. It was always like this. Everyone admired his sister, the prodigy, while Izuku felt overshadowed, the one born without a quirk. Whether during class, training, or social events, he always seemed to fall behind compared to her. Even at home, their parents constantly compared the two, treating Izumi as their golden child while Izuku felt like a nobody. It was a painful reality. As he sat at his desk, someone approached from behind and slammed his head down. Bakugo loomed over him with a crazed grin, taunting him about being quirkless. He threw a punch that landed on Izuku's cheek, sending him to the floor. This was a familiar routine. Bakugo would attack him for no reason, and even if Izuku tried to fight back, he would only end up worse off. Kirishima laughed, telling Bakugo not to be too HRD on him, while Kaminari sneered, mocking Izuku for his tears. Just then, Aizawa, their teacher, entered the room, prompting Bakugo and the others to take their seats. Bakugo shot Izuku one last glare before settling down. This had been the pattern since the beginning. Aizawa would come in, and everyone would sit quietly, ignoring the bullying that had become a part of Izuku's daily life. Aizawa seemed to know what was happening but chose not to intervene. He treated Izuku like everyone else, which felt like a small comfort amidst the hostility. Despite having one teacher on his side, it felt like the entire class was against him. The fact that he continued to attend school each day felt like a challenge to their disdain. A knock at the door revealed 𝐼𝐼𝐷, his towering figure and bright smile lighting up the room. He scanned the class before calling out for Izumi. Aizawa confirmed that she could leave, and Izumi excused herself. Izuku watched the door close behind her, feeling even more dejected. 𝐼𝐼𝐷 often called for Izumi during class or lunch, and it only served as a reminder of how much better she was compared to him. She had a quirk, the love of their parents, and a supportive group of friends, including 𝐼𝐼𝐷. As the class ended and everyone headed to the cafeteria, Izuku was once again left alone. He tried to get up and join them, but Kaminari zapped him, mocking him for being slow. He looked up to see Bakugo, Kaminari, and Kirishima standing at his desk, their presence a reminder of the challenges he faced daily. And Aizawa-sensei was nowhere to be found. Bakugo confronted Izuku with frustration, demanding how long he would continue to act smart. He repeatedly slapped his face, his palm charged with his quirk, insisting that Izuku should either drop out or transfer if he wanted to survive. Izuku, trembling, stammered an apology. Bakugo, not satisfied, continued to kick Izuku in the abdomen, each strike causing him to groan in pain. He declared that he needed to remind Izuku never to look down on him. In a moment of aggression, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's finger and snapped it, prompting a loud cry of pain from him. Izuku clutched his injured hand, feeling the agony radiate through him. Bakugo dismissed his suffering, telling him to stop whining, as he delivered a final kick that sent Izuku crashing against the wall. Izuku slumped against the wall, looking at his tormentors with a mix of scorn and defiance. Bakugo's words echoed in his mind, emphasizing that strength was all that mattered in this world. The group laughed as they left the room, leaving Izuku alone and battered on the floor. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he remained awake, unable to move. His skin was marred with bruises from both Bakugo and Kirishima's punches, and the electric marks from Kaminari's quirk still tingled on his skin. He wondered how much longer this would continue. With great effort, he forced himself to stand and made his way to the cafeteria, despite his injuries. On his way out, he encountered Aizawa-sensei, who sighed and walked away without acknowledging him. Tears streamed down Izuku's cheeks as he faced ridicule and laughter from his peers. Pain and despair filled his eyes, yet no one offered a helping hand. Even when he sat alone in the cafeteria, people hurled insults at him and taunted him by messing with his food. At the end of the day, everyone headed to the dorms, planning to hang out with their friends, leaving Izuku uninvited as always. It felt as though no one cared about his well-being. This cycle had been repeating endlessly, and he felt increasingly isolated. As he entered the dorm, things only worsened. Without a teacher to supervise, it felt like a prison to him. Day after day, the same torment continued. He was beginning to lose hope. Despite the pain and misery that filled his life, he had started to accept this as his new normal, a life filled with hardship that he had to endure. Izuku was growing weary of this existence, tired of always being the target of others' aggression. He longed for an escape but felt trapped in a never-ending cycle of suffering. He sat at his desk when Aizawa-sensei entered, seemingly indifferent to the battered look on Izuku's face. Aizawa announced that they would be doing physical training exercises that day, instructing everyone to change into their gym clothes. Izuku's heart sank at the thought of changing in front of others, knowing they would see the scars and bruises that marked his body. He quickly removed his shirt, revealing the evidence of his struggles, and dressed hastily before leaving the changing room to head to the training area. There, he found Aizawa and Ectoplasm-sensei waiting, and he instinctively moved closer to Aizawa for protection. As the rest of the class arrived in their gym uniforms, All Might appeared shortly after, ready to lead the lesson. He announced that they would have a sparring session, instructing everyone to form pairs to take on Ectoplasm's clone. Everyone quickly partnered up, except for Izumi, who chose to go solo under All Might's instruction. This left Izuku paired with Bakugo, which filled him with dread, knowing Bakugo's reckless nature. As the sparring began, each group took turns battling the clone. Izumi showcased her skills, effortlessly defeating the clone with a powerful punch that left the ground shaking. The class erupted in cheers, praising her impressive performance. Izuku watched in awe, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. His sister was always the strong one, the one who shone brightly while he felt overshadowed. When Izumi finished, she walked over to the sidelines, allowing the next group to take their turn. Izuku approached her, offering a meek congratulations. She acknowledged him with a nod, remaining neutral amidst the class's dynamics. Aizawa then announced the next pair, calling for Midoriya and Bakugo to step forward. Bakugo glared at Izuku, warning him to stay out of his way. Izuku, feeling small, complied. As the match began, Bakugo launched an explosive punch at the Ectoplasm clone, but the clone skillfully dodged. Bakugo continued to unleash a barrage of explosions, each one missing its mark. Izuku stood on the sideline, searching for an opportunity to join the fight, but Bakugo's explosions were too chaotic for him to intervene. Bakugo grew increasingly frustrated, unable to land a hit on his opponent. He unleashed attack after attack, but none connected, while Deku remained on the sidelines, seemingly doing nothing. In a fit of irritation, Bakugo seized Izuku and hurled him toward Ectoplasm. He shouted for Izuku to be useful, and the force of Bakugo's explosion sent Ectoplasm reeling in shock. Seizing the moment, Bakugo propelled himself forward, launching a powerful explosion that caused ectoplasm's clone to disperse instantly. All Might announced that Bakugo and Midoriya had passed. Soon, everyone gathered to congratulate Bakugo on his swift victory, having defeated ectoplasm in under 2 minutes, while most had taken 4 to 5 minutes. However, as the others celebrated Bakugo's success, Izuku lay on the ground, burn marks marring his back from the explosion. It was evident that Bakugo had not controlled the blast to avoid harming him, a pattern that had become all too familiar. Later, on a rooftop at the end of the school day, Bakugo continued his routine of targeting Izuku, this time alone, without Kirishima or Kaminari. Izuku leaned against the building, smoke rising from his body, his uniform marked with burns and scorch marks. The only relief from his pain came from the cold rain falling on his wounds. Bakugo, seething with anger, hurled another explosion toward Izuku's abdomen, singeing his shirt. Bakugo was furious. The recent sparring session was meant to showcase his strength, but it had turned into a disaster. Although All Might had graded him with an outstanding A, his other instructor was unimpressed, giving him an F for using Deku as a distraction. Despite the A, Bakugo's overall grade was AC, and he was infuriated by the F on his record. He had never received anything below an A before attending UA, and this was the lowest score he had ever encountered. Bakugo's anger boiled over as he blamed Izuku for his failure. He struck Izuku's cheek, causing a trickle of BLD, and vented his frustration by stomping his feet repeatedly. Bakugo's rage was palpable as he slammed Izuku's shoulders into the ground, his hands releasing small explosions that caused Izuku to feel a sharp sting. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes, and though Bakugo continued to shout, all Izuku could hear was a ringing in his ears from the blasts. Bakugo appeared like a wild animal, and despite the dire situation, Izuku found a strange sense of humor in it. As the explosions continued, Izuku felt a sense of calm wash over him, almost as if he were in shock. He could still hear his heartbeat, and his body seemed to disconnect from his mind. His hand searched for a way out, while his lungs fought to keep up with the adrenaline coursing through him. Just as Bakugo prepared to deliver a final blow, he raged about Izuku's worthlessness, but when he noticed that Izuku lay unresponsive, he scoffed and walked away. Izuku found himself on the brink of unconsciousness, his body aching from the pain. He struggled to motivate himself to get up, questioning the point of trying at all. For 10 years, he had endured the same suicide, and nothing had changed. How could he ever hope to become a hero? Suddenly, a noise above him caught his attention. An old, rusted air conditioning unit rattled ominously, its mounting bolts loosening with each gust of wind. It hung directly over Izuku's head, and if he didn't move, it would fall on him. Yet, he felt an unsettling indifference towards the impending danger. As the unit creaked and began to fall, Izuku closed his eyes, bracing for impact. But instead of pain, he felt a sudden pull to the side. When he opened his eyes, he saw the crumpled metal box lying inches away from him. Someone had saved him. A figure loomed over him, extending a hand. Izuku struggled to see clearly, but he could make out that it was a man, his face marred by scar tissue, devoid of recognizable features. The man spoke, acknowledging the difficulty of calling for help in a school full of pro-heroes. "But fear not, young man, for I am here." A small teenager woke up in a bed, feeling extremely agitated and unable to open his eyes. He felt something strange inside him, something metallic. The sensation started in his nose and ended in his chest, where his lungs were. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw himself surrounded by cables, connected to a monitor displaying his vitals. He wondered where he was, questioning if it was a hospital. Looking at his arms, he noticed a cast wrapped around one, a reminder of the burn marks from Bakugo's explosion. There was also a tube in his mouth connected to an oxygen tank. As he tried to make sense of his surroundings, memories flooded back. He recalled the training exercise, being paired with Kakin, the rooftop confrontation, and the air conditioning unit. He also remembered a figure who had come to help him. The door opened, revealing a well-built man in a suit, wearing an industrial mask that concealed his face. The man greeted Izuku, noting that it was surprising to see such a beaten face from a prestigious student of UA. Izuku was curious about how the man knew he was from UA, to which the man pointed to his gym clothes hanging in the drawer. Izuku, still feeling the pain, asked where he was. The man explained that it was a place hidden away from society, and that Izuku had been inches away from death before he had pulled him out in time. Izuku felt a mix of gratitude and confusion, unsure whether to thank the man for saving him. The man then mentioned that his kindness was not free and that one day, Izuku would owe him. Curious about the man's motives, Izuku asked why he had saved him. The man suggested that perhaps it would have been better to let him die, but he had acted out of pure interest. He revealed a notebook in his hand, claiming it had fallen from the sky while he was walking around. He noted that it was an impressive analysis, albeit unfortunate that it came from Izuku Midoriya. The man continued, explaining that everyone knew Izuku's name, the quirkless child of UA, who had entered the school with determination but faced harsh realities. He described Izuku as a boy still dreaming, neglected and abused, with scars on his body and a trapped mind. The man's words cut deep, and Izuku felt anger rise within him, demanding the man to stop. The man continued, taunting Izuku about his dreams and the inevitable fate of being forgotten and overlooked. Izuku felt a surge of defiance, finally retaliating against someone who had belittled him. The man's voice echoed in his mind, painting a bleak picture of his future, but Izuku refused to accept it. The man then shifted his tone, acknowledging Izuku's potential and ambitions that even All Might might not have had. He spoke of the fear of change in the world and how heroes were often fake. He saw Izuku as someone who could become a force to be reckoned with, someone who would make heroes shiver at the thought of facing him. Feeling a comforting hand on his shoulder, Izuku began to feel a sense of safety. He questioned why the man had chosen him, and the man replied that he valued Izuku's talent, which had been overlooked by others. He promised that in this place, talent mattered more than quirks. The man offered Izuku something he had never received before, a place called home. Izuku's eyes widened at the prospect, realizing that he could finally belong somewhere. The man assured him that he would always have a place there, igniting a flicker of hope within Izuku's heart. With him and everyone else who shared the same struggles as his. Izuku's eyes began to water, not from sadness, but because someone believed in him. That person came to his side, held his shoulder, and told him that he was not worthless. Everyone had tried to deprive him of his dream, insisting that he was not cut out to be a hero. But who were they to say that they deserved to be heroes in the first place? The figure before him extended a hand, offering a chance that felt like light in the darkness. He promised Izuku the power to make those who had wronged him face consequences for their actions. All he asked for was Izuku's loyalty to him and his league. Izuku felt as if he were being held over a vast chasm, yet this man radiated the hope he had longed for. He decided to join the league, affirming his choice with a sense of determination. The man smirked, pleased with Izuku's decision, and declared it a wise choice. Suddenly, Izuku felt a surge of power coursing through him, overwhelming yet exhilarating. He stumbled briefly but regained his footing, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at his hands, knowing he had made the right choice. The next day at UA, students arrived, bustling through the hallways as the bell rang, signaling the start of morning homeroom. Among the chaos, one seat remained conspicuously empty behind Bakugo, belonging to Izuku Midoriya. 𝐼𝐻, sitting beside Bakugo, wondered aloud where Izuku could be. Bakugo scoffed, dismissing the concern. 𝐼𝐻 speculated that Bakugo might know something since he had been with Izuku after their exercise. Bakugo recalled their confrontation on the rooftop the previous day, suspecting Izuku might still be up there or had taken a leap off the edge. As Bakugo began to speak, the classroom door swung open, revealing Izuku, who was ready to start homeroom. He instructed everyone to take their seats and began calling the roll. When he reached Izuku's name, he noted the empty seat behind Bakugo and asked if anyone had seen him that morning. Izuku's annoyance grew as his students seemed indifferent to Izuku's absence. Izumi, Izuku's sister, was asked if she knew where he was. She shook her head, recalling that his room had been dark when she left. Izuku contemplated skipping the roll call to inform the principal about Izuku's possible disappearance. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Izuku entered the classroom, slightly out of breath. Aizawa noted his tardiness and asked if he was all right. Izuku assured him he was fine, and Aizawa dismissed him to take his seat. As Izuku walked to his desk, Bakugo stared in disbelief, surprised to see him there. He had expected to find Izuku injured and unable to return. But to his astonishment, Izuku appeared unscathed, his demeanor different from usual. Bakugo was caught off guard when Izuku, in a softer tone, asked if something was wrong. Bakugo snapped back, telling him to mind his own business. After roll call, Aizawa began the lesson, and the class proceeded as normal. When the bell rang, students chatted in groups, but Izuku remained at his desk, alone. Izumi observed her brother from her seat, concerned about his absence the previous day. She approached him, noticing he was resting his head on the table. When she asked if he was awake, he lifted his head and replied affirmatively. She inquired about his whereabouts the day before, and Izuku explained that he had been in his room, the lights off. His explanation made sense to her, but she still felt uneasy. She urged him to communicate better in the future, fearing he might be running away. Izuku smiled, assuring her he had no intention of doing so. Yet, as she looked at him, something felt off. He seemed different, no longer displaying the fear and timidity he once had. Izumi questioned if he was truly okay, and Izuku looked down at his hand, closing it tightly before affirming that he was fine. Izumi felt uncertain about his response but chose not to press further, sensing that something had changed within her brother. The door was open, and ectoplasm was in the room as everyone headed back to their seats. Soon, the class resumed, and ectoplasm announced a pop quiz, much to the dismay of the students, as few were prepared for it, except for Yaoyorozu and Ida, the honor students. Ectoplasm instructed everyone to place their phones in their bags, warning against any signs of cheating. The test lasted about an hour, during which the class struggled with the problems. Judging by their expressions, most were having a hard time. After an hour, Ectoplasm collected the test results to grade them on the spot. With the help of his quirk, he graded everyone's papers in less than 10 minutes. He then announced the results for the math exam, which were displayed on the blackboard for all to see. Many students immediately checked their scores, and it was evident that Kaminari, Mina, Sato, and Kirishima had scored below 50 points. Most of the class scored between 50 and 70 points, which was passing, and they were relieved not to be failing. Yaoyorozu and Ito were the top contenders for the exam, scoring 92, 89, and 86, respectively. Bakugo scored 84 points. The class was initially joyful, but the atmosphere shifted as whispers began to circulate. Ectoplasm and those who noticed looked toward a particular name. Above Yaoyorozu's score of 92, Izuku Midoriya had achieved a perfect score of. It was astonishing, as no other student had scored above 90 points except for Yaoyorozu. Ectoplasm congratulated Midoriya, acknowledging his impressive accomplishment and noting his attentiveness during the last exam. However, the rest of the class did not share the same excitement. Izuku understood that scoring high would make him a target, but he dismissed thoughts of popularity. He was determined to no longer hold back, whether in intelligence, social interactions, or physical confrontations. He was no longer the quirkless kid everyone remembered. He had power now, the power to defend himself. After class ended, all eyes turned to the boy sitting behind Bakugo. Once the door closed, the tension escalated. Bakugo erupted, expressing his anger at Izuku for what he perceived as arrogance. To Bakugo's surprise, Izuku remained calm, sitting steadily in his seat. Bakugo demanded an explanation, but Izuku simply told him to be quiet, as his voice was bothersome. The classroom fell silent, the tension palpable as Izuku's unexpected boldness caught everyone off guard. Bakugo, unable to contain his rage, aimed a punch at Izuku, but Izuku caught his fist with surprising ease. The class gasped at this display of confidence. Izuku warned Bakugo to reconsider his actions, questioning if this was how a future number one should behave. Bakugo struggled to pull his fist away, but Izuku's grip was firm. When Bakugo attempted to use his other hand, Izuku pushed back, maintaining control of the situation. Izuku told Bakugo to back off, reiterating his warning. Bakugo, still furious, demanded to know what Izuku had said. Izuku chuckled, remarking on Bakugo's apparent inability to understand. The classroom was filled with an uneasy silence as the confrontation unfolded. It was the first time they had faced off like this, ignited by Bakugo's frustration over his test score and Izuku's perfect score. Both boys stood glaring at each other, Bakugo with fury in his eyes and Izuku with a cold, calculated gaze. The rest of the class watched, captivated by the unexpected turn of events. Normally, he wouldn't dare to talk back to him, let alone try to prove he was better. Now, he stared at Deku, who stood confidently in front of him, showing no fear. Bakugo demanded to know how Izuku had scored higher than him. Izuku raised an eyebrow, not understanding the accusation. Bakugo insisted that there was no way Deku could have outperformed anyone in the class without cheating. Izuku's expression shifted from surprise to amusement as he listened to Bakugo's words. He scoffed, questioning if cheating was the answer to all of Bakugo's problems. Bakugo, frustrated, attempted to strike him, but Izuku dodged just in time, avoiding any contact. Bakugo, growing angrier, readied himself for another attack when the door opened, revealing Aizawa, who instructed everyone to settle down and return to their seats. Both boys complied, taking their places as Aizawa began the lesson. While the rest of the class focused on the teacher, Bakugo sat at his desk, trying to figure out what was different about Deku. This was the first time Izuku had fought back, and his usual timid demeanor seemed to have vanished. Bakugo thought about how he had always been able to read Deku, understanding his thoughts, mannerisms, and even his family dynamics. But now, it felt like a closed book, and Bakugo was determined to remind him of his place. As class ended, Bakugo was about to leave when Aizawa called him back for a moment. He clicked his tongue in annoyance but signaled to Kaminari and Kirishima to keep an eye on Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku rested his head on his desk, contemplating his new quirk. He hadn't had the chance to test it yet and was eager to do so. 𝐿_1 had explained that his new quirk was entirely unique and untested, and Izuku was excited about mastering it. He had made a deal with 𝐿_1. In exchange for a quirk, he would act as a spy within the hero ranks, providing information that could benefit the League. He intended to fulfill his part of the agreement, but he also wanted to explore his new abilities at UA, a place filled with aspiring heroes. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity hit his side, waking him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see Kaminari and Mineta laughing at his startled reaction, along with others in the back of the class. Their laughter reminded him of why he had accepted 𝐿_1's offer. The heroes, who were meant to uphold justice, had become more concerned with their image than with genuinely protecting others. Determined to make a statement, Izuku stood up, drawing the attention of the class. He approached Kaminari and Mineta, who were still chuckling. As he neared them, he grabbed a small book from 𝐼𝐻's desk. Kaminari, still laughing, didn't notice the book until it swung hard against his face, causing him to stumble. In a swift motion, Izuku took a pen from Mineta's desk and pressed it against Mineta's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. The classroom erupted into chaos as everyone reacted to the sudden turn of events. Kaminari continued to be struck by the book, groaning in discomfort as he found himself cornered against the wall. Izuku then wrapped Kaminari's head in drapes, restricting his breathing. Kaminari pleaded for mercy, but Izuku continued to strike him with the book. The class was frozen in shock, unsure of how to intervene, fearing that they might be next if they did. Izuku's left hand, which pinned Kaminari against the wall, glowed with a dark aura as he tapped into his new quirk. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and the tension was palpable as everyone watched, uncertain of what would happen next. "What kind of quirk do you want?" 𝐿_1 asked. Izuku opened and closed his mouth, surprised by the sudden question. He had once dreamed of being just like All Might, but that longing had changed. Now, he wanted a quirk that could help him fight against anything, a quirk that would free him from feeling helpless. He yearned for control over his own life. He expressed his longing, stating that he wanted a quirk that would erase his fear forever. 𝐿_1 listened intently, a pleased smile spreading across his face. "Excellent, young man. I have just the perfect quirk for you." In a flashback, Izuku was seen relentlessly attacking Kaminari, who was unresponsive and losing strength. Izuku noticed Kaminari's body becoming limp, but he remained focused on his actions. Electricity crackled in his left hand, coursing through his body, a surge of power that felt exhilarating. It's a quirk that suits perfectly for someone like you. I hope you can find a good use for it and do great things with it, 𝐼𝐴 had said. Curious, Izuku asked what the quirk was called. He felt a charge building within him, a sensation that something powerful was awakening. The name of the quirk is 𝐼𝐴. Meanwhile, Kaminari lay on the ground, motionless, with signs of a struggle evident. Izuku released the drapes that had been wrapped around him and delivered one final strike. Kaminari's body fell to the ground, unresponsive, and Izuku looked down, feeling a strange thrill as he observed the aftermath of his actions, a smile forming on his face. Byakugo was pulled aside by Izuku to discuss his recent behavior. Izuku was displeased with the evaluation from Best Jeanist regarding Byakugo's internship. Byakugo, however, felt justified in his actions, having yelled at some kids who mocked him. He believed that heroes were meant to confront villains, and if someone needed rescuing, it only proved their inability to save themselves. Returning to class, Byakugo cracked his knuckles, ready to confront Izuku. He noticed a group of students gathered outside, their fearful expressions indicating something was wrong. Pushing his way through, he rushed inside to see Izuku standing over Kaminari, who was lying on the ground, battered and bloodied. Izuku turned to Byakugo and smiled, acknowledging his presence. This triggered Byakugo's anger, and he charged at Izuku, ready to fight. However, Izuku threw a book at him, which Byakugo exploded out of his way. Ignoring Byakugo, Izuku tackled Kirishima, pushing him to the ground in the hallway. Students screamed and scattered as Izuku began to strike Kirishima repeatedly. Kirishima activated his quirk to harden his body, thinking it would protect him. But Izuku surprised him by using Kirishima's phone to hit him instead, causing the red-haired boy to feel the impact. Let's see if we can get BLD. From a stone, Izuku said as he continued to strike with the phone, determined to assert his newfound strength. He was unfazed by the chaos around him, even as students called for a teacher. Suddenly, Byakugo's explosive quirk pulled Izuku back into the classroom. Byakugo glared at him, furious and confused about Izuku's sudden change in demeanor. What's gotten into you, Deku? Have you lost your mind? Izuku remained silent, trying to catch his breath before he responded. He stepped closer to Byakugo, both of them squared off, their faces inches apart. They were ready to finish what they had started. Izuku's expression was intense as he challenged Byakugo, who was taken aback by Deku's sudden boldness. Byakugo felt the need to remind him of his place in the hierarchy. Just as the tension peaked, someone interrupted them. Izuku, their teacher, approached, looking displeased at the sight of his students in a heated confrontation, especially with the aftermath of their earlier fight evident. He ordered them to follow him, and they reluctantly complied, leaving the classroom while Izuku instructed Ida to assist Kaminari and Kirishima to the infirmary. Izuku found himself standing in the principal's office, where Nizu was reviewing the incident on camera. The principal wore a serious expression, clearly unhappy with what had transpired. Izuku stood beside him, equally concerned about Kaminari's condition. After reviewing the footage, Nizu turned to Izuku and asked if he had anything to say. Izuku shook his head, pretending not to understand the gravity of the situation. Nizu pointed out that Izuku had broken several rules at UA, fighting in an unsanctioned location, damaging school property, and the fact that Kaminari was now in a coma due to the altercation. Izuku crossed his arms, adjusting his stance, and questioned the severity of the situation, suggesting that a coma was something that could heal over time. Nizu countered that it could also be permanent, but Izuku remained unfazed, arguing that time could change things. He acknowledged that his actions towards Kaminari and Kirishima were unheroic, but he felt justified, especially considering Byakugo's previous attempts to harm him without consequence. Izuku pointed out the double standards in their society, where power was often prioritized over true heroism. He recalled how Byakugo had attacked him on the first day of class and how he had narrowly escaped a devastating explosion on the second day. Izuku felt that society had indoctrinated him to believe in Byakugo's potential as a hero despite the bullying he had endured. He realized that if the rules were being applied unfairly, he could use that to his advantage. Aizawa attempted to remind Izuku that he had thrown the first punch, but Izuku retorted that Bakugo had been allowed to get away with similar behavior for too long. He questioned whether Bakugo's quirk gave him a free pass for his actions. Izuku argued that he was simply acting on what society deemed heroic, and if they had an issue with that, they should first examine Bakugo's past. Nizu tried to defend the school's stance, but Izuku pressed on, stating that he had not targeted anyone to hurt them, while Bakugo had. He expressed his disappointment in UA, feeling that it had failed to protect him from bullying and that he was being punished for finally standing up for himself. He asserted that if UA continued to favor certain students based on their quirks and past records, he would take matters into his own hands, regardless of the consequences. He admitted to hitting Kaminari with a book and confronting Mineta and Kirishima, but questioned why he was being singled out when he had only retaliated after years of abuse. Izuku's frustration boiled over as he pointed out the hypocrisy of the situation. He warned that if UA did not address the bullying he had faced, he would expose the truth about the school to the world, risking its reputation. He made it clear that he would not remain silent about the injustices he had endured. Izuku faced the two adults, asserting his position as they realized he held all the cards. The school day had ended, and everyone was returning to their dorms after a long, exhausting day. Class A was heading back, -4 students, 3 in the infirmary and 1 in the principal's office. Ida was unaware of the full situation, but he knew that Kirishima and Mineta would make a full recovery by tomorrow. Unfortunately, Kaminari's condition was more serious. Recovery Girl had informed them that Kaminari was in a coma, likely due to a lack of oxygen and the injuries he sustained. The door opened, revealing Izuku, accompanied by Aizawa-sensei. The students exchanged worried glances, fearing that Izuku might be expelled. However, Aizawa's next words shocked them all. He instructed Izuku to return to his dorm while announcing that Bakugo and Mineta would serve 4 days of detention. Bakugo, visibly outraged, shouted from the living room, demanding to know why he was being punished. Aizawa calmly reminded him that he had initiated the fight, using his quirk to pull Kaminari and slam him to the ground. Bakugo protested, incredulous that Izuku seemed to escape punishment. Aizawa clarified that Izuku would be facing 100 hours of community service for his role in Kaminari's condition. He then addressed the entire class, informing them that they were all on their first strike for the incident, emphasizing that there would be zero tolerance for harassment or bullying. 2 more strikes would lead to expulsion. The atmosphere in the dorm grew tense as Aizawa left, leaving the students glaring at Izuku. He met their stares with determination, feeling a surge of confidence. The old Izuku would have cowered under their gazes, but he was no longer powerless. Izuku challenged them, asking what they were staring at. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 voiced the group's sentiment, questioning how Izuku could think he could live among them after what had happened to Kaminari. Izuku retorted that they should be grateful Kaminari was still alive. Ida questioned Izuku's intentions, and Sato attempted to intimidate him with his size. When Sato threw a punch, Izuku swiftly countered with a low spinning kick, knocking Sato off balance. As Sato fell, Izuku placed his foot on Sato's throat, causing him to struggle for breath. Bakugo rushed in, furious, but Izuku maintained his stance, pressing down slightly as Sato waved his hands in a plea for Bakugo to stop. Izuku told Sato to stay down and get used to the position, watching as Sato groaned in discomfort. The rest of the class stood frozen, shocked by Izuku's actions. Just as Izuku was about to apply more pressure, Izumi intervened, pulling him away and urging everyone to get some rest. Izuku scoffed and walked away, throwing one last glare at Sato before heading to his room. Once inside, Izuku felt a mix of exhilaration and adrenaline. He had never felt so alive, so in control of his own life. The satisfaction of seeing Sato in a vulnerable position was a stark contrast to the torment he had endured for so long. With sleep far from his mind, Izuku decided he needed an outlet for his excitement. He pulled out his phone and pressed a call button, waiting for a response. When a deep voice answered, he requested a portal to the city. After a brief pause, the voice confirmed the request, and a portal opened before him. Stepping through, Izuku was swallowed by the portal, emerging in the vibrant, bustling streets of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, where the city lights illuminated. The night and life thrived around him. Heroes patrolled the streets, taking pictures with a few civilians. In an alley behind a building, various criminal activities contradicted the illuminated part of the city, lurking in the shadows. A mugger, menacing with a knife brandished and a dark aura surrounding him, demanded that a terrified woman hand over her belongings. She pleaded, insisting she had nothing, her voice echoing in the alleyway. Just as the mugger prepared to rush her, a swift kick landed on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. The woman seized the opportunity to escape, calling for help as she fled. The mugger, regaining his composure, turned to see who had interfered. A young boy about 5.5 feet tall stood before him, clad in a black hoodie and mask that obscured his identity. His black breathes completed the look, making him appear like a walking shadow. The mugger, irritated, demanded to know who the boy was. The boy, unfazed, observed the dark aura emanating from the mugger's body, commenting on its intimidating nature. The mugger, growing impatient, questioned the boy further. The boy simply remarked that he thought the aura would look good on him. Frustrated, the mugger charged at the boy. An instinct within the boy urged him to act, and he reached out, grabbing the mugger's face. In that moment, the boy felt a surge of pain but soon found himself released. He coughed and held his face, looking up to see the mugger on the ground, groaning in discomfort. The mugger, bewildered and angry, realized something was wrong. His quirk, which usually responded to his emotions, had vanished. He struggled to activate it, but it felt as if it had been drained away. In a state of panic, he shouted about his lost quirk. The boy, now revealing a dark aura that manifested as a second shadow with a horn-like head, responded with a chilling comment about the mugger's quirk. Sweat beaded on the mugger's forehead as fear set in. Questions raced through his mind. What had happened to his quirk? How did this boy possess a similar ability? The boy picked up the mugger's knife, flashing it with a sinister smile, and declared that he would put the mugger's quirk to good use. As the night deepened in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, the sound of distant screams echoed through the city. It had been a week since the boy, Izuku, embraced his new identity as a villain, building a reputation in the criminal underground. Dressed in black, he lurked in the shadows, striking fear into the hearts of those who crossed his path. While the media and hero associations remained oblivious to this rising threat, reports of missing villains and sidekicks grew increasingly frequent, with some even losing their lives in confrontations with newcomers among the pro-heroes. Izuku felt empowered by his choices. Initially uncertain about his path, he had grown accustomed to his new life, sneaking out of the dorm to hunt for quirks to enhance his abilities. The media had failed to connect the dots regarding the missing quirks, as there was no evidence left behind to suggest anything unusual. During class, Izuku sat distracted, contemplating the quirks he had acquired. Just 2 days prior, he had stolen a quirk from a thug that granted enhanced strength and had encountered a sidekick with X-ray vision. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, students began to file out. Ectoplasm reminded everyone to review the lesson, as a test loomed ahead. Izuku exited the classroom, noticing his classmates hesitating at the door. Since the incident with Sato, they had observed a drastic change in Izuku's demeanor. No longer timid and weak, he now exuded a calm yet menacing presence that left them wary. Bakugo, unable to tolerate this transformation, confronted Izuku as he reached the door, demanding to know where he had been. Izuku turned, dismissing Bakugo's inquiry, asserting that it was none of his business. Bakugo, frustrated by Izuku's defiance, attempted to remind him of his place, but Izuku stood firm, waiting for Bakugo to approach. When Bakugo's hand extended forward, ready to throw a punch, Izuku swiftly pushed the door aside, causing Bakugo's hand to collide with the doorframe. Bakugo grimaced, holding his hand and gritting his teeth as he glared ahead. Izuku urged him to wake up before leaving the classroom. As he stepped outside, he noticed most of the students heading in one direction, but he turned into an abandoned alley to make a phone call. He contacted 𝐒𝐮𝐲, requesting transportation. Moments later, a portal opened before Izuku, and he stepped through, finding himself inside a rundown bar where the League was currently hiding. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 stood behind the counter, and 𝐿𝐼𝐴 sat in front of him, distracted by a game on his phone. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 greeted Izuku, asking what he could get for him. Izuku took a seat next to 𝐿𝐼𝐴 and ordered his usual drink. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 returned with a glass of ice water, and Izuku took a sip, noting that he was getting accustomed to his new quirk. 𝐿𝐼𝐴, frustrated with his game, suddenly directed his glare at Izuku, reminding him that he was not the main character in their story but merely a support, as 𝐿 had indicated. Izuku acknowledged this without argument, understanding the source of 𝐿𝐼𝐴's hostility. Since acquiring his quirk from 𝐿 and joining the League, 𝐿𝐼𝐴 had not seemed pleased with his presence, as he was meant to inherit 𝐿's quirk. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then announced that they could begin their business for the day. When Izuku inquired about the plan, 𝐿𝐼𝐴 revealed that they would be targeting a pro hero. Izuku raised an eyebrow, wondering why they were escalating their targets. He reminded them that he had been attacking heroes for the past week. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that they would be stepping up their game, as 𝐿 believed it was time for them to tackle more significant challenges. Izuku was surprised to hear that he and 𝐿𝐼𝐴 would be working together, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that it was 𝐿's order. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 protested, unwilling to collaborate with Izuku, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 silenced him, stating that their MSTR expected great results from their partnership. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 gritted his teeth, clearly displeased, while Izuku accepted the situation in silence. Curious about their target, Izuku asked who they would be going after. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 handed him a file, revealing the pro hero named 𝐿𝐼𝐴. Izuku recognized him as an alumnus from Shiketsu who had risen to fame after a significant villain raid in Shizuoka. When 𝐿𝐼𝐴 asked about 𝐿𝐼𝐴's quirk, Izuku explained that it was called dust, allowing him to control and manipulate dust in his surroundings. Izuku noted that 𝐿𝐼𝐴's quirk was effective for crowd control and distraction, which made him a challenging opponent for 𝐿𝐼𝐴's decay quirk. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that 𝐿 was using this mission as a test for both of them. 𝐿𝐼𝐴, eager for the challenge, instructed 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to open a portal for them. Izuku was taken aback by 𝐿𝐼�A's enthusiasm but ultimately agreed to go. They stepped through the portal and found themselves in 𝐿𝐼𝐴's apartment, which was empty, indicating that the pro hero had not yet returned. Izuku commented on the cleanliness of the place, considering 𝐿𝐼𝐴's quirk. 𝐿𝐼𝐴, impatient, wondered where 𝐿𝐼𝐴 was. Izuku reassured him that he would be back shortly and pulled out a pair of gloves, instructing 𝐿𝐼𝐴 to wear them to avoid detection. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 scoffed at the idea of fearing the heroes, but Izuku reminded him of their numerical disadvantage. Reluctantly, 𝐿𝐼𝐴 donned the gloves just as they heard keys jingling at the door. They quickly hid in the shadows as 𝐿𝐼𝐴 entered, turning on the lights and taking off his shoes after a long patrol. Izuku prepared to use his electrification quirk to stun the hero, but 𝐿𝐼𝐴, in a moment of impulsiveness, rushed in, yelling out. Unfortunately, he underestimated 𝐿𝐼𝐴's quick reflexes, who used his quirk to push 𝐿𝐼𝐴 back against the counter, a cloud of dust forming a hand that restrained him. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 declared that he was always prepared for villains, having a small amount of dust on hand for such encounters. Dust observed that 𝐿𝐼𝐴 had not thought his plan through. With a cloud of dust, he bound 𝐿𝐼𝐴, realizing that he would need to leave his apartment soon. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 acknowledged that his place was no longer safe. Meanwhile, Izuku, who had not yet been discovered, lurked behind 𝐿𝐼𝐴. Focusing his hand in a shooting position, he unleashed an electric shock that stunned 𝐿𝐼𝐴, forcing him to release his grip on 𝐿𝐼𝐴. Izuku attempted to tackle 𝐿𝐼𝐴, but the larger opponent easily pushed him away, sending him crashing into the wall and breaking a cabinet. 𝐿𝐼𝐴, surprised, questioned how many others had come to confront him. He seized 𝐿𝐼𝐴 again with his quirk, preventing 𝐿𝐼𝐴 from using his decay ability. Struggling to rise, Izuku saw 𝐿𝐼𝐴 in danger and rushed to intervene. He grabbed 𝐿𝐼𝐴's head from behind and began to channel 𝐿 into him. Unlike before, Izuku felt only a small fatigue this time, as he sensed an aura flowing from 𝐼𝐴 into himself. 𝐼𝐴's grip on 𝐿𝐼𝐴 began to weaken as confusion washed over him. He struggled to maintain control of his quirk, bewildered by the sudden change. 𝐿𝐼𝐴, catching his breath, looked up and smiled at 𝐿𝐬's predicament, taunting him about his quirk troubles. 𝐿𝐬, feeling cornered, tried to escape but bumped into Izuku, who towered over him. 𝐿𝐬 pointed accusingly at Izuku, demanding to know what he had done to his quirk. Izuku, with a small amount of dust swirling in his hand, left 𝐿𝐬 in shock. 𝐿𝐬 realized that Izuku had somehow stolen his quirk. In disbelief, he stammered, questioning how it was possible. Izuku, unfazed, remarked that there was no point in explaining it to someone who was finished. 𝐿𝐬 felt a crushing sensation at the back of his head before he was reduced to nothing but ash on the floor. Shigaraki looked at the remnants of dust and then back at Izuku, expressing surprise that Izuku had come to his rescue. Izuku affirmed their partnership, stating that whether Shigaraki recognized it was up to him. They agreed to call Kurogyari for a discreet pickup, not wanting to exit through the front door. As Izuku dialed, Shigaraki thanked him for saving him. A portal soon formed, and they stepped through, with Izuku following closely behind. Despite Shigaraki's previous hostility, this incident seemed to shift their dynamic, fostering a newfound trust. Meanwhile, Tsukachi stood in the apartment that once belonged to the pro-hero 𝐿𝐬, accompanied by his partner, Sansa, who had feline features. They had received a report about 𝐿𝐬's absence over the past 2 days. Upon investigation, they found the apartment empty, with only a clump of dust remaining. Tsukachi inquired about the findings, noting the lack of forced entry and the mystery surrounding 𝐿𝐬's fate. Sansa recalled the villain who had attacked UA during the USJ incident, recognizing the similarities in the dust. Tsukachi pondered why a pro-hero had been targeted, suspecting a return of the League of Villains. Izumi entered the hallway after a conversation with All Might, her usual excitement replaced by concern. She reflected on Izuku's recent behavior, which had been increasingly erratic. He had excelled in a math test, but bullying from Bakugo and others had taken a toll on his confidence. The situation escalated when he had fought Kaminari and Mineta, resulting in serious consequences. Izumi realized that she had not supported him and felt guilty for standing by while he struggled. She overheard Bakugo and Ida arguing, thinking that Bakugo was once again being disrespectful. When she opened the door, she found Ida lecturing someone sitting behind Bakugo, who was surprisingly Izuku. Izuku dismissed Ida's reprimand, asserting his right to do as he pleased. Ida insisted on school conduct, threatening to involve Aizawa. The tension in the room was palpable as Izumi recognized the shift in Izuku's demeanor. Izuku taunted Ida, pointing out his inability to solve a simple problem, which brought shame to their class. Izumi observed from the side, surprised to see Izuku standing up to Ida. Normally, Izuku would follow Ida's orders without question, even when they seemed unreasonable, like when Ida once made him clean the classroom alone. But now, witnessing this newfound rebelliousness in Izuku, Izumi felt as if he had transformed into someone entirely different. She noted the way he spoke and the intensity in his gaze, which reminded her of Bakugo. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, his eyes landing on Izuku's desk. He instructed Izuku to remove his feet from the desk and advised Ida to manage the class better. Izuku complied, smirking at Ida as he returned to his seat. Aizawa announced that they would begin a new exercise and instructed everyone to put on their hero outfits and meet him at ground beta. After changing into their hero costumes, the class gathered, and All Might greeted them with his usual enthusiasm, declaring that they looked like heroes. Izuku, however, whispered to himself, humorously referring to them as a bunch of clowns. All Might explained that they would be restarting the battle training exercise they had done before the USJ incident. This time, he wanted them to form teams of 2, as they were now more familiar with each other's strengths and quirks. As soon as Aizawa made the announcement, the class quickly began to pair up, with everyone flocking to Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi, the strongest students. Bakugo and Todoroki teamed up, leaving Izumi as the last powerhouse available. She noticed that Izuku was still without a partner and decided to approach him, asking if he had found a team. When he replied that he hadn't, she invited him to join her. Izuku was surprised but agreed. Soon, the two of them were ready to compete as Team F while All Might randomly selected teams for a 2 versus 2 indoor combat scenario. He announced that Team F would defend while Team A, consisting of Bakugo and Todoroki, would attack. Izumi felt nervous as she glanced at Izuku, unsure of how they would fare against such formidable opponents. During the 5-minute preparation phase, Izumi struggled to find the right words to say to Izuku. Although she felt confident in her abilities, the thought of facing both Bakugo and Todoroki was daunting. Izuku, however, was focused and asked her if she could fight on her own. When she hesitated, he encouraged her to take on one of them while he handled the other. Izumi was taken aback by his confidence, but he reassured her with a smile, which was both comforting and unsettling. As the battle trial began, Izumi followed Izuku's instructions and positioned herself to confront their opponents. Izuku took his place guarding the bomb, feeling surprisingly at ease. He was excited about the challenge ahead, whether it was due to the absence of a mask or the anticipation of facing Bakugo. Suddenly, he sensed a drop in temperature, indicating Todoroki's presence. The sound of footsteps approached, followed by an explosion. Bakugo burst through the door, declaring that no one would interfere this time. Izuku grinned, ready for the confrontation, while Bakugo threatened him, asserting that he was finished. Izuku responded with determination, and in an instant, he appeared beneath Bakugo, delivering a swift uppercut. As Bakugo recovered, he retaliated with a powerful left hook, but Izuku managed to grab his arm just in time. An explosion erupted from Bakugo's palm, forcing Izuku to dodge back, ready for the next move in their intense battle. Bakugo attempted to land an uppercut with his free hand, but Izuku skillfully dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku lifted Bakugo over his shoulders and threw him to the ground, slamming him onto the cement floor. Before Bakugo could rise, Izuku took advantage of the moment and kicked him in the stomach, forcing him back down. Izuku taunted Bakugo, questioning if that was all he had. Bakugo gritted his teeth and let out a fierce roar as his explosion quirk surged, creating a massive blast. He expressed his frustration, declaring that despite Izuku's efforts to help him, he would always see him as inferior. Bakugo's anger intensified as he accused Izuku of clinging to him, believing himself to be equal despite Bakugo's repeated denials. The explosions surrounding them intensified, pushing Izuku back. Bakugo boasted about being the real deal and his determination to become the #1 hero. Izuku scoffed at the idea, suggesting that Bakugo wouldn't even make a good sidekick. Bakugo's vision turned red with rage, unable to tolerate the insult. With a vicious grin, he propelled himself forward, catching Izuku off guard. Izuku attempted to block the strike, but Bakugo had learned from his previous mistakes. He used an explosion to blind Izuku momentarily, then launched another blast that sent Izuku flying across the room, crashing into a pillar. As Izuku gasped for air, Bakugo checked his gauntlets, pleased with their power. He began to explain his quirk, detailing how he generated sweat from his hands to create explosions. He pondered what would happen if he saved up a significant amount and let it all loose at once. With that thought in mind, he primed his grenadier gauntlet, ready to unleash a devastating attack. All Might's voice echoed through the intercom, warning Bakugo not to proceed, but Bakugo dismissed the concern, eager to show his strength. When he pulled the pin, a colossal blast erupted, creating a massive fireball that surged toward Izuku. Just before the flames engulfed him, Izuku raised his hand defensively. The building trembled as the structure began to crumble from the force of the explosion. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the upper level where their battle had taken place. In the midst of the smoke, Izuku stood, his hands raised in a defensive stance, his body marked with burns and scars, barely able to remain upright. Moments later, Izumi and Todoroki arrived at the scene, witnessing Bakugo sauntering over to the smoke-filled area, gloating about his victory. He boasted that the explosion had done its job against someone like Izuku. Stopping midway, he glanced at Izumi and Todoroki, taunting them about the odds now being 2 against 1. Izumi, shaken, questioned Bakugo about what he had done. Bakugo proudly declared that he had put Izuku in his place, feeling no remorse for his actions. Izumi insisted they needed to postpone the match, but Bakugo dismissed her, stating that losing was not an option for her. As the smoke cleared, Izumi caught sight of her brother, relieved to see him alive but concerned about potential internal injuries. When Izuku raised his head, the calmness he had felt vanished as he saw Bakugo's triumphant expression. The sight of Bakugo laughing, seemingly justified in his actions, ignited a deep rage within Izuku. He reflected on how Bakugo didn't deserve to be called a hero and how the system had failed to address his behavior. Fueled by his emotions, Izuku's body began to radiate a yellow aura, reminiscent of lightning. He clenched his teeth and raised his right fist, summoning a storm cloud above Ua, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Bakugo, confused by Izuku's resilience after the explosion, braced himself for what was to come. He looked over, ready to unleash a series of attacks to finally put his opponent in his place. Even Bakugo, Izumi, Todoroki, and even All Might, who was monitoring from the control room, could anticipate what would happen next. One moment, Bakugo was preparing his explosive attack against Deku, who seemed to be on his last legs. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down onto ground Beta, hitting the building where their exercise was taking place. The lightning flashed down towards the ashen-blonde boy, who screamed in surprise before losing consciousness. Principal Nizu was currently reviewing the footage of the battle training while sipping his tea, pondering the strange phenomenon that had just occurred about half an hour ago. He examined the syllabus for Class A's training exercise, approving of their need for a retry after the previous session had turned chaotic, resulting in a student needing recovery girl's assistance for nearly a week. He watched how both Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo showcased their fighting skills, with Bakugo initially dominating the fight before going overboard and using his support item, causing significant damage to the building. However, the most surprising moment came when Izuku Midoriya seemingly summoned lightning from the sky to strike Bakugo. Aizawa entered the principal's office, followed by Toshinori, who had reverted from his All Might form. Aizawa inquired if Nizu had already seen the footage. Toshinori explained that Bakugo had used his gauntlets and nearly harmed Midoriya with the blast, but aside from a minor burn, he seemed fine. Aizawa grumbled about his initial impression of Midoriya, expressing disbelief at the boy's recklessness. They both pondered the mystery of how Izuku had awakened his quirk during the match, given that he was supposed to be quirkless. Nizu shared his suspicions that Midoriya might have received his quirk from All for One, prompting Aizawa to express confusion. Toshinori confirmed the possibility, noting that one does not simply manifest a quirk without reason, especially one so powerful. Aizawa suggested that Midoriya might just be a late bloomer, but Nizu insisted on conducting tests to determine the nature of Midoriya's abilities. Aizawa grew concerned about the implications if it turned out to be the former. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, disoriented by the bright light above him. As his vision cleared, he recognized a familiar figure with black hair beside him. He groggily questioned if it was Aizawa-sensei. The response came from a voice he didn't recognize, assuring him that he was awake. As he attempted to sit up, he realized his arms were restrained to the bed. Confused, he asked what was happening and where he was. Aizawa explained that he was in a hospital and needed to remain calm, as the restraints were necessary in case his quirk activated unexpectedly. Izuku struggled to recall the events leading up to his awakening. A flood of memories rushed back, and he felt a wave of nausea. He remembered the battle training, pairing with Izumi, guarding the bomb, confronting Bakugo, and the overwhelming rage that culminated in the lightning strike. He realized the gravity of what had happened and that he had let his anger take control. Aizawa noted Izuku's reaction, acknowledging that he seemed to remember a lot. He reassured the boy that everything would be okay and that he was not in trouble. Despite the comfort, Izuku's heart raced. He had used his quirk on Bakugo, revealing his identity as someone who possessed a quirk when he had always been seen as quirkless. Izuku understood that Principal Nizu would want to run a series of tests on him. In the worst-case scenario, he could be mistaken for an all-for-one spy. He was pulled from his thoughts when his homeroom teacher placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling him not to worry. Now that he was awake, they needed to conduct a few quick tests to clear him from the restraints. Izuku responded with a weak nod, feeling uncertain but knowing he had to comply for now. It took about 30 minutes for the doctor to finish taking his DNA for a quirk test. Izuku remained seated on the bed as the UA-appointed doctor conducted various tests, similar to those he had undergone when he was 4 years old. Meanwhile, Principal Nizu and Toshinori Yagi waited anxiously in the principal's office for the test results, eager to determine whether this situation was a misunderstanding or a ploy by the enemy. Soon, Aizawa entered, holding a piece of paper that would determine Izuku Midoriya's future at the school. Toshinori inquired about the results, and Aizawa revealed that the test confirmed Izuku was not truly quirkless but rather a late bloomer. Toshinori was taken aback, realizing this meant Izuku had a dormant quirk all along. Aizawa explained that the quirk activation could be triggered by heightened emotions, age, or specific situations, emphasizing that each quirk had its own unique activation requirements. Relieved, both Toshinori and Principal Nizu acknowledged that this revelation alleviated one concern, but they still needed to address Bakugo's situation. Aizawa assured them he would handle it, noting that the footage clearly showed Bakugo had intentionally fired a support item at a fellow student. Nizu suggested they let Midoriya rest, understanding that it had been a long day for him. In the hospital, Izuku lay in bed, reflecting on the events that had transpired after the quirk test. He stared at the white ceiling, the smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. He wondered about the outcome of the battle training while he had been incapacitated. Did he win, lose, or was the match halted due to his newly awakened quirk? He wished he could get up and return to school, eager to see his classmates' reactions. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. When he looked up, he saw a short, portly old man with a bald head and a bushy mustache, wearing circular goggles. The man introduced himself as Dr. Garaki and expressed his relief that Izuku was awake. Izuku thanked him for his concern, feeling fortunate that Dr. Garaki was present to prevent his identity from being exposed as an all-for-one disciple. Dr. Garaki chuckled and explained that had he not been in Mizudafu, Izuku's secret would have been revealed. Izuku acknowledged that he was aware of Dr. Garaki's presence in town and appreciated the cover. The doctor mentioned that the test results he provided to the school would only buy time before someone discovered the truth. Curious, Izuku asked why he had chosen to reveal his quirk to his classmates. Dr. Garaki unlocked the cuffs on Izuku's bed as he explained that it was a statement of belonging. Izuku shared that his identity depended on his classmate remaining in a coma, as he had stolen and modified the boy's quirk for himself. He knew that once the boy woke up, he would have to abandon his current identity. Dr. Garaki noted that Izuku was on a time crunch and warned him to avoid raising suspicion. He revealed that All for One had high hopes for him. Intrigued, Izuku asked if Dr. Garaki knew All for One personally. The doctor confirmed that he had been All for One's doctor for quite some time. Dr. Garaki then handed Izuku an injection containing a red vial, explaining that it was extracted from a pro-hero with a starfish quirk known for its regeneration ability. When Izuku hesitated, Dr. Garaki insisted it had been tested and that he needed to act quickly. Grunting in determination, Izuku injected himself and felt a surge of energy as his injuries began to heal. While the major injuries took longer to recover, the minor cuts and burns gradually mended. Feeling rejuvenated, Izuku clenched his fist, ready to face the rest of his day. Just then, Dr. Garaki reminded him that All for One required something in return, the location of the school's summer camp. Garaki left Izuku with a final message as he closed the door. Izuku waved his hand dismissively, feeling a mix of emotions. News had been circulating throughout the UA hallway about the recent battle training exercise, where Izuku Midoriya, once thought to be quirkless, had suddenly manifested a powerful quirk. He had struck down Bakugo with a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone in awe and confusion about how he had awakened such strength. Principal Nizu confirmed that Izuku was indeed a false negative student, and the students resumed their day, but Toshinori felt regret upon realizing who Izuku was. He remembered their encounter before the entrance exam when he had rescued a child from a sludge monster. The boy had clung to him, asking if he could be a hero despite being quirkless, and Toshinori had crushed his dreams in that moment. Now, seeing Izuku again, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had made a grave mistake. After leaving the hospital, Izuku walked into UA with newfound confidence, no longer needing to hide his true self. As he entered the school, he noticed the disbelief in the eyes of his fellow students. They whispered among themselves, discussing the boy who had awakened his quirk and defeated Bakugo. Izuku tried to ignore them, remembering their laughter when he had been beaten down before. As he turned a corner, he narrowly avoided colliding with someone, sidestepping just in time. He quickly apologized and lifted his gaze, only to freeze upon recognizing the tall blonde figure before him. All Might stood there, surprise evident in his voice. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he realized he was face to face with his idol. All Might expressed his longing to talk, and despite his initial hesitation, Izuku agreed. They walked to All Might's private office, the tension palpable between them. Once inside, they sat in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. Izuku broke the silence, asking what All Might needed to discuss. All Might hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he bowed before Izuku, apologizing for his previous words that had been so damaging. He acknowledged the pain he had caused and expressed his regret. Izuku listened, feeling a mix of emotions as All Might continued. The hero admitted he had been wrong to tell him he couldn't become a hero. Izuku felt a sense of validation, as if he had needed to hear those words before everything had changed in his life. All Might then shifted the conversation, expressing concern about the results of Izuku's match and asking where he had obtained his quirk. Izuku, unsure of how to respond, muttered that he must just be a late bloomer. All Might pressed further, insisting it was serious and asking if someone had given it to him. Izuku stared at him, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. He wasn't too deep into the situation yet, but he knew he had to tread carefully. He could still change his mind and tell All Might everything. About 𝐿_1's existence still being alive, the League of Villains' whereabouts, and their plan to attack the summer camp. He could rely on the heroes, the people he had looked up to and admired for so many years. He could tell him about it. It was All Might who stood in front of him, the man hailed as the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, and 𝐿_1's one and only enemy. All Might himself. Izuku felt his chest tighten. It was his last chance. Finally, he decided against it. There was no turning back now. All Might nodded slowly. Izuku couldn't tell if the #1 hero believed him or not, but he didn't seem to want to question him further. He stood and said that if Izuku ever needed anything, he could always come to him for help. Izuku turned away from the hero, listening to his words before excusing himself, stating that class was about to start. He closed the door, his footsteps fading down the hallway with conviction brimming in his eyes. Izuku walked into the class after fixing himself up, trying to forget about his conversation with the #1 hero just minutes ago. As he entered, he found Izumi standing behind the door, almost as if she was waiting for him. She acknowledged his arrival and explained that she thought they should enter the class together. Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious about the sudden change. Izumi mentioned that she wanted to provide him with a little peace before the class bombarded him with their judgment. Izuku realized that Izumi had a point. With the class reacting to the fact that he had just awakened a quirk, their hostility would ramp up significantly, knowing that the quirkless kid had gained a new ability. Normally, he wouldn't care, but something about Izumi's offer felt like a good idea. He accepted her offer with a sigh and asked her not to attract more attention than he already had. She hoped he would listen, but he couldn't promise that. Reluctantly, he nodded before opening the door, allowing her to enter first. As soon as he stepped inside, all eyes were on them, but they held their word since Izumi was walking close to him. She took her seat, and Izuku followed suit. Bakugo, wrapped in bandages, was about to confront Izuku when Aizawa-sensei entered the room. Aizawa acknowledged the class and noted that some of them had questions regarding Midoriya's quirk. He informed them that Izuku was no longer quirkless and had awakened his quirk, emphasizing that he was a late bloomer. He explained that it was up to Izuku to decide whether or not to share details about his quirk, and he made it clear that the class should not pressure him about it. As the lesson began, everyone started taking notes, including Izuku. However, he soon felt something biting his arm, almost like an itch. He lifted his arm and discovered a trail of ants making their way to his desk. He knew this could only be the work of one student. He glanced to the right and saw Koda watching him while writing, with Kirishima sitting in front of Koda, struggling to suppress his laughter. Smirking, Izuku released a small amount of electricity around his body, directing it toward the trail of ants, causing them to disappear. Koda reeled in shock at the sudden loss of his ants. Kirishima stood up, gaining the attention of the class, and pointed out that Izuku had harmed Koda's ants. Aizawa questioned how Kirishima knew, implying that Koda had lined the ants up to go to Izuku under his suggestion. Kirishima fell silent, confirming Aizawa's suspicion. Aizawa instructed Koda and Kirishima to meet him after class. After class ended, Kirishima approached Izuku's seat before facing Aizawa. He demanded that Izuku apologize to Koda for harming his ants, which were precious to him. Izuku, appearing disinterested, questioned why he should apologize. Kirishima, growing angrier, grabbed Izuku's collar, insisting that just because Izuku had a quirk, it didn't make him better than anyone else. Izumi, who had been listening, intervened, urging both of them to stop. Izuku, however, continued to provoke Kirishima, suggesting that he was trying to prove something to the class. The tension in the room escalated as everyone watched the confrontation. Izumi kept a close eye on them, ready to step in if things got worse. As Kirishima moved closer, hardening his hand, Izuku charged his palm with electricity. Izumi stepped in between them, urging Kirishima to walk away. He reluctantly complied, leaving the classroom, while Izumi dragged Izuku in a different direction. They soon found themselves in an empty classroom, and Izumi closed the door, questioning what was wrong with him for picking a fight on his first day. Kirishima seemed to have a problem with Izuku. Izuku acknowledged this, understanding that while he had every right to feel upset, he needed to consider the time and place. He couldn't just jump into a fight because someone had provoked him. He explained to his sister that he was simply giving Bakugo some payback, as Bakugo had been bothering him since the start of the school year. With a grin, he told her that it was his turn to return the favor. As he left, he reminded her that strength was what mattered most. After class, Bakugo remained in his seat, unmoving even when Aizawa announced the end of the lesson or when the bell rang. He silently observed the confrontation between Izuku and Kirishima, trying to understand what was happening. Bakugo had known Izuku longer than anyone else in the class, aside from his sister, Izumi. He recognized Izuku's mannerisms, but this new version of Izuku felt unfamiliar. It was hard to believe that Izuku could change so drastically overnight. He suspected that Izuku had been hiding his quirk for a long time, waiting for the right moment to reveal it. Bakugo was determined to show Izuku his place, regardless of the quirk he had developed. He was resolute in proving that he was destined to be the #1 hero. Izumi sat at her desk, listening to present Mick's lecture while keeping an eye on her brother a few seats away. She had noticed how much Izuku had changed since awakening his quirk. He had become more confident, no longer allowing himself to be pushed around, and was braver than before. However, she worried that with his newfound abilities, he was becoming more arrogant. It seemed as if something had snapped inside him, releasing an invisible chain that had held him back. While she understood his longing to stand up for himself, she feared he might take things too far. All Might entered the classroom with his usual hero attire and signature grin, asking to borrow Izumi for a moment. She agreed, knowing class was nearly over, and followed him to his private office for their regular conversation. Once inside, All Might transformed into his skeletal form since it was just the two of them. He offered her a cup of fresh tea and inquired about her training progress with One for All. Izumi admitted that she hadn't made much progress. Her full cowling was still capped at 18%, and she could only handle 25% with a single smash before feeling pain. She expressed her frustration at being unable to do more. All Might encouraged her, reminding her to take breaks and explore life outside of training. He understood her feelings, especially after the attack at USJ, where she felt helpless watching him fight the villains. He reassured her that she would get there in time. Then, All Might shifted the conversation to Izuku, asking if she had noticed anything unusual about him. Izumi shook her head, insisting that he hadn't mentioned anything out of the ordinary. All Might probed further, asking if Izuku had made any new friends, but Izumi replied that he didn't have many friends to begin with. Concerned, All Might revealed his suspicion that Izuku might be connected to All for One. Izumi was taken aback, adamantly defending her brother and insisting he would never side with villains. As their discussion grew heated, a loud crash echoed from outside, followed by a student's scream. Moments later, a voice called out, announcing that someone was hanging from the window. Meanwhile, Izuku was asleep at his desk, exhausted from a late-night mission with Shigaraki. The hours spent gathering intel on the heroes they were targeting had taken their toll. Shigaraki had begun to temper his anger towards Izuku, starting to see him as an equal. He seemed to be listening to some of his ideas and was more open with him, which was a good thing for him too. He had to admit that the League was somewhat of a fun group in his opinion. Toga with her quirky antics, 𝗟𝗶𝗸 who always preferred to keep to himself, Twice with his split personality, Spinner who rambled about how he admired Stain, Mr. Compress with his tricks and magic, and Kurogiri who always stood behind the counter wiping off the glass. He figured that his presence would be unwanted, knowing how he once fought against them, but to his surprise, he felt welcome there. More than on his first day at school or any other time. It felt like he belonged. He kept his head down when suddenly he heard the sound of the door sliding open, not noticing who was coming. Without warning, someone smacked the back of his head. It was Monoma, surrounded by Kirishima, 𝗟𝗓𝗓, and Ida. Bakugo seemed to be absent from the moment. Monoma taunted him, saying he heard that Izuku finally got a quirk after so long, and that it must be nice to be strong now. He added that no matter what, Izuku was still the same weak child who couldn't do anything, claiming he could easily defeat him. Monoma laughed as he knocked over Izuku's stationery onto his table. Ida added a cold remark, hoping this meant Izuku wouldn't forget his place at the bottom of the food chain. Izuku stared at them, especially at Monoma, who had just made a mess. Outside of Bakugo, Monoma was one of his bullies from another class, known for copying others' quirks to pick on him. But now, Izuku wasn't the same quirkless kid who was easy prey. He had power, friends, and most importantly, a quirk that wouldn't allow him to be pushed around anymore. Getting up from his seat, he walked toward the cafeteria, knowing Monoma would be there since it was lunch hour. Upon arrival, he found Monoma sitting at a long table with Ida, Kirishima, Shoto, 𝗟𝗓𝗓, and Mineta. Izuku approached their table, picked up a carton of milk lying on the finished table, and poured its contents over Monoma's head, gaining the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Monoma, with milk dripping from his head, felt anger rise as he stood up to confront Izuku, demanding to know if he had lost his mind. Izuku retorted that it was better than Monoma's lack of one. Monoma scoffed, getting close to Izuku, claiming that just because Izuku had a quirk, he couldn't bully others at will. Izuku replied that if Monoma could do it, so could he. The tension escalated as they prepared to square off, with everyone watching the confrontation unfold. Monoma took the first swing, using Kirishima's hardening quirk to throw a punch, but Izuku dodged it and countered with a punch to Monoma's gut, causing him to stumble. Izuku continued to throw punches, targeting Monoma's chest and face, clearly outclassing him in this fight. Compared to the villains and thugs he faced at night, Monoma was nothing. Izuku then picked up a tray and smacked it over Monoma's head, causing him to fall to the floor. He then pinned Monoma down, delivering a series of punches to his face. Izuku was determined to set the record straight, ensuring Monoma would never think he could rise above him again. The other students watched in shock as Izuku pinned Monoma and continued to strike him. The sounds of the hits echoed through the cafeteria, and it was clear that Monoma was on the brink of losing consciousness. Whispers spread among the students, expressing concern for Monoma's well-being as he lay on the ground, visibly shaken and afraid. Monoma, trembling, crawled while putting his hands together, pleading for mercy. He admitted that he was wrong and that it was his fault. However, Izuku did not accept the apology. He lifted his foot to Monoma's face, demanding to know if he was truly sorry. Grabbing Monoma's collar, Izuku pulled him closer, challenging him to say he could beat him up again. The eyes of the entire cafeteria were on them as Izuku pressed Monoma to admit his weakness. With tears in his eyes, Monoma finally confessed that he was weak, his voice trembling as he repeated it for everyone to hear. Izuku decided to drive the point home with a final kick to Monoma's face, declaring that he was indeed weak. Just then, Kirishima and Shoto confronted Izuku, demanding he take his foot off Monoma's face. 𝗏𝗱 threatened to take action if he didn't comply. Izuku challenged 𝗏𝗱, who retaliated by firing ice at him, but Izuku enveloped himself in lightning and dodged with blinding speed. He attempted to stomp on 𝗏𝗱, who defended himself against the attack. The confrontation escalated as Ida joined in, pushing Izuku against the wall. The fight between Izuku and 𝗏𝗱 continued, each trading blows as the tension in the cafeteria reached its peak. He grabbed Izuku and threw him aside, causing Izuku to roll across the ground for a few moments. Frustrated, Izuku cried out and wrapped his arms around 𝗏𝗱. He threw himself onto the ground alongside 𝗏𝗱, and the two wrestled for a brief time before 𝗏𝗱 managed to pin Izuku down. Grabbing him by his shirt, 𝗏𝗱 began to strike him in the face, questioning Izuku's sanity. Izuku slowly stood up, glaring at 𝗏𝗱, who accused him of acting like a thug. In a moment of anger, Izuku picked up a nearby cafeteria chair and hurled it at 𝗏𝗱, missing and instead smashing it against the wall. The loud crash startled several students, who rushed in after witnessing the chaos. 𝗏𝗱, furious, demanded to know what was wrong with Izuku, who had just attempted to hit him with a chair. Ida, having seen enough, decided to intervene. Revving up his engine, he dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick to Izuku's side, the impact echoing through the cafeteria. Ida smirked in satisfaction until he felt a grip on his leg, realizing Izuku was holding on tightly. Despite the size difference, Izuku pushed Ida back, running until he collided with a window, causing it to shatter. As Ida dangled precariously from the window, he felt fear wash over him, knowing that Izuku's grip was the only thing keeping him from falling. In a panic, Ida pleaded for Izuku to pull him up. Izuku, with a dark chuckle, responded that he wanted to end their rivalry, suggesting it could only conclude with one of them facing dire consequences. A group of seniors arrived, demanding that they separate the two. They pulled Izuku away from Ida while 𝗏𝗱 helped to rescue Ida from the window. Izumi rushed in, concerned, to see her brother being carried away by upperclassmen. Bakugo arrived shortly after, taking in the scene of Monoma and Ida, both looking defeated, with 𝗏𝗱 sporting some minor bruises. Izuku struggled against the seniors, shouting that this was not the end. He declared that since they had messed with him from the beginning, he would make sure they remembered it. He vowed to retaliate every chance he got, promising to hit them with a chair whenever he could. His loud rants echoed through the cafeteria as he was led away, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The floor was marked with remnants of the earlier struggle, and Monoma was curled up, sobbing, a testament to the consequences of crossing Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo, witnessing the aftermath, couldn't believe the destruction. If someone had told him a storm had swept through the cafeteria, he would have believed it without hesitation. He wondered what had happened to Izuku. Meanwhile, Izumi waited anxiously at the dorm, glancing between the door and the window, listening to the rain and thunder. Inside, others were discussing the events, but she remained focused on the door, worried about her brother after hearing about the fight in class and the brawl in the cafeteria. She knew Monoma had instigated the conflict, but Izuku's response had been extreme, leaving Monoma defeated and broken. 𝗏𝗏, Kirishima, and J.𝗟𝗓 were discussing Izuku's behavior, expressing concern that he had gone too far and suggesting he should be expelled for his actions. Izumi's attention shifted to Ida, who was bandaged and surrounded by friends trying to comfort him. He had barely spoken since the incident, still shaken by what had occurred. The door swung open suddenly, startling everyone except Ida. Aizawa entered, shaking off water from his coat, followed by Izuku, who held a wet umbrella. Aizawa announced that Izuku would be on house arrest for 2 weeks and would not be allowed to participate in class activities. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone braced for the consequences of the chaos that had unfolded. He struck Monoma and nearly sent Ida crashing into the window, and the only consequence he faced was 2 weeks of detention. From the footage, it was clear that Monoma instigated the fight first, so he would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, some felt it was unfair. They believed Deku had gone too far. Aizawa, using his quirk, silenced the class, particularly glaring at 𝗟𝗓 for her comment. He reminded them that they had all treated Midoriya poorly in the past, and now they were asking him to go easy on the instigator while punishing the one who suffered the most. In a flashback, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻 had warned 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to keep an eye on Midoriya. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 questioned why, noting that Midoriya often got into trouble due to being pushed around. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 expressed concern about Midoriya's new quirk, explaining that children typically awaken their quirks at a young age, and those who are late bloomers usually do so by the age of 7 or 8, but never at 15. He described how children often experience a rush of emotions when their quirks awaken, almost like a sugar rush. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the idea that Midoriya was experiencing such a phenomenon. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 pointed out that Midoriya's encounter with Monoma was evidence of this. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 defended Midoriya, insisting he wouldn't lose control over something like that, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻 urged him to remain vigilant. After 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed the class that Izuku would be under house arrest and would not be attending school, he left the dorm, leaving the students in a heavy, gloomy atmosphere. Izuku sensed the way everyone was looking at him and asked what was wrong. Iida, in a firm tone, told him he was not welcome in the dorm anymore. Izuku challenged Iida's authority, questioning who would make him leave. Iida stood tall, asserting his role as class president, but Izuku interrupted, pointing out that Iida hadn't done much since taking on the role. He suggested that the class had only voted for him to take the blame for their behavior. 𝗟𝗏, unable to stand by as her friend was insulted, tried to defend Iida, while 𝗂𝐼𝐻𝐬 added that Izuku was acting like a bully. Izuku retorted, reminding them of their own complaints about Iida's behavior regarding the washing schedule. When Iida denied any wrongdoing, Izuku challenged him further, recalling a conversation he overheard where 𝗟𝗏 wished Iida would stop acting like a teacher's pet. 𝗟𝗏 became nervous, unable to meet Iida's gaze. Izuku continued, stating that Iida's role was merely to act as a shield for the class, cleaning up their messes. Frustrated, Iida grabbed Izuku's shirt, but Izuku maintained his composure, asserting that he never lied. Iida's grip loosened as he realized the weight of Izuku's words. Despite Izuku's past timidness, he was known for his honesty. Izuku adjusted his clothes and addressed Iida one last time, questioning why the class remained silent if he was lying. The atmosphere grew tense as Iida turned to his classmates, his expression a mix of betrayal and anger. He demanded to know if 𝗟𝗏 truly felt that way about him. 𝗟𝗏 stammered her denial, but Iida's voice rose, shaking the confidence of everyone in the room. He expressed his frustration about always being blamed for the class's actions, questioning why it was his responsibility to clean up their messes. "You believe Deku of all people compared to us, your friends. Deku might act differently, but he never tells a lie, not like what you just did. We didn't lie at all. So why did it take Deku to tell me that you took my position for granted?" Iida insisted that they had not taken his position for granted. Yaoyorozu stepped in to calm the situation, explaining that the whole class needed someone to take responsibility, which was their job as class president and vice president. Iida pointed out that Kendo from Class B never had this much trouble, even with classmates like Monoma and Kamakiri, while his job felt 10 times harder. He suggested they needed firmer rules among themselves about what they could and couldn't do moving forward. "Wait, you want to take over our class like that? If it means our class won't get criticized by others, then maybe we should, for our own good. Hold on, you can't just nitpick our flaws and then limit ourselves like that. We're fellow students here, not soldiers. I'm the class president, and I have the authority to do so." Iida replied, rejecting Yaoyorozu's words. "To lead us, not to become some kind of ruler or anything," 𝐿 disagreed, along with a few other students. "You all appointed me to be a leader, and it's my responsibility to do so," Iida insisted. "So what? Now we should ask permission before we can do anything. Iida, you're the class president, not a chief of some tribe or a small-town sheriff. And definitely not a general." Iida argued that he never appointed himself with such a title, but their class had turned into disarray, and they needed to correct themselves by starting with rules and regulations. "So that's it. You limited our options, sidelined Yaoyorozu, and now you're calling all the shots." "I'm not calling the shots," Iida shook his head, denying the claim. "You just did," Kirishima pointed out in frustration. "So you think I'm being controlling? Over-controlling? You're acting like a dictator. Well, someone has to manage our behavior. If it's not going to be you, then I'm taking that responsibility. You just did it again." You're calling all the shots for all of us again. The class descended into chaos as some students agreed with Ida's decision to enforce rules, while others felt they didn't need correction, and some remained neutral, trying to mediate. Izuku watched everything unfold before he walked up the stairs to his room, smiling as the class began to divide. He knew that provoking Ida's emotions would be easy, given how much the bespectacled boy valued rules and regulations. Upon reaching the second floor, he was surprised to find Bakugo waiting for him. This was unexpected. Bakugo wanted to ask about their recent fight. Izuku thought it was surprising that Bakugo had figured it out on the first try. Bakugo admitted he couldn't remember anything from the fight. Everything was a blur. But from what he could gather, Izuku had apparently beaten him. Izuku responded that Bakugo couldn't stand the idea of having a loss on his record. Bakugo then asked how Izuku had gotten his quirk. Izuku feigned ignorance, claiming he was a false negative as the teacher had said. Bakugo slammed his fist against the wall, frustrated by Izuku's response. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, Bakugo," Izuku replied casually as he walked away. Bakugo stood there, watching Izuku walk past him without fear. Normally, he would have kept his distance, but now Izuku moved by like he was invisible. Bakugo questioned what had happened to Izuku, noting his new attitude, the fights, and the defiance. Izuku paused but didn't look back, stating that people change, and Bakugo should know that too. He then opened his door and entered, leaving Bakugo outside. Inside his dark room, Izuku didn't bother turning on the lights since he wouldn't be staying long. He grabbed his phone and dialed Kurojire's number, requesting a pickup. A portal formed in front of him, and he stepped through. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the League, who were seated in their respective spots, except for Kurojire, who was behind the bar. Toga jumped up to greet him, while Twice shouted for him to get lost. Shigaraki paused his game, curious about Izuku's visit. Izuku explained that he needed their help. He had been in detention for 2 weeks for starting a fight and needed a decoy to stall his class, especially Aizawa, who checked in daily. Toga seemed more interested in the fight itself and how close Izuku had come to pushing a classmate out the window. Izuku asked if they could help. Twice hesitated but eventually agreed, while Toga informed him that staying in disguise would require a significant amount of BLD to consume. Izuku crossed his arms, asking how much. Toga estimated around 0. For leaders for 3 days. He decided to start things off so she could prepare. He pulled out a knife from under the counter and made a small cut on his arm, BLD beginning to flow. "What have you done?" Kurojire asked, panic evident in his voice. Izuku gritted his teeth in pain as his regeneration quirk activated. "You're next level crazy, you know that," Shigaraki remarked, glancing over and putting his game console aside to admire the green-haired boy's determination. "I'm fine," Izuku responded, pressing a towel against his wounds. "𝐷𝐿, you mentioned that heroes have been patrolling the city more often, right?" "Yeah, they're gathering like flies," 𝐷𝐿 replied. "Good, list every single one of them." Izuku took a seat on the counter, and the others wondered what he was planning. He glanced at an open bottle of vodka, poured some into a glass, and took a deep gulp, trying to numb the pain. "It's time to hunt some heroes." Izuku's quirks included all for one: electrification, aura, enhanced strength, X-ray, dust, and regeneration. In an alley, 𝐼𝐿, a pro hero who had been active for quite some time, was thrown against the wall. His body was battered and marked with various injuries. In front of him stood 𝐷𝐿, the notorious arsonist known for his blue flames. The crazed look on 𝐷𝐿's face made it clear who he was, but 𝐼𝐿 didn't recognize the boy standing beside him. "This is a pro hero," 𝐷𝐿 mused, noting the boy's hoodie and the mask covering the lower part of his face. "I figured he must be a sidekick or something." "Well, hero standards are dropping, so I guess anyone can be a hero," the hooded figure replied. "W, who are you? What do you want?" 𝐼𝐿 grunted from the ground. "We're the League of Villains, and we're on a hunt." "Hunt what?" 𝐼𝐿 asked, confused. "What else?" 𝐷𝐿 replied, extending his hand as blue flames began to swirl in his palm. Suddenly, a burst of blue fire erupted from his hand, filling the area with the smell of charred remains. "We're on a hero hunt," 𝐷𝐿 stated, watching the flames consume 𝐒𝐮𝐲. He grinned as the fire turned the hero to ash. Soon, the flames died down, and both 𝗟𝗶 and the hooded figure observed the aftermath. "This guy wasn't so tough," 𝗟𝗶 commented. The hooded figure removed his mask, revealing Izuku in disguise. "Your quirk was a poor matchup against him. That's why I paired you with him and the others with those who are compatible." His phone rang, displaying Mr. 𝗏𝐿's number. Izuku answered, and Mr. 𝗏𝐿 informed him that he had completed his part. "Good, 𝗏𝗏 and 𝐼𝐼𝐻 also texted me that they finished," Izuku replied. "Shigaraki said he's finished as well," Mr. 𝗏𝐿 added. "Alright, let's move on to the next hero," Izuku said as he stepped into the portal created by 𝗂𝐬, heading to the next area. In a flashback, Izuku explained that there were over 300 heroes in Japan, including sidekicks, and not counting the hero students from first and third year. Roughly, there were over 500 heroes available in Japan, and with 12 of them, 13 if he counted himself, they were vastly outnumbered. If they counted the Nomu, they had around 25 personnel, 𝗂𝐬 noted. But it's still not enough, so we need to thin their numbers and start picking them off one by one, Izuku instructed. "Why not target the top 10 or UA like we did in USJ? We know what to expect from All Might this time," Shigaraki suggested. "It's too risky," Izuku replied, shaking his head. "Right now, the Nomu is the league's current trump card, and you already revealed it during the USJ and Hosu incidents. Stain is captured by the authorities, so our fighting strength is diminished. How about breaking him out? Regaining our lost allies?" Mr. 𝗏𝐿 asked. "Really? We're going to break Stain out of prison?" 𝗏𝗏 perked up, intrigued. "He's in Tartarus, and that place is crawling with guards and quirk-canceling devices. As much as I want to break him out, we're not in a position to do so," Izuku replied, dismissing the idea. "We'll target heroes off their patrol schedule and ambush them. We'll use 𝗂𝐬 to transport us from one point to another," Izuku explained. "Want to take time? We don't know which heroes we'll encounter," 𝗏𝗏 pointed out. "That's why we have this," Izuku said, showing his analysis notebook, where he documented everything about heroes and their quirks. In the present, they used 𝗂𝐬 as a platform to move around the city, providing their coordinates and communicating with the group. Anyone who spotted a pro-hero needed to describe their appearance or name, and Izuku would determine who should face the hero based on quirk compatibility. Surprisingly, Shigaraki was the first to support the idea, grinning as he imagined the heroes meeting their doom. Everyone else was on board as well. Mustard said he's moving to the next target, and Toga just finished her target, Izuku informed them, glancing at the text messages. In another flashback, outlined the team for the mission. Shigaraki, 𝗟𝗶, Toga, 𝗏𝗏, Magna, Mr. 𝗏𝐿, and Mustard would participate. Suddenly, Muscular slammed the desk, causing it to creak under the force. He glared at Izuku with intense anger. "Why should I sit on the sidelines? I want to join and take down those heroes. Because I said so. You and Moonfish are sitting this one out. Both of you are too loud and noticeable, especially with your quirks," Izuku replied firmly. "I don't take orders from a brat like you." Muscular shouted. "This operation requires subtlety, not a bloodbath. You'll sit this one out, and that's an order." Izuku glared at Muscular, showing no fear despite their size difference. Shigaraki intervened, telling Muscular to sit this one out. The bulky man grunted in frustration and stormed out, expressing his disapproval. "How many do we get?" 𝗟𝗶 asked, eager to know their progress. "By my count, around 20 to 30, Izuku replied, keeping track of their success in hunting heroes one after another. He remembered that he had already taken on 3 heroes, and their quirks were now in Izuku's possession. 𝗟𝗶 suggested they pursue higher targets since they had 𝗂𝐬 with them. However, Izuku explained that probing too much could attract the hero's attention. They had left Muscular and Moonfish behind, and Twice was covering for him at UA. Suddenly, his phone beeped, and 𝗂𝐬 informed him of a certain hero patrolling their area. 𝗟𝗶 read the text message from their group, and Izuku remarked that they had caught a significant target. 𝗟𝗶 expressed concern about the hero's potential to attract attention, prompting Izuku to deliberate. On one hand, this hero was top-ranked and could draw the hero's focus, but passing up such an opportunity would be unwise. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. In 𝐻𝐻𝐬 alley, a well-built pro-hero was being pursued, his body marked with numerous injuries. He wore a large headband with a yellow and black-striped caution pattern, matching his thick wrist guards and belt. He had rushed in after receiving a distress call about a robbery, expecting a simple situation, but it turned out to be a 5-person ambush. As he ran into the alleyway, a wall of blue fire blocked his path, halting him. A raspy voice called out to him, and he turned to see 𝐿𝐷𝐵 responsible for the flames. Recognizing 𝐿𝐷𝐵 as an A-rank villain from the hero's villain database, the hero introduced himself as 𝐿𝐷𝐵. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 sneered in response, and 𝐿𝐷𝐵 grunted as he noticed 4 figures standing behind 𝐿𝐷𝐵, recognizing them as the League of Villains, including their leader, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, and a new member. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 grinned maliciously, announcing the start of their hero hunting. 𝐿𝐷𝐵, unsure of what this entailed, refused to turn his back on the villains. He took his stance, ready to fight, when the smallest member stepped forward. Izuku, in disguise, declared his intention to take on the pro-hero first. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 expressed annoyance, wanting to join in, but Izuku insisted that 𝐿𝐷𝐵 was personal for him. After a moment, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 relented but warned that the next hero would be his. Izuku nodded and prepared to face the pro-hero. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 noticed that the hooded figure appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old and commented on his youth. Izuku scoffed, explaining that it was people like 𝐿𝐷𝐵 who had driven him to this path. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 readied himself for the fight, declaring he wouldn't hold back. Izuku responded that he was eager to test his new quirk against him. He removed his jacket, revealing a dark gray tank top, and extended his arms. Red veins pulsed as he groaned in rage, his arms expanding and changing color, transforming into a muscular form with long, sharp claws, resembling a beast. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 widened his eyes in disbelief, recognizing the immense power emanating from Izuku. Izuku smirked, eager to test their strength against each other. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 protested, insisting that the quirk belonged to his friend, 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢, who had debuted recently. Anger surged through him as he demanded to know what Izuku had done to 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢. Izuku feigned innocence, admitting that he had stolen the quirk and expressing his longing for powerful abilities. Enraged, 𝐿𝐷𝐵 charged at Izuku, who met him with a punch. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that blew back 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 and the rest of the league. Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches, while 𝐿𝐷𝐵 took a defensive stance, feeling an unsettling fear despite the boy's small stature. There was something ominous about Izuku, but 𝐿𝐷𝐵 had no time to dwell on it. He threw a punch, only for Izuku to deflect it effortlessly, realizing that this was no mere imitation of his friend's quirk. It's truly his friend's quirk. He spars with 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢 a couple of times, being someone with a strength-type quirk, so he knows full well that this boy's quirks are the exact same as his friend's. He also knows that his friend's quirk is a much superior version of his own. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 counters again and throws a swing, but Izuku grabs hold of his arm and sends him crashing against the dumpster behind him. The impact causes 𝐿𝐷𝐵 to groan in pain. This is a veteran pro-hero. He's losing to a kid, for goodness sake, Spinner thinks, struggling to contain his laughter at the confrontation. Come on, give the hero some credit, would you? Shigaraki chuckles, joining in. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 grows frustrated, finding it difficult to catch his rhythm and unable to fight as he usually does. Izuku decides to go on the offensive, launching an attack against the pro-hero, who takes a defensive stance, trying to block despite the difference in strength and ability. Izuku's fist finally breaks through, sending 𝐿𝐷𝐵 crashing into the building, pinning him against it. With Izuku's arm pressing down, 𝐿𝐷𝐵 struggles to breathe. The boy's voice cuts through the tension, filled with a chilling calmness. He speaks of helplessness and fear, emotions that heroes are often unaccustomed to due to their elevated status. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 tries to respond, but his words falter as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Izuku presses further, demanding to know if 𝐿𝐷𝐵 remembers him. The pro-hero's eyes widen in recognition, and he stammers, unsure of how to respond. Izuku's frustration boils over as he reveals an article from a year ago, pushing his phone close to 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼's face. The article recounts a boy captured by a sludge villain, a memory that floods back to 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼. He recalls the green-haired kid who had come to the rescue, only to be scolded for interfering. The realization dawns on him, and he recognizes Izuku as the same boy from that incident. Izuku's voice, now laced with coldness, confronts 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 about the past. The pro-hero's fear grows as he recalls the events that transpired, realizing the weight of his actions. Izuku's anger is palpable as he recounts the humiliation he faced after the incident, how it affected his future. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 attempts to apologize, but Izuku's grip tightens and the tension escalates. The boy's quirk is capable of immense destruction, and 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 feels his strength waning. The threat hangs in the air, and the pro-hero's pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears. As the confrontation reaches its climax, Izuku's resolve hardens. He wipes his hands clean and steps back, leaving 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 behind. The League watches as the pro-hero falls to the ground, and they can sense the chilling satisfaction emanating from Izuku. "We're done here," he announces, walking away with a disturbing grin that unsettles even the most hardened members of the group. Eventually, they left before a portal opened, and the rest of the League followed, departing the scene. The League headed back to their hideout in 𝐾𝐮𝐬, where 𝐼𝐻𝐼 welcomed them after their mission. Almost everyone was accounted for, except for 𝐿𝐼𝐻, who was placed in UA to cover for Izuku's identity. Shigaraki took a seat in the booth and addressed the group, acknowledging their hard work over the last 2 weeks. He raised a glass filled with an amber drink, followed by 9 other glasses rising to meet his. The atmosphere was electric as he declared a celebration. The whole League rejoiced together after their successful hero hunting mission. In just 2 weeks, they had targeted pro-heroes one after another, sending a clear message that they were not untouchable, that they were not the gods everyone worshipped. It was all thanks to one individual who made those missions possible. Shigaraki patted Midoriya on the shoulder, expressing his appreciation. Toga joined in, giving him a hug. Izuku sat in the booth, surrounded by Shigaraki, Magna, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼, and Toga, who patted him on the back and raised their bottles to drink with him. Spinner laughed, asking how many heroes they had taken down that night, predicting it would break the news first thing in the morning. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 chimed in, suggesting they should be on air the next day. Mustard eagerly anticipated the headline news, envisioning the League of Villains striking again. Shigaraki smiled warmly beneath his hand mask, praising Midoriya for bringing the group together. He proposed a toast to their new member and the man behind the night's success, Midoriya. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 cheered, passing him another pint. The League erupted in chants of Midoriya's name, raising their glasses in unison and clinking them together. Izuku cheered back, reveling in the excitement and the chanting of his name. He thought to himself that if he had known being a villain would be this fun, he would have joined long ago. Early the next morning, Detective Tsukachi was already awake and on the crime scene after receiving reports of pro-heroes found dead on the streets. He arrived to find the body of a pro-hero who once belonged to 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼, recognizing him by his suit and gauntlet. One of the officers mumbled in shock, while another speculated about the strength required to inflict such damage. They examined the body, noting how unrecognizable it was without the hero costume for identification. Tsukachi ordered the body to be covered with a tarp, knowing they needed to announce this to the media along with the 25 other bodies they had discovered. An officer questioned whether it was a coincidence that all the victims were pro-heroes. Tsukachi believed it was a targeted attack. Just then, one of the officers reported that a civilian had seen the villain who attacked 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼. Tsukachi approached the civilian, ready to take over the interrogation. The boy, looking down, timidly recounted what he had seen. He mentioned a shaggy-haired man who had blasted 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼 with blue fire. Tsukachi noted that this matched the description of 𝗟𝗶Ｈ𝗸, an arsonist from the League. However, the boy insisted there was someone else, a boy wearing a hoodie and mask, who had a strength quirk and had crushed 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼. The boy was unable to finish his sentence, overwhelmed by the memory and becoming visibly distressed. Tsukachi realized that the League had gained a new and powerful ally, which was troubling news. Izuku stared out the window after finishing his 2 weeks of detention. He returned to his life as a normal student at UA, having learned from Twice, who had disguised himself as Izuku, that everything was fine. The only people who attempted to talk to him were Izumi and Bakugo, the latter of whom had been shouting profanities. Izuku was relieved that the attention from his debut with the League had started to make news, even reaching the walls of UA. Tokoyami calmly mentioned the recent attacks on heroes, while Aoyama noted that around 20 heroes had been found dead, including 𝐿. Tsuyu pointed out that 𝐿 had always partnered with mt-Lady and Kamui Woods, prompting Ida to recall J.Ru internship with him. J.Ru expressed her disbelief at his passing, feeling sadness for her mentor. Izuku listened quietly as they discussed the League's latest actions, realizing that this incident was gaining more attention than their previous one in Hosu. He could imagine Shigaraki grinning at how their name was being recognized by the heroes. Ida read an article on his phone, noting that the media referred to the League's new member as the 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, the one responsible for the deaths, including 𝐿. Kirishima remarked on the name's ring, while Uraraka rolled her eyes, deeming it villainous. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, vowed to find the perpetrator. Izuku raised an eyebrow, contemplating the title they had given him. The 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, was that what they were calling him now? As expected, the media had a knack for pulling names out of thin air. However, there was something captivating about it. Tsuyu joined the conversation, curious about the new villain. She asked what he looked like and if there was a description. Kirishima responded that the media had only mentioned that he was responsible for several attacks. Mina chimed in, showing her phone filled with tweets about the 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, a new villain rookie making waves in the hero chatter. Izuku listened quietly, scoffing internally at the speculation surrounding the 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, knowing full well that the person they were searching for was sitting right there among them. Soon, Aizawa-sensei entered the room, holding an attendance book. He instructed everyone to settle down and return to their seats. Once they were seated, he began the homeroom session, mentioning the article about the new hero killer on the loose. Mina corrected him, stating it was the 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, but quickly fell silent under Aizawa's stern gaze. Mineta added that the villain was just an attention-seeking wannabe desperate for fame. Aizawa acknowledged that while many had questions, the media was still trying to piece together what had happened. He informed the class that the League of Villains was likely behind the recent attacks, targeting heroes one by one. He urged everyone to head straight to their dorms after school and to avoid wandering outside alone at night. Aizawa mentioned that they suspected this could be the work of Stain's disciple or a new League member, but they had no concrete information yet. He advised them to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to pro-heroes. Uraraka insisted that they were trained to help, while Bakugo boasted that he could handle the situation alone. Aizawa reminded them that they were still students and not full-fledged heroes, warning them against reckless behavior that could lead to expulsion. Afterward, he shifted the topic to the upcoming final test, which elicited groans from the class. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety, realizing he had missed 2 weeks of classes and would be falling behind. However, he dismissed his classmates as mere pawns, indifferent to their reactions to Aizawa's announcement. Once school ended, everyone packed their bags, some heading to the dorms as instructed, while others went to the library or neighboring classrooms. Izuku got up, planning to either train or visit the League space to discuss their next move. Izumi suggested studying together for the exam, but he declined, and she headed back to the dorm. As he walked away, Bakugo called out to him, demanding his attention. Izuku ignored him, but Bakugo persisted, raising his voice. Finally, Izuku turned around, expecting another round of threats. Bakugo accused him of avoiding him, claiming he was scaring him. Izuku retorted that just because he wasn't always in Bakugo's line of sight didn't mean he didn't exist. He expressed his frustration, asserting that he was not merely a stepping stone for Bakugo. Bakugo dismissed Izuku's progress with his quirk, insisting he was tired of Izuku's antics. He warned that Izuku would fall behind and not even see his explosions in the distance. He then encouraged Todoroki to train hard to prove who was the best. With that, Bakugo stormed out, determined to show Izuku who the real deal was. Suddenly, Bakugo heard a warning but was too late to react. He barely avoided an electric blast aimed at him, causing him to stumble. He turned to see the scorch mark on the wall where the blast had struck. Izuku, appearing unfazed, commented that he needed to train for the final exam. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 was shaken, realizing how close he had come to danger. Izuku, in a darker tone, declared that he was done being 𝐒𝐮𝐲's punching bag. He suggested that if words wouldn't reach 𝐒𝐮𝐲, perhaps his quirk would. Iida, noticing the tension, stood up to address the situation, stating that Izuku's behavior had gone too far. Izuku shot back, mocking Iida's authority and calling him a dictator. He grabbed his bag and made his way into the hallway, leaving 𝐒𝐮𝐲 with one last remark to grow up. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝐼𝐬 remained at the bar, cleaning glasses and wiping down the counter, just like any other day. The hideout was unusually empty, with most members out on a mission for 𝐼𝐴, leaving 𝗟𝐼𝐬 alone. He meticulously wiped the glass at the bar when the phone on the counter rang. He knew only one person had that number. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 answered the call, and 𝐼𝐴's voice came through, requesting a conversation. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 placed the phone down and opened a portal, stepping through to meet 𝐼𝐴 in a dark room filled with medical equipment. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 bowed and greeted his MSTR, who inquired about Shigaraki's progress and the ongoing mission. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 reported that Shigaraki was improving significantly and seemed more focused than before. 𝐼𝐴 asked if Midoriya's presence had influenced Shigaraki's development, to which 𝗟𝐼𝐬 confirmed that it had positively impacted the League's success, especially in their last mission. 𝐼𝐴 expressed satisfaction, recognizing the potential benefits of having Midoriya on their side. Curious, 𝗟𝐼𝐬 asked why 𝐼𝐴 had chosen to invite Midoriya to join their cause. 𝐼𝐴 took a moment before responding, explaining that Midoriya was special. He recalled their first encounter on a rooftop, where Midoriya had been on the brink of despair, facing relentless bullying from his peers. 𝐼𝐴 noted that despite the challenges, Midoriya possessed something unique that both heroes and villains lacked, even himself. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 was taken aback by this revelation, and 𝐼𝐴 assured him that Midoriya would play a crucial role in the future, influencing the balance between heroes and villains. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 contemplated this information, feeling a mix of hope and concern about the League's potential triumph. After 3 intense days of testing, the students completed the written portion of their exams, feeling accomplished as they managed to pass, albeit with some close calls. As expected, Izumi, Iida, 𝐒𝐮𝐲, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu achieved the top scores. With that hurdle behind them, they looked forward to the practical portion of the exams. Izuku emerged from the locker room in his new costume, having abandoned his previous green color scheme for a blue trench coat that was tattered at the ends, paired with a red scarf. Izumi, coming from the girls' locker room, noticed the change and complimented him. Izuku explained that he was remodeling, feeling that the old costume no longer suited him. As they entered the arena, the students gathered in their hero suits, eager to participate in the upcoming match. Aizawa addressed them, congratulating them on passing the written exams but reminding them that the practical portion would be a new challenge. He expected them to give their best effort. 𝗟𝗏 voiced the question on everyone's mind about the presence of the teachers, and Aizawa confirmed that this year's test would differ significantly. Principal Nizu appeared unexpectedly, announcing that the focus would shift to teamwork and combat against actual opponents, members of the faculty. The students were surprised to learn that they would be working in pairs. Aizawa explained that he had adjusted the original plan, forming teams of 3 instead of 2. Tsuyu pointed out that with 20 students, one group would be short a member. Aizawa revealed that they might have 21 students today, introducing Hitoshi Shinso, who had been in general studies but was ready to join the hero course. Aizawa announced the teams and their opponents, leading to a mix of reactions from the students. Izumi, 𝐒𝐮𝐲, and Izuku each had their own thoughts about the upcoming challenges they would face. Izumi Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki 𝐒𝐮𝐲 faced off against a formidable opponent. All eyes turned to the towering figure of All Might, who stood confidently before the class. Izumi felt a sense of dread as she looked at the match board displaying her team's names. She knew they were at a disadvantage from the start. The team setting was clearly designed to test their ability to work together, but she believed it was nearly impossible. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 embodied the lone wolf mentality, charging ahead with sheer power and his explosive quirk, which he believed made him the self-proclaimed #1 hero. His inability to cooperate with others left Izumi questioning whether he even understood the concept of teamwork. Izuku had transformed from the once timid boy into someone who was always seeking a challenge, whether it was with Kirishima, Ida, or even Bakugo. His recent behavior, especially his confrontation with Bakugo just before the test, indicated that he was not inclined to collaborate with him. To make matters worse, their opponent was All Might, her mentor, who was well aware of her quirk limits and her moves while using One for All with her telekinesis. Izumi felt hopeless about passing the exam, believing they had a better chance of seeing Aizawa-sensei laughing while dancing than succeeding in this challenge. As the announcer's voice echoed through the training ground, the battle trial commenced. The trio made their way into the arena, with Bakugo leading the charge while Izumi and Izuku followed closely behind. Izumi remarked on their grouping, suggesting that it was an attempt to see if they could work together. She expressed her concern about their chances of success, proposing that they should avoid All Might as they were clearly outmatched. Izuku listened intently, eager for a plan. However, Bakugo interrupted, insisting that they would toy with All Might until he tired out, and then he would take him down himself. Izumi was taken aback by his confidence and questioned whether he truly understood the challenge they faced. Bakugo dismissed her concerns, asserting that he was not afraid of their opponent. In a moment of frustration, Izumi confronted Bakugo, urging him to recognize the reality of their situation. Bakugo, irritated by her words, attempted to silence her with a swing of his gauntlet, but Izuku intervened, holding Bakugo's arm and glaring at him. This unexpected defense from her brothers surprised Izumi, as it was usually the other way around. Bakugo, filled with anger, challenged Izuku, who remained unfazed and asked if he was finished venting his frustrations. Izumi, determined to regain control of the situation, stepped forward, but Bakugo continued his explosive rants, refusing to back down. He declared that just because things were going well for Izuku, it did not give him the right to speak to him that way. Izumi questioned Bakugo's belief that he could take on All Might alone, already knowing the answer. Bakugo grunted defiantly, insisting he would not back down from the fight. Izuku muttered a sarcastic comment under his breath, prompting Bakugo to lash out at him, claiming that Izuku was still a coward despite his new quirk. As tensions rose, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, catching the students off guard and sending them sprawling across the ground. All Might's powerful presence loomed as he casually approached them, taunting them about their struggles. The trio realized just how intimidating he had become, and they understood that his punch had the power to affect them from a distance. Izumi turned to Bakugo, urging him to acknowledge the reality of their opponent. Despite her concerns, Bakugo scoffed and blasted himself off toward All Might, determined to confront him head-on. Izumi sighed in frustration, feeling ignored as she called out to Izuku, but he too charged forward, leaving her behind. Determined not to be left out, Izumi activated One for All and leaped forward, following the sounds of the explosions. Bakugo was the first to act, launching himself at All Might with a series of powerful blasts, but they had little effect. He shouted defiantly, attempting to overwhelm All Might with his explosive attacks. However, All Might effortlessly caught Bakugo by the face, holding him at eye level, showcasing the vast difference in their power. The blonde-haired man delivered a powerful punch that sent his opponent soaring into the air. Izuku noticed Bakugo hurtling toward him and quickly dodged, sprinting in All Might's direction. All Might observed the boy approaching and remarked that leaving a teammate behind was not very heroic of him. Izuku unleashed a powerful lightning blast aimed at All Might, attempting to stun the hero, but to his surprise, All Might easily deflected it. All Might acknowledged the effort, stating that it would take much more to defeat him, before launching another series of gust attacks. Izuku enveloped himself in a yellow aura of lightning and dashed forward just before the attack could hit him. He leaped into the air, joining his fists together to strike All Might, only to find the symbol of peace grinning as he absorbed the blow. Izuku wondered just how tough All Might truly was. All Might pushed back against the attack, forcing Izuku to retreat and causing him to stumble back. He recalled the fear All for One had for this hero, realizing why he was considered such a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Bakugo's voice interrupted his thoughts, urging him to get out of the way. Neither boy had time to react before they collided mid-air, both crashing to the ground with pained grunts. Bakugo, now frustrated, shouted in annoyance. All Might pulled his fist back, and both Izuku and Bakugo braced themselves for the impending attack. Izuku crossed his arms defensively, preparing for the strong gust of wind when something suddenly yanked him backward, pulling him away from the street. Izumi had hurled a couple of parked cars toward All Might to create a distraction just before she grabbed her brother and pulled him away. All Might shattered the cars, but all he could see was the sight of green electricity retreating into the distance. Izumi checked on her brother, asking if he was okay, to which Izuku nodded, realizing he had narrowly avoided the attack. He knew that relying solely on electricity wouldn't suffice against someone of All Might's caliber, and using other quirks would risk revealing his identity. They needed to make a run for the gate, but with All Might so close, it seemed impossible. Splitting up would be too dangerous, and Bakugo's frustration boiled over as he shouted at Izuku, blaming him for not getting out of the way. Izuku responded defiantly, refusing to answer to Bakugo. Bakugo's anger escalated, and he insisted he would prove he was the best hero. Izumi interjected, urging them to focus on a plan instead of arguing. Bakugo's determination led him to declare he would take down All Might, but Izuku scoffed at the idea, calling Bakugo delusional for thinking he could defeat the hero alone. This provoked Bakugo, who launched a punch at Izuku, but Izuku skillfully grabbed his wrist and redirected the attack away from them both. The two exchanged intense glares, each unwilling to back down. Izuku challenged Bakugo to voice his thoughts, prompting Bakugo to question Izuku's sudden boldness and behavior. Izuku released Bakugo's wrist, and the tension between them remained palpable. Izumi stepped in to break up the confrontation, reminding them that if they couldn't work together, they would all fail the exam. Before they could respond, a gust of wind alerted them to All Might's presence as he approached, radiating an intimidating aura. All Might charged forward, fist pulled back, and Izuku took a defensive stance. However, the force of All Might's attack was overwhelming, sending both Izuku and Bakugo flying. Izumi attempted to reach her brother, but All Might intercepted her, delivering a swift blow that sent her crashing to the other end of the alley. He then turned his attention to Izumi, landing a left-handed strike that she narrowly avoided, but he quickly followed up with a right uppercut that sent her soaring. All Might acknowledged Izumi's growth in strength, noting her recent improvements. She powered up her full cowling to 15% and landed on a nearby building's roof. But before she could catch her breath, All Might was already upon her again. She barely managed to drop to the ground to evade another powerful blast of wind that could have knocked her out. As she scrambled to devise a strategy, All Might appeared before her once more, relentlessly pushing her to her limits. All Might declared that Izumi deserved punishment as he pushed her against the road guard railing, bending the steel around her. He then rushed off to confront Bakugo and Izuku. Before he could reach them, Bakugo turned and raised his hand, unleashing a blinding flash of light in All Might's face. Seizing the moment, Bakugo attempted to taunt All Might but was interrupted when All Might grabbed his face. Bakugo retaliated by firing a series of small blasts at All Might, who merely laughed off the attacks, claiming they only tickled. With a flick of his wrist, All Might tossed Bakugo aside onto the sidewalk, growing irritated by the sting of the explosions. Izumi, from a distance, used her telekinesis to hurl various objects at All Might, but her lack of clear vision made her attempts random. All Might clapped his hands, effortlessly sending the projectiles flying away. Bakugo quickly recovered and launched himself at All Might, declaring that the real fight was with him. All Might admired Bakugo's determination but reminded him that he should rely on his teammates. Bakugo insisted he didn't need their help, vowing to prove he was better than Izuku. Raising his left arm, Bakugo aimed his gauntlet at All Might and pulled the safety pin, unleashing a massive wave of fire that filled the air with smoke. Before Bakugo could assess the damage, All Might was upon him, and despite Bakugo's efforts to defend himself, the force of All Might's blow shattered his gauntlets. All Might commended Bakugo's effort but warned him that it wasn't enough. Bakugo, determined not to back down, prepared for another attack, but All Might suggested he forfeit and work with his teammates instead. As Bakugo struggled to stand, he stubbornly declared he would show All Might he was better than both Izuku and Izumi. All Might warned him that such pride could lead to his downfall, but before he could deliver a final blow, Izuku appeared in the distance, connecting to an underground power line. Izuku raised his fist, gathering a large sphere of lightning, which he hurled toward All Might. The resulting explosion created a crater, forcing All Might to retreat to avoid the blast. All Might acknowledged the impressive attack but noted that Izuku had made an error. Izuku confidently disagreed, but before he could elaborate, Izumi took the opportunity to punch All Might in the abdomen. Though her blow lacked power, her telekinesis added enough force to make it significant. As the two users of One for All continued their battle, Bakugo, still on the ground, recognized Izuku's role in the attack and angrily confronted him. Izuku responded nonchalantly, prompting Bakugo to accuse him of trying to hit him. Frustrated by the insults, Bakugo swung his gauntlet at Izuku, knocking him to the ground and causing BLD to drip from Izuku's lip. Bakugo threatened to cripple him if he continued to talk back. Izuku, recalling the torment he had faced from Bakugo in the past, clenched his fist and retaliated with an uppercut that sent Bakugo staggering back. With electricity crackling around him, Izuku warned Bakugo that he would send him packing once he struck him down for good. Meanwhile, Izumi and All Might were engaged in their own fierce battle, exchanging blows as Izumi focused solely on her mentor, the #1 hero in Japan. Her determination fueled her as she fought with everything she had, locked in the moment with her opponent. But she couldn't help but worry over the fact that All Might was easily overpowering Bakugo, and all she could do was try her best to perform well in this exam. All Might paused for a moment during their fight and asked Izumi if she intended to defeat him all by herself or if she had a plan. Izumi, bluffing, responded with a vague, maybe. She knew relying on Bakugo at that moment was futile, so her strategy was to keep All Might distracted while waiting for her brother to come to her aid. She hoped that the two of them would recover soon because she couldn't hold out for much longer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, a similar battle raged on, filled with electricity and explosions. Bakugo glared at his opponent, fury boiling within him as he spat a few drops of BLD from his mouth. The nerd had dared to throw the first punch, igniting Bakugo's anger. Grinning, he relished the fight he had longed for. He was determined to beat Deku down so thoroughly that the boy would never question his place beneath him again. This wasn't a classroom. Deku couldn't back out this time. The humiliation Bakugo felt from Deku's actions at school was unacceptable, and he vowed to make the green-haired boy pay for everything he had done since arriving at UA. One way or another, he would reclaim his rightful place as the top hero. Bakugo yelled at Deku, accusing him of hiding yet another power. He was fed up with discovering that Deku had been holding back throughout his life. He demanded that Deku stop looking down on him and fight seriously. For a moment, Bakugo stood there, breathing from his outburst, glaring at Deku. Then, in an instant, he found himself struck by an uppercut from the Quirkless boy. Rage surged through Bakugo as he imagined retaliating against Deku, who dared to challenge him. Deku was ready to settle the score and declared that he would shatter Bakugo's delusions. He threw a punch that pushed Bakugo off the street. In the blink of an eye, Deku was back on Bakugo, swinging his leg down. Bakugo attempted to block the hit, but Deku's strength broke through, leaving burn marks on his skin. In a panic, Bakugo launched himself into the sky. With a sudden declaration of thunder, a bolt of lightning struck Bakugo, causing him to seize from the shock. He dropped to the pavement, unable to move, but he refused to give in. He had come too far to let the Quirkless boy humiliate him. He would teach Deku a lesson he would never forget, and then it would be All Might's turn. Bakugo screamed in frustration, pushing through the pain and charging at Deku with explosive force. Deku glared and focused his energy, disappearing in a flash of light and electricity, forcing Bakugo to halt. Deku reappeared behind Bakugo, delivering a roundhouse kick to the side of his head. As Bakugo reeled from the pain, Deku appeared in front of him, punching him in the stomach with enough force to send him flying back. Spitting out the impact, Bakugo shouted threats, vowing to kill Deku. Deku, unfazed, remarked that he had heard such threats countless times before and that Bakugo was all talk at this point. He demonstrated this by kicking Bakugo's legs out from under him and tossing him over his shoulder, reminiscent of their previous battle trial. As Bakugo hit the ground, Izuku maintained his grip on his arm, flinging him several feet down the ring. Struggling to rise, Bakugo looked furious. He unleashed a series of explosions toward Deku, who calmly activated his electric flight and soared into the air, dodging the incoming blasts. Deku regarded the explosive blonde with indifference, which only fueled Bakugo's rage. He screamed, demanding Deku stop looking down on him. Deku retorted, questioning Bakugo's sense of superiority and pointing out his egotistical nature. He explained that anyone with a moral compass would view Bakugo with contempt, but the blonde was too blind to see it. Bakugo, in a fit of rage, formed a glowing ball of energy and hurled it at Deku, creating a blinding flash of light. The sudden brightness momentarily disoriented Deku, but he quickly regained his focus and disappeared, shrouded by the light. Reforming behind Bakugo, Deku delivered a punch to his head, propelling him forward with a surge of electricity. Once again tasting the ground, Bakugo snarled and unleashed a barrage of explosions, forcing Deku to evade each one. Yet, the green-haired teen remained unfazed, drawing on his experience from past battles. Compared to that, Bakugo seemed like just another common thug, someone whose main purpose was to instill fear in those weaker than him. After dodging each explosion, Izuku made a point to flick his fingers at Bakugo, fueling the blonde's anger with unrepentant contempt. Bakugo growled viciously, expressing his frustration and disdain. He couldn't understand why everyone was so afraid of Izuku, declaring that he was nothing more than a worthless individual with no place in the world. He vowed that when he defeated Izuku, he would show him that he was nothing more than a bug beneath his boot, forcing him to bow and proving to everyone that he would never amount to anything. As Izuku observed Bakugo's state, he realized that the blonde had reached his limit, showcasing his full capability. In the past, he would have been too scared to even look Bakugo in the eyes, having learned how cruel and intimidating he could be with his quirk. But now, he felt no trace of the fear that once gripped him. He no longer trembled in terror or stuttered in Bakugo's presence. Izuku believed he was better than Bakugo, stronger, smarter, and 10 times the person Bakugo was. Glancing at the time on his wrist, Izuku noted they had only about 10 minutes left to pass the exam. While he didn't care much about his grade, maintaining the facade of a good student was essential for the future of his mission. Bakugo watched as Izuku stood still, seemingly waiting for him to make a move. He thought Izuku was scared, but when he saw the look in his eyes, he realized it was something he had never seen before: boredom. Izuku appeared uninterested, like a child whose parents refused to buy them a toy, and Bakugo felt a surge of frustration at that expression. Determined to wipe that look off Izuku's face, Bakugo charged forward, propelled by his explosive quirk. But in the blink of an eye, Izuku moved with electricity crackling around him, dodging Bakugo and delivering a powerful punch to his back, sending the blonde crashing to the ground. Bakugo's face scraped against the rubble, and he called out for Izuku to confront him, but he found only an empty street. To his surprise, Izuku stood just a couple of feet away, looking down at him. He reminded Bakugo that he had lost in this confrontation. Izuku then locked his hands together and swung them down onto Bakugo, executing a new move that generated a surge of lightning, creating a crater upon impact. Bakugo fell into unconsciousness shortly after. As a powerful lightning surge descended from above, Izuku reflected on how fortunate they were to be on school grounds, allowing him to tone down the power of his attack. He stood before the aftermath of his final move, looking down at Bakugo, who lay unconscious in the center of a 10-meter-wide crater. He knew that once the exercise was over he would face consequences for their fight, but he felt justified since Bakugo had been the uncooperative party. Lifting Bakugo over his shoulder, Izuku carried him toward where Izumi and All Might were still engaged in their own battle. On the other side of the street, Izumi and All Might exchanged blows, with Izumi attempting to land a kick to All Might's face. He blocked her attack and countered by throwing her into the debris, grinning as he taunted her. Izumi quickly recovered, charging at All Might with blinding speed. They clashed in the middle of the street, and she began to throw punches and kicks, using her agility to dodge his attacks. However, All Might managed to land a hit, knocking the wind out of her and pinning her to the ground. He asked her if she had any last words before preparing to deliver a final blow. Just as 𝐒𝐮𝐬 braced for impact, a blast of lightning struck All Might's arm, freeing her from his grasp. She knew who was responsible and felt a surge of relief. Another lightning strike followed, but All Might managed to evade it. He acknowledged Izuku's bold move, but instead of responding, Izuku dashed toward the finish line, cloaked in lightning, leaving the other students and teachers in awe as he sprinted toward the exit. But just as he was about 50 feet away, he felt All Might's hand grab his left leg. Without hesitation, he threw Bakugo's unconscious body across the gate before another one of All Might's fists could make contact, sending him flying into the nearby bus. The announcer's voice declared that Katsuki Bakugo had crossed the finish line. Izuku then descended to the ground with 𝐒𝐮𝐬 right next to him as they both stared down at the villain in the scenario. They stood up and lined up together, watching as All Might's eyes seemed to light up. He remarked that they had taken it up a notch, even getting young Bakugo to safety and just a step away from passing. He laughed, saying it seemed he would have to start trying now. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked about Bakugo's condition, not taking her eyes off their opponent. Izuku answered vaguely that he was unresponsive. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 assessed their situation and reluctantly stated that they had no choice but to fight. All Might wouldn't let either of them escape to the exit. Izuku agreed, knowing that failing the exam while Bakugo passed would be unacceptable. They decided to work together. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 thought she would regret this later as she let the power of One for All rise within her, activating it at 20%. The electricity surrounding her body erupted more violently than usual, her skin adopting a reddish hue and her hair standing on end. The blonde-haired man recognized this, recalling the last time she activated her quirk at that level, wondering if his successor had truly leveled up. Izuku stared at her, bewildered by the change in her quirk, but he needed to focus on the opponent in front of him. He began to charge electricity around his body, creating a surge of energy. Both of them stood their ground, ready for the challenge as All Might approached. All Might smiled slightly at the sight of his successor, proud of her ability to stand strong at 20%. He was also impressed by her brother's readiness to fight despite the overwhelming odds. He expressed his admiration, questioning whether they thought they could beat him in their current state. Izuku responded confidently, ready to prove themselves. Before All Might could finish his statement, Izuku dashed toward him with unexpected speed, landing a punch that made All Might stumble back. As All Might recovered and attempted to counter, Izuku dodged to the side, and a strong telekinetic push struck All Might in the gut, causing him pain. With that distraction, Izuku and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 charged forward, launching All Might against the wall of a building. Izuku shot off the ground like a bolt of lightning while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 ran up the wall, pinning down All Might's arms. Izuku pulled out his cuffs, trying to secure All Might's wrists, but All Might broke free and unleashed a series of punches at them. He grabbed Izuku and slammed his head against the building, then delivered a heavy blow to 𝐒𝐮𝐬's back. All Might acknowledged 𝐒𝐮𝐬's efforts, but warned her to brace for what was coming as he reared back his fist. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 realized the impending attack would likely deplete her remaining energy, but she had no choice. She prepared to counter with her own move. As they both unleashed their attacks, the wind pressure from their combined efforts collided, creating a powerful shockwave that blew away everything in the surrounding area. The force of the attack left 𝐒𝐮𝐬 on her knees, breathing heavily, her left arm feeling like it was on fire. All Might, grinning after taking the hit, remarked on her impressive effort but stated it would take more to bring him down. Izuku then charged in, slamming his body against All Might in an attempt to push him aside. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 understood his intent and switched to telekinesis, trying to push All Might out of their way, but he remained steadfast, taking one step at a time. Realizing they needed to combine their quirks, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 urged Izuku to use his lightning when she said so. As All Might closed in, she gritted her teeth in exhaustion and shouted for him to go now. Izuku channeled all his energy and sent a powerful surge of lightning toward All Might. The lightning surged with the wind, creating a storm-like effect. They shouted their combined special move as a tornado of wind followed by a strike of thunder hit 𝐼𝐻 squarely in the chest, pushing him back several feet and causing him to crash into multiple buildings. The force of their attack left the spectators in awe, unable to look away from the screen. Both Izuku and Izumi collapsed onto their backs, completely worn out, having given everything they had in that moment. Izuku struggled to keep his eyes open before finally succumbing to sleep, and Izumi soon followed suit along with the rest of the team. The announcer's voice echoed through the speaker, declaring that Team Izuku Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo had passed. The horn signaling their success blared. Izumi slowly opened her eyes to see a white ceiling and felt a dull ache on her right side. She noticed a dip on the left side of her bed and looked down, her hair splayed across the pillow. Izuku was asleep with his head resting beside her arm. Confused and groggy, she wondered where she was. Recovery Girl approached her bedside, greeting her with a warm smile. She chided Izumi gently for not knowing how to hold back, having just given her a healing kiss and a handful of gummies, which she devoured quickly. Izumi felt a rush of emotions as she apologized, explaining that she had been caught up in the moment. Recovery Girl sighed, expressing her frustration with Nizu for allowing such a chaotic situation to unfold. She reassured Izumi that she was fine but advised her to refrain from using her quirk for a few days unless absolutely necessary. Izumi acknowledged this with a salute, feeling a sense of determination. She glanced over to see her brother sleeping nearby, with Bakugo beside him, covered in bruises and stitches. Izumi wondered how Bakugo had gotten so hurt. Recovery Girl noticed her gaze and informed her that Bakugo had been involved in a fight, which had left him in rough shape. Izumi felt a mix of concern and frustration. She knew Bakugo could be reckless, and this was just another example of his behavior. Recovery Girl reassured her that he would be okay, and that their mentor had just emerged from the chaos. Izumi felt a surge of pride at the thought of their teamwork, realizing that this was the first time they had fought together. Determined to speak with her mentor, Izumi prepared to leave the infirmary. Recovery Girl waved her off, ready to tend to Bakugo, who was still unconscious but healing. Moments later, Bakugo stirred and opened his eyes, surprised to find himself in the infirmary. Recovery Girl approached him, noting that he was healing well and would be up soon. As Bakugo processed her words, memories of the battle flooded back. He recalled the confrontation with Izuku, the frustration building inside him, and then the blinding explosion of light that had knocked him out. He glanced over at Izuku, still asleep, while the sounds of their classmates celebrating their success filled the air. Bakugo felt a surge of resentment. He had been sidelined while Izuku and Izumi had taken on all might together and succeeded. As he contemplated his situation, Bakugo turned his attention to the white curtain next to Izuku's bed, revealing Kaminari, who lay in a peaceful coma. The room was surprisingly tidy, with a fresh flower and a get-well-soon card placed by Kaminari's bedside. Bakugo had never visited this place before, despite knowing that Kaminari often teased Izuku. A realization struck him. Kaminari had fallen unconscious during their battle, and now Izuku had exhibited an electric-type quirk. Bakugo pondered the implications. He knew that Izuku's mother had a weak telekinesis quirk and that his father breathed fire, neither of which could explain the lightning abilities. Could it be that Izuku and Kaminari shared the same quirk? Bakugo was determined to uncover the truth behind this mystery. A week passed since the final exam and most of the class had succeeded, except for Sato, Kirishima, Siro, and Mina, who would need to take a remedial exam during the upcoming training camp. The class decided to head to Kiyoshi Mall to gather supplies for their trip. Everyone joined in except for Bakugo, who declined the invitation, claiming he was busy. Izuku was present only because Izumi had invited him, despite the rest of the class not doing so. As the class broke into smaller groups, Izuku found himself alone, contemplating the events that had unfolded. He thought he might at least have Izumi with him, but she had gone off with the rest of the girls, dragging her away. Izuku felt a sense of relief at being left alone, allowing him to focus on what he originally came here for without being disturbed by Izumi or his classmates. He walked to the mall, took the elevator to the third floor, and scanned the area until he spotted an electronics store. After confirming that none of his classmates were inside, he entered, grabbed a cell phone and a charger, and placed them on the cashier counter. The cashier informed him that it would be 5,000 yen. Izuku fished out his wallet, handed over the cash and paid. He then opened the phone, tucked it into his pocket, and took the elevator back down to the ground floor. He made his way to the fountain in the center of the area, where he noticed a couple of kids making wishes by tossing coins into the water. Taking a seat, he noticed a man in a black hoodie approach and sit down next to him. The hooded figure lifted his head slightly, revealing himself to be Shigaraki. Izuku acknowledged that he was alone at the moment. Shigaraki mentioned seeing a few of Izuku's classmates and asked if they were having some kind of hangout. Izuku confirmed this. Shigaraki then inquired about the reason for their meeting in a public place, which Izuku explained was due to his class having a field trip the next day. Shigaraki's interest piqued at this news, and he asked for more details. Izuku explained that the teacher was being discreet about the location, so they wouldn't know where they were headed until they arrived. Shigaraki scratched his neck, contemplating the usefulness of this information. He pointed out that if that was all Izuku had to say, he could have just texted. In response, Izuku handed over his newly acquired phone, suggesting that Shigaraki could track his location with it. Shigaraki questioned the next steps, and Izuku revealed a plan to launch an attack on UA, similar to what Shigaraki's group had done before. Shigaraki paused, seemingly conflicted about the idea, recalling that Izuku had previously deemed it a bad plan. Izuku argued that it was the perfect opportunity to make a statement, as the discreet location would lead them to lower their guard. Shigaraki asked if Izuku intended to join the attack, to which Izuku replied that he would not, as disappearing during the trip would raise suspicion. He planned to observe from the sidelines, maintaining his role as a student. Izuku then elaborated on the plan, revealing that he needed Shigaraki to kidnap a hero student. He envisioned the headlines that would follow, imagining the impact it would have on UA's reputation. Shigaraki expressed enthusiasm for the idea, chuckling at the thought of the chaos it would cause. Meanwhile, about 20 feet away, Izumi had just exited the store after completing her shopping. She spotted Izuku sitting at the fountain with someone in a black hoodie but couldn't make out the person's face, only noticing the bluish hair peeking from the hood. She felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't place it. As she approached Izuku, he looked surprised to see her. Izumi asked if he had finished shopping, and he confirmed that he had only bought a charger. She glanced at his items and noted that he hadn't purchased much. Izuku explained that he preferred to travel light. Sensing Izumi's curiosity about the hooded figure, he downplayed the encounter, claiming he didn't know much about the person. To divert the conversation, Izuku suggested they grab something to eat. Izumi, initially surprised, agreed and asked what he was in the mood for. He mentioned ramen or katsudon, prompting Izumi to recall his favorite dish. She teased him about his love for katsudon, recalling how often he ate it. Izuku denied that he had it every day, but Izumi insisted he had eaten 2 bowls at school once. Eventually, they headed to the food court on the 3rd floor, where Izumi ordered a beef bowl, and Izuku chose katsudon. Izumi playfully pointed out that she had predicted his choice. As they ate, they chatted about school, with Izuku noting that things had been going well lately. Izumi expressed her happiness that he was enjoying school life. Curious about their mother, Izuku asked how she was doing. Izumi shifted uncomfortably at the mention of their mother, aware that discussing her was a sensitive topic. She replied that their mother was still being a mother but hadn't mentioned Izuku at all. And even when Izuku informed her about the awakening of his quirk, she simply replied with an "okay" before hanging up the phone. Izuku had anticipated this response, knowing how distant she had become. He then pondered for a moment, wanting to ask her something. He wondered if it was a personal question, and despite her hesitation, she seemed uncomfortable. Izuku encouraged her to go ahead and ask. He suspected she might inquire about Shigaraki, who had recently approached him, but he was prepared with a false answer if needed. Izumi finally asked if he had someone he liked. Izuku nearly choked on his katsudon, caught off guard by the unexpected question. He struggled to comprehend why she would bring this up, especially given their strained relationship since entering UA. Izumi explained that she wanted to understand him better, feeling that they had grown apart despite their shared history. Izuku sighed, recognizing the truth in her words. After UA, their dynamic had shifted. She had become more distant, dedicating herself to training and studying, taking on more responsibilities. He understood her choices and accepted the changes. He reassured her that she didn't need to ask such questions to initiate a conversation. Izumi slumped in defeat, realizing how silly she sounded. When he answered her question, he admitted that he didn't have anyone special in mind, not from other classes or second years. Izuku noted that it was challenging to connect with others when he often found himself in fights. Izumi suggested that perhaps others hadn't approached him because he hadn't given them a chance. Their conversation shifted from small talk to a more enjoyable exchange, filled with laughter and light-hearted banter. If a camera had captured their expressions in that moment, it would have immortalized their bond. Meanwhile, Tsukachi sat at his desk, reviewing the case of a new vigilante known as the Muzutafu Hero Slayer. There were no leads on the killer, only the grim tally of nearly 30 heroes who had fallen, ranging from sidekicks to pro heroes. The file revealed no identification of the victims, just a description of a male figure in a black hoodie associated with the League of Villains. Tsukachi suspected that this individual might be a disciple of Stain, but the motives didn't align. Stain targeted heroes he deemed unworthy, while the Hero Slayer appeared indiscriminate in his attacks. One detail stood out. The area where most heroes had perished was consistent, suggesting a specific hunting ground. He dialed a number on his phone, waiting for a response. When the principal answered, Tsukachi expressed his longing to discuss the killer. At UA, preparations for the summer camp were underway, with most students having passed the exam, except for a few. Everyone gathered in front of the bus, loading their belongings. Ida took charge, urging everyone to hurry, while 𝐼𝐻𝐸 playfully retorted. Surprisingly, the class complied, and even Izuku helped speed up the process. He loaded his bag onto the bus and sent a message to Shigaraki, informing him they were on their way and to start tracking without communication. After stowing his phone, he took a seat next to Izumi, who had saved a spot for him. Izumi asked if he was excited for the trip, and Izuku replied that it was a welcome break from school. Since the incident at the mall, their relationship had grown closer, resembling that of siblings. Yet, Izuku felt a pang of sadness, knowing that his secret alliance with the League would soon complicate their bond. As the bus departed from the school grounds and headed toward the camp, the journey was smooth, though Aizawa struggled to sleep amidst the chatter of his students. They discussed the exam and shared gossip, while some played on their phones and others tried to catch some rest. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 groaned from his seat, asking if they had arrived yet, prompting Bakugo to snap back at him, wanting to sleep. "Dude, we've been stuck on this for the last 3 hours. I'm dying over here," the tape user complained. Jairu, seated a few rows ahead, responded that complaining wouldn't help. The tape user noted that he couldn't even see the Class B bus anymore. Aizawa turned around in his seat and called for everyone to settle down. He informed them they would arrive in less than 5 minutes and reminded them they would hit the ground running as soon as they arrived. True to his word, the bus came to a stop in front of a decent-sized lake surrounded by a heavily wooded area, with only a small shack visible on the shoreline. As the students disembarked, they quickly realized that the Class B bus was nowhere to be found. They had all left together, but it seemed they had either gotten separated or lost. Izumi looked around, confused by the empty field. Jairu echoed her confusion, questioning if this was the right place. Mina, stretching her legs with Tokoyami and 𝐼𝐻𝐸, shrugged it off, saying at least they could stretch for a while. The students began to enjoy the fresh mountain air and the calming scent of the forest. Aizawa explained they had stopped for a reason and that someone would be arriving soon. As they looked around, 2 women suddenly appeared in front of them, striking poses and introducing themselves as the Wild Pussycats. Everyone watched in silence, intrigued by their enthusiasm, especially since they had a little child with them. Aizawa introduced the pros who would assist with their training, explaining that the Wild Pussycats specialized in rescue missions as a team, although he noted they were supposed to be a 4-person team. Mandalay pointed out that the entire area was their territory and indicated the lodge at the foot of a distant mountain, warning that anyone who didn't reach it before noon would miss lunch. The class reacted with disbelief, questioning why they had stopped there. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 suggested they already knew the answer, and MHA, now worried, shook his head. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 suggested they should return to the bus immediately, and 𝐼𝐻A added with a grin that it was already 9:30 a.m., implying they needed to hurry. With that, the class sprang into action, rushing back to the buses. 𝐼𝐻A announced that those who didn't make it by 12:30 would miss lunch, prompting the students to run faster. As they hurried, the ground suddenly shook, and the cliffside erupted, swallowing nearly the entire class. Fortunately, Izuku reacted quickly, activating his cloak of lightning, while Izumi used her full cowling to jump clear of the mudslide. When they landed safely, they found themselves clean while the rest of the students struggled to get up from the dirt, visibly annoyed by the turn of events. 𝐼𝐻 groaned about his headache, and MHA made a quip that earned him a playful smack from 𝐒𝐮's tongue. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the treeline, and a giant creature emerged, leaving the class stunned. Ishido expressed her disbelief, while Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and Izumi quickly sprang into action, dispatching the creature in mere seconds. Although it was impressive, they felt uneasy about what might come next. Izumi urged everyone to stay alert, and as dirt monsters began to appear, Izuku unleashed a strike of lightning, destroying one of them. Izumi thanked him, and they realized more monsters were emerging from the forest. Determined, Izumi rallied the class to push through the forest as a group. The students utilized their quirks in various ways, some scouting while others gathered the monsters for the stronger fighters to finish off. Aizawa, 𝐼𝐻A, and 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 observed from a hill, noting the clouds of smoke rising from the forest and the sounds of battle. 𝐼𝐻A commented on the students' performance, while 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 noted their progress toward the lodge. Aizawa decided to leave the situation in their hands, heading toward the bus. 𝐼𝐻A expressed concern about the difficulty of the test, but Aizawa reassured her that they needed the training. With a determined smile, 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 prepared to unleash more dirt monsters into the fray. 8 hours later, Aizawa watched as the exhausted students emerged, clearly having reached their limits. They looked worn out but determined. Izumi dragged her legs, clutching her right arm in pain from overusing her quirk. Ida shuffled forward, his exhaust puffing smoke with each step. Bakugo winced, holding his wrist, also suffering from the strain of his quirk. Even Izuku appeared exhausted, having pushed himself to clear a path for everyone. They all looked battered and weary as Aizawa, 𝐼𝐻A, and 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 observed their arrival. The three adults granted them 5 minutes to catch their breath and rest. Once they had regained some energy, 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 and 𝐼𝐻A began to lecture them about their tardiness. 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 commented on their tired expressions, noting that they hadn't even made it to lunch. 𝐼𝐻 groaned from the ground, expressing his hunger. 𝐼𝐻A acknowledged their speed but pointed out that some of them had shown commendable teamwork, declaring that they had passed. 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 rubbed her paws together, expressing her surprise at how quickly they had performed, particularly singling out Ida, Bakugo, Izuku, and Shoto. She playfully declared her interest in them, leaping forward and gushing over the 4 boys, who struggled to fend her off. Aizawa asked if 𝐵𝐵H𝗸 always acted this way, to which 𝐼𝐻A replied that she was simply eager for companionship. Izuku, managing to escape 𝐵𝐵H𝗸's enthusiasm, noticed a young boy with a red cap standing alone at the front door. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old. Curious, Izuku pointed him out and asked who he was. 𝐼𝐻A quickly introduced the boy as her nephew, 𝐾𝐻𝐬, who would be spending a few days with them. As 𝐾𝐻𝐬 approached, Izuku noticed a glare in the boy's eyes, filled with animosity. When 𝐾𝐻𝐬 attempted to throw a punch, Izuku reflexively caught his wrist before it could connect. He remarked that such behavior was unkind, giving 𝐾𝐻𝐬 a stern look. The boy trembled, not just from fear but also from the strength of Izuku's grip, which caused him to wince. Izuku warned 𝐾𝐻𝐬 that a boy like him needed to be disciplined, questioning whether he should let his aunt handle it or take care of it himself. 𝐾𝐻𝐬 shook in fear, abandoning his earlier bravado as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Aizawa intervened, scolding Izuku and prompting him to release 𝐾𝐻𝐬. The boy yanked his arm away, noticing the red mark left by Izuku's grip as 𝐼𝐻𝗸 rushed to his side. She apologized for Izuku's behavior, explaining that he had a tendency to be confrontational. Izuku responded that he understood how rebellious teenagers could be. Kota retorted that he had no intention of associating with aspiring heroes and walked away from the group. Izuku remarked that the feeling was mutual. Bakugo commented on Kota's bravery, while Shoto quietly noted the similarity to Bakugo himself. Bakugo, angered, shouted at Shoto, but before he could confront him, Aizawa called for everyone's attention. He instructed the students to grab their luggage and head to their rooms. After settling in, they would have dinner in the dining hall, followed by baths and an early bedtime. The students groaned in response but complied, gathering their belongings and heading to the lodge for some much-needed rest. Later that night, after everyone had enjoyed dinner and a soak in the hot springs, Izuku leaned back against the warm stone, submerged in steaming water. The atmosphere was tranquil as everyone relaxed. Kirishima remarked on how refreshing the hot water felt, while Siro agreed, noting how much they needed this after the day's events. Ida reminded them not to get too comfortable, as they had a long day ahead and should rest after their soak. Mineta suggested playing ping-pong, which piqued the interest of several classmates. Kirishima expressed his willingness to join, but Ida firmly disagreed, emphasizing the importance of rest for their tight schedule. Sato urged Ida to lighten up, while Siro encouraged everyone to relax and enjoy themselves. Tokoyami supported the idea of letting loose, but Ida reiterated that they were there to train, which struck a nerve with his classmates. Izuku watched the shift from calm to chaos with a smirk, noting how Ida's attempts to maintain order only frustrated the group further. He observed in silence, hiding his amusement as Shoto approached him with a serious expression. Shoto acknowledged Izuku's recent growth in strength, mentioning how he had managed to hold his own during their last exercise with Izumi's assistance. Izuku nodded, unsure of where the conversation was heading. Shoto continued, suggesting that while Izuku had improved, he still relied heavily on Izumi and implied that he would show Izuku that he remained weak in comparison. Izuku scoffed at Shoto's words, feeling that the conversation was a waste of time. Show that you're some kind of big bad wolf when it turns out you're just daddy's little puppet. Shoto shifted to anger and began to release cold air around their part of the water, causing Izuku to feel the chill despite the warmth of the hot spring. However, he remained unfazed. Shoto warned that he could induce hypothermia in less than a minute. In response, Izuku declared that he could unleash over 10,000 volts in the water with a snap of his fingers. He expressed his willingness to demonstrate his capabilities and remind Shoto of his place in the hierarchy, hinting that he was not referring to Shoto's dreams of becoming a hero. They remained locked in a tense standoff for a full minute before Shoto decided to leave, but not without a parting remark about settling their rivalry soon. Shoto exited the hot spring, and Izuku responded with a sense of eagerness. In a bar in the middle of Kamino Ward, the League of Villains gathered around a table, meticulously discussing their plans. Shigaraki announced that they had tracked Midoriya's phone and confirmed that the students were hiding out in a lodge in Nagano. Dabi questioned the need to capture a couple of kids and attack their camp. Shigaraki explained that their goal was to strike a blow to Hero Society by turning top hero prospects to their side. Dabi raised concerns about the plan's potential failure, to which Shigaraki replied that they would simply eliminate them if necessary, ensuring that the public would lose faith in the institution they revered. Toga, the enthusiastic blonde girl, expressed her excitement for the upcoming chaos, eagerly asking when they would begin. Spinner inquired about the timing of the attack, and Shigaraki informed them it would take place the day after tomorrow, awaiting the arrival of Muscular and Mr. Compress. Dabi acknowledged that Muscular would be eager to join after his previous encounter with Midoriya. Kurojiiri confirmed that Muscular had been itching for a fight. Shigaraki then turned to the television monitor, seeking approval from All for One, who smiled at the promising turn of events. The early morning wake-up call from Mandalay was not what the students expected before dawn on their first full day of training. Most of them were unaccustomed to waking up at such an early hour, but the threat of severe consequences motivated them to rise. After brushing his teeth and putting on his uniform, Izuku hazily made his way to the front of the lodge. He was accustomed to little sleep from his time as the Mizudafu hero slayer, but even he struggled to get going. Checking the clock, he noted it was 7 a.m., just 12 hours before the attack on the camp. He had informed Shigaraki that he would handle things from the shadows and would not participate in the attack, maintaining his role as a hero student. While stretching outside, he spotted Kota entering with stacks of towels in a cardboard box. Izuku greeted him with a smirk, but Kota was not in the mood to chat and hurriedly tried to leave. Izuku pressed him, curious about his demeanor. Kota expressed his unease about Izuku, feeling something was off. Mandalay, overhearing, asked if Izuku was bullying him, to which Kota quickly denied, insisting he just felt something unsettling about Izuku. Amused by Kota's reaction, Izuku turned to see Izumi approaching. She greeted him, and they exchanged comments about waking up early. They walked together, soon joined by their classmates as they headed to the training area. Once everyone was present, Aizawa wasted no time in starting the day's activities. He informed the students that their training camp was officially beginning and that they would work on enhancing their abilities to obtain provisional licenses. Aizawa noted that while many had improved in applying their quirks, the objective for the week was to boost their overall power. Uraraka raised a question, prompting Aizawa to produce 2 softballs, tossing one to Bakugo and the other to Izuku, setting the stage for their training. "Try using your quirk and throw it again, let's see how far you've improved," he ordered. Kirishima cheered from the left side of the crowd, encouraging Bakugo. An almost feral grin formed on the ashen blonde teen's face as he prepared for his throw. He shot a sharp look at Deku before launching the ball into the air with a massive explosion. A few seconds later, Aizawa checked the number on his phone and turned it to face the students. They were surprised to see the distance displayed was only 709.6 meters. Bakugo was bewildered, questioning the result, while Kirishima echoed his surprise. 𝐼ZO commented on the letdown, and Aizawa then called for Midoriya to take his turn. Izuku nodded, activating his quirk and deciding to add a few enhancements for a boost. He threw the ball with a powerful swing, sending it soaring beyond the lodge. As it flew out of sight, Izumi raised everyone's curiosity with her exclamation. Aizawa held up his phone, revealing the impressive number of 916.5 meters. The class was in disbelief, with Yaoyorozu noting the significant difference from Bakugo's throw. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock, his anger simmering as he struggled to accept the result. Aizawa interrupted his thoughts, reminding them that while they had improved mentally and technically over the past 3 months, their quirks still needed work. A few students gulped at the Nocturnal Hero's proclamation. Aizawa grinned, wishing them luck as they prepared to focus on enhancing their quirks. After a grueling day of training, the students felt exhausted. Even the strongest among them, like Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya, were drained. Izuku breathed, feeling the weight of having to discharge electricity repeatedly for hours. Despite the challenges, he appreciated the training facility and the insights it provided to help him improve his quirk. Bakugo observed Deku from a distance, intrigued by his training methods. He found it odd that Deku had developed an electric quirk, especially since none of his family had such abilities. After some contemplation, he decided to approach Izumi, who was also taking a break. He asked her if she knew of any elemental quirks in her family. Izumi raised an eyebrow, curious about his sudden interest. Bakugo insisted on an answer, but she crossed her arms, wanting to know his reasoning first. He hesitated, not wanting to delve too deeply into his thoughts, but finally admitted he suspected something was off with Deku's new quirk. Izumi questioned why it mattered, pointing out that late bloomers were not uncommon. Bakugo countered that there had never been a case of someone awakening a quirk at 14. This made Izumi wonder why Bakugo was so invested in her brother's situation. Bakugo brushed off her questions and returned to training, still puzzled by how Deku, who had been quirkless for so long, suddenly manifested such a powerful ability. It didn't make sense to him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual was at play. As the bell rang, signaling the end of training, the class groaned and grunted, feeling the weight of their exhaustion. However, they still had to prepare dinner together. After an hour of teamwork, they managed to get everything ready. Izuku was in the back, finishing up with the onions when Kendo, the class president of Class B, called for him. She asked for help lighting the stove, but Monoma interrupted, dismissing Izuku as a loser. Kendo insisted they needed his help, explaining that they couldn't manage without a lighter. Despite Monoma's objections, Kendo stood firm, stating that she wouldn't trust Bakugo with such a task, and insisted on getting Midoriya's assistance. It was embarrassing. Monoma leaned in and whispered next to her. The only one who seemed embarrassed was Monoma himself. Unless he wanted to spend the evening without dinner for the rest of the class, he needed to toughen up and walk away. Monoma decided to leave, but not before casting a glance in Izuku's direction. Izuku responded with a glare that made Monoma hesitate, recalling the earlier confrontation he had experienced. Kendo apologized for Monoma's behavior, and Izuku reassured her that it was no problem. He extended his hand toward the wood, igniting it with a spark. Kendo complimented his quirk, noting its versatility for the situation. Izuku acknowledged that it took precision, but he preferred not to delve into too much detail. He enjoyed the company, appreciating the opportunity to engage in light conversation, something he had been craving for a while. However, he felt a strange sensation within him, a longing that seemed to grow stronger whenever he was around his classmates or Aizawa-sensei, or even the wild pussycats. It felt as if something was calling out from within him. After dinner, everyone except the students who needed to stay for remedial classes gathered around the main training ground. They were surprised to learn that their classes would be competing against each other in a test of courage. The rules were simple: use their quirks to scare the other students. It promised to be a fun change of pace from their usual rigorous schedule. As everyone drew lots to find their partners, 𝐼𝐸 explained that those who drew the same number would team up for the event. Izuku looked at his blank paper, realizing he had no partner since Kirishima, Sato, Shiro, and Mina were in remedial class along with Monoma, leaving him alone. 𝐼𝐸 noted the uneven number of students in his class, and Izuku acknowledged it while staring at the blank paper. 𝐼𝐸 shrugged, saying it made it easier for her to sneak in. 𝗃𝐿 insisted that they couldn't allow him to go through the forest alone and offered him a special gift: he could partner with any student group. Izuku thanked them with a strained smile, feeling a mix of gratitude and uncertainty. After some deliberation, Ida and Koda drew the short straw and became his designated third wheel. They walked to the edge of the forest, holding their flashlight high as they pointed down a narrow, winding path that disappeared into the thick trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they peered into the darkness. Ida warned Koda to be careful, acknowledging the shaky ground, and Koda nodded in response. Izuku felt their presence as an unwelcome addition to his group, scanning the area for any sign of Shigaraki's group. He recalled that he hadn't given specific details on how they would attack, merely instructing them to follow his phone in hopes they could track the number. Ida broke the silence, asking Koda if he smelled something unusual. Koda paused, sniffing the air and confirming it smelled like smoke. Izuku recognized the scent, realizing it was growing stronger. He thought of only one other person capable of creating such smoke, grinning at the thought. A sense of unease washed over him, and he suggested they head back. Koda agreed, and just then, they felt a tingling sensation as 𝐼𝐸's voice echoed in their minds, announcing that villains had invaded the camp and they were authorized to use their quirks for defense. When the trio returned to their starting point, they were met with an unexpected sight. The remaining 1A students were huddled together behind Tiger and 𝐼𝐸, facing two figures Izuku recognized. One was a tall man with brown hair standing over 𝗃𝐿, wielding a beam. The other had a lizard-like appearance and held a massive club made of large knives. Ida shouted for clarification, and Mineta confirmed the villains were attacking the camp. There was confusion about how the villains had found them. 𝐼𝐸 ordered Ida and Koda to join the others behind her, leaving no room for debate. One student pleaded to help, but Tiger insisted it was unnecessary. Suddenly, the lizard man lunged at 𝐼𝐸, swinging his weapon wildly. She dodged and managed to knock him down, but he quickly repositioned himself. Izuku exchanged a glance with Spinner, both aware that he couldn't reveal his true role as a UA spy with two pro-heroes present. Izuku called out to 𝐼𝐸, suggesting that Koda might still be at his hideout, drawing her attention. The lizard man used the distraction to break free and rejoin his partner, creating a tense standoff. Mandalay shouted for them to take the villains to the lodge. Without waiting for an invitation, Izuku powered up his quirk. Despite his exhaustion from earlier training, he knew he could reach the cliff quickly. As he ascended, he noticed a loud boom from the mountain, followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. Without hesitation, he leaped into action, making his way to the mountainside. But unfortunately, he wasn't all alone, as there were two individuals on the mountain besides 𝐾𝐞𝐭. The first was 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who stood protectively in front of 𝐾𝐞𝐭, who looked terrified. The other was 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who had just removed his cloak, revealing his impressive physique as he began to expand his muscle fibers rapidly in a display of strength. Izuku recognized 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬, realizing that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had joined the fray. He remembered how both 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had pushed all might during the final exam, and while he knew 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was capable of handling 𝐒𝐮𝐬, a nagging doubt lingered in his mind about whether she could pull off another miracle. He felt conflicted. His intention in coming here was to create chaos at the summer camp and undermine the heroes, but he never anticipated that his sister and 𝐾𝐞𝐭 would be caught in the crossfire. As he watched 𝐒𝐮𝐬 struggle against 𝐒𝐮𝐬, his inner hero and villain personas began to clash, but concern for their safety prevailed. He descended the mountain, unleashing a bolt of lightning toward 𝐒𝐮𝐬 before arriving on the scene. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, seeing him emerge, looked exhausted and covered in bruises from her confrontation with 𝐒𝐮𝐬. She informed him that she had sensed the earthquake from midair and asked if they were okay. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 shouted angrily at Izuku, who felt a surge of frustration. With 𝐒𝐮𝐬 present, he feared that he might inadvertently reveal too much about himself in front of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝐾𝐞𝐭, risking exposure of his true identity. Izuku instructed 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to take 𝐾𝐞𝐭 back to the lodge when he gave the signal, insisting that they should not wait for him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 protested, wanting to stay and fight, but Izuku pointed out that she was running out of stamina and both of her arms were injured. He emphasized the need to save 𝐾𝐞𝐭 and promised to slow 𝐒𝐮𝐬 down before returning. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 charged at them, shouting in fury. Izuku responded by unleashing a powerful lightning blast that sent 𝐒𝐮𝐬 staggering back. He turned to see 𝐒𝐮𝐬 leaping away with 𝐾𝐞𝐭, heading into the woods to avoid detection. Once the coast was clear, Izuku shed his hero persona and donned the villain persona he had maintained around Shigaraki and the League. He confronted 𝐒𝐮𝐬, expressing his disdain for the chaos he was causing. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 retorted that he was simply looking for fun and blamed Izuku for ruining his plans with the heroes. Izuku ordered him to play elsewhere, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 defiantly declared that he was done with Izuku's commands. A sinister grin spread across 𝐒𝐮𝐬's face as he suggested that accidents could happen, his muscles rippling ominously around him. Izuku prepared for battle, electricity crackling around his body as he braced for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Shigaraki sat at a bar with 𝐾𝐿, who had not participated in the mission. Shigaraki expressed confidence that everything would be fine, despite the presence of troublemakers like 𝐒𝐮𝐬. He reflected on his strategy, realizing he needed to control his pawns to challenge the hero society effectively. 𝐾𝐿 questioned whether Midoriya was also considered a pawn, to which Shigaraki scoffed, acknowledging Midoriya's talent but asserting that he was playing a different game. He compared the situation to an old movie about dinosaurs, explaining how two apex predators would be placed in a cage to fight, with only one emerging victorious. As the wind blew atop the mountainside, Izuku and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 faced each other, ready to clash over their differing views on how to handle the situation. Izuku offered 𝐒𝐮𝐬 one last chance to back down, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 dismissed him, expressing his frustration with Izuku's leadership. The tension escalated, and before Izuku could fully prepare, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 struck, sending him crashing into the mountain. Feeling the pressure on his bones, Izuku quickly surrounded himself in electricity and evaded 𝐒𝐮�E's next attack, ready to fight back. In midair, he executed a bicycle kick aimed at 𝐒𝐮�E's head, hoping to incapacitate him, but 𝐒𝐮�E's skull proved to be far tougher than he had anticipated, showing no signs of distress. 𝐒𝐮�E retaliated by lifting him and delivering a powerful blow to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He then slammed him into the ground, pressing his head down. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 scoffed at the title of fearsome Muzutafu hero slayer, declaring him pathetic and asserting that the reporters had exaggerated his abilities. Izuku felt a jolt of pain shoot through his face as he was sent back several meters. Although he tried to maintain his distance, Muscular quickly recovered. Muscular complimented Izuku's efforts but was quick to assert that they were not enough. He wrapped his muscles around his legs and charged forward, delivering a knee strike to Izuku's stomach before throwing him back towards the crater he had created on the mountainside. Izuku leaped away, witnessing the chaos and for the first time doubting his ability to overcome this formidable challenge. Unlike previous villains or even pro-heroes like Death Arms, Muscular was a convicted criminal trained in combat. He recalled how Shigaraki had recruited Muscular, a man known for his enjoyment of destruction and chaos. Despite initial doubts about Muscular's reliability, Shigaraki had chosen him for his powerful quirk, which made him a significant asset to the League. Determined, Izuku pulled his right hand back, transforming it with his Black Bull quirk, stepping into Muscular's realm of strength. Lightning crackled around him as he advanced, his right arm enveloped in glowing yellow energy. He was putting everything he had into this one arm, realizing it was his last chance to turn the tide. With a surge of energy, he prepared for a powerful strike, combining his abilities. Muscular launched himself off the mountainside, calling out to Izuku as he charged. The collision between them was intense, sending shockwaves through the area. Izuku felt the impact resonate through his body, and although he was pushing forward, he found himself in a stalemate with Muscular. As the dust settled, Muscular taunted him, questioning his strength and calling him powerless. Izuku gritted his teeth, focusing on a strategy to exploit Muscular's weaknesses. He recalled that electricity could cause muscle spasms and damage, realizing he had a plan. With a determined grin, he unleashed a surge of electricity, striking Muscular while disregarding the pain coursing through his arm. Muscular's expression shifted as he felt the electricity travel through his muscles, causing him to react in shock. Izuku continued his assault, feeling the power of All for One awakening within him, drawing out Muscular's quirk. Muscular struggled, feeling the effects of the electric shock immobilizing him. As the energy faded, he realized he was losing his strength and felt an unfamiliar fatigue wash over him. When he looked up, he saw Izuku standing before him, a newfound power coursing through him. Izuku revealed the quirk he had taken from Muscular, his muscles growing and shifting with newfound strength. He understood now that the hunger he felt was not for food, but for the power of quirks. Muscular, in a desperate attempt to fight back, charged at Izuku despite his weakened state. However, Izuku was ready. He used Muscular's own strength against him, slamming him to the ground. With a swift motion, Izuku leaped and used his dust quirk to throw a cloud of dust at Muscular, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku launched a powerful punch, sending Muscular crashing into the rocky mountainside. As Muscular tensed, sensing Izuku's ominous presence behind him, Izuku raised his arms high, channeling lightning and wrapping them in layers of muscle. With a mighty roar, he struck Muscular with a thunderous blow, sending the villain crashing to the ground. The remaining electricity from the attack discharged into the surrounding area, leaving the two combatants in a large crater. This time, the attack was much more powerful than the one Izuku had used on Bakugo during the final exam and more precise, as the entire mountaintop was assimilated right to the end. Everyone nearby could see a powerful bolt of lightning striking the mountaintop, causing a part of the rock to crumble. Izuku stood over Muscular's battered body, which was buried under the rubble of the mountain debris, having literally dropped the whole mountain on top of him. Muscular's body lay limp in the middle of it. Muscular weakly questioned what had happened, his voice trembling. Izuku approached him, stating that Muscular's biggest problem was that he had no line he wouldn't cross, which contradicted Izuku's own values. Muscular, feeling both pain and fear, struggled to comprehend Izuku's words. Izuku emphasized that there was a line they did not cross when it came to children. He then revealed himself as the Hero Slayer. With determination, Izuku pulled Muscular's head from the rubble and unleashed a surge of electricity towards him. Muscular's anguished cries echoed through the night sky, resonating throughout the area. Once he had dealt with Muscular, Izuku turned to the chaos around him, where smoke, fire, and purple gas filled the air, remnants of 𝐼𝐵H and Mustard's actions. The forest camp lay in ruins. Though his hunger had subsided, he recognized that this was the perfect opportunity to sneak out and steal one or two quirks amidst the commotion. Izuku deduced that 𝐼𝐵H and Mustard must still be in the woods, while the rest of his classmates were either evacuating or unconscious from the smoke or gas. He decided to leap into the forest, hoping to encounter a student or possibly a pro-hero while adopting his villain persona. As he ran, he hadn't spotted anyone from either the League or UA, debating his next move. Suddenly, a massive rumbling interrupted his thoughts, followed by several more tremors that seemed to be getting closer. Just as he was about to activate his quirk, something in the distance caught his eye. Not far from his position, he recognized Shoji, the mask-wearing boy from Class 1A, rapidly approaching with Izumi being carried behind him. Shoji frantically urged them to run away. Izuku was confused until a gigantic mass of dark energy erupted behind him, demolishing trees in its path. He quickly realized it was Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, but something seemed off. The bird spirit appeared to be struggling, engaged in a fight with someone from the League, Moonfish. Izumi called out for Izuku to use his quirk and create some. Faced with a choice, Izuku decided to help Izumi by calming Dark Shadow and saving her, Shoji, Shoto, and Bakugo, even if it meant letting Moonfish go. He leaped into the air, aiming his palm towards Dark Shadow and unleashing a bright burst of light. The creature finally subdued. Tokoyami caught his breath, thanking Izuku for his help. Izuku briefly responded before Izumi expressed her concern about the villain with the muscle. He assured her that it had been taken care of. Just then, Shoto noticed something alarming. Bakugo and Tokoyami were missing. The group quickly realized that the two students had vanished. Suddenly, a street entertainer in an orange coat, resembling Izuku's hero outfit, appeared, claiming to have taken Bakugo. Izumi shouted for him to return Bakugo, while Izuku recognized the figure as Mr. Compress. Mr. Compress dismissed their pleas, stating he didn't have time to play and ordered his team to return to their designated spot. Shoto attempted to block Mr. Compress with ice, but the villain was too quick and agile, managing to escape. Shoji grunted in frustration as the four of them chased after him. Izumi urged Izuku to use his quirk to grab Bakugo and Tokoyami, but he explained that he was running low on energy after dealing with Muscular. Determined, Izumi decided to act. She placed her hand on the three of them, enveloping them in a green light. On her command, she launched them into the air as a ball of light, quickly catching up to Mr. Compress. Izuku kicked him down to the ground, and they landed on top of him, realizing they were not alone. Looking up, Izuku saw 𝐼𝐵H, Twice, Toga, and Spinners staring at him in surprise, except for Toga, who wore a creepy smile. Mr. Compress, face down in the dirt, called for help as 𝐼𝐵H launched flames at him. Using his quirk, Mr. Compress compressed himself to evade the attack. All of them watched the flames approaching, managing to avoid them at the last moment. Shoto could dodge 𝐼𝐵H's flames, but Izumi and Shoji were not as fortunate, resulting in their right and left arms being scorched. Izumi cried out in pain, her arm already injured from her earlier confrontation with Muscular. Shoto called out to her, alarmed. In an instant, Twice appeared behind Shoto and launched an attack, only for Shoto to block it with ice, sending Twice staggering back. Himiko decided to join the fray, targeting Izuku, her expression revealing a twisted excitement at the sight of him. She dashed toward him, knife in hand, exclaiming her joy at meeting him and expressing a bizarre fascination with the idea of BLD. As she lunged, Izuku swiftly dodged her attack, contemplating her erratic behavior. Mr. Compress, having freed himself, informed 𝐼𝐵H that they had succeeded. 𝐼𝐵H instructed the group to retreat. They quickly regrouped, revealing the marble containing Bakugo. Just as they prepared to escape, a Nomu appeared alongside Kurojirai, who was ready to teleport them away. Toga, Twice, and the Nomu entered Kurojirai's warp gate, successfully vanishing from sight. Toga waved goodbye, her tone mocking, while Twice echoed her farewell with a taunt. Mr. Compress followed suit, stepping into the portal. Aoyama, having overheard their plans, acted quickly and fired his naval laser at Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐽, shattering his mask and causing him to drop the marbles containing 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻𝐬 and 𝗀𝐻𝐬. 𝗀𝗱 shouted for 𝐼𝐮𝐬 to grab the marble. Both he and 𝐼𝐮𝐬 rushed to retrieve it, but 𝐼𝐮𝐬, succumbing to her injuries, collapsed. Izuku dashed to help her, prioritizing her safety over the marbles. He and 𝗟𝗶𝗸 exchanged a glance, leading Izuku to relinquish the marble containing 𝗀𝐻𝐬, which he successfully snatched. 𝗀𝗱 was almost within reach of the marble containing 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻𝐬 when 𝗟𝗶𝗸 snatched it away, taunting 𝗀𝗱 about his misfortune. With 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 now in his possession, 𝗟𝗶𝗸 ordered Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 to deactivate his quirk, freeing 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 from his marble prison. As they began to teleport away, 𝐼𝐮𝐬 struggled to her feet, desperately trying to stop 𝗟𝗶𝗸, but her efforts were in vain. A heavy sense of dread settled over them. 𝗀𝗱 rushed to 𝐼𝐮𝐬's side, concerned for her well-being. They were left questioning why the villains had attacked their camp and what they wanted with 𝐒𝐮𝐬. One thing was clear: they had suffered a significant loss. The summer training camp, which had promised to be an exciting experience, had turned into a disaster. Shortly after the villains departed, paramedics and firefighters arrived to extinguish the flames. Out of the 40 students, 15 were unconscious and in serious condition due to the gas, while 14 others, including Izuku, 𝐼𝐮𝐬, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, 𝐽iru, 𝗀𝗱, 𝐰𝐻𝐬, 𝗀𝗀𝐻𝐬, and 𝑠hoji, sustained injuries. 10 students remained unharmed, but one was missing. Among the 6 pro-heroes present during the attack, Pixie Bob was in serious condition from a blow to the head, while Vlad King suffered a concussion and a broken nose. Ragdoll was missing, and it was evident she had lost a significant amount of BLD. On the villain's side, 3 were captured and arrested. Moonfish and Mustard were being loaded into a police vehicle, both restrained with quirk-suppressant cuffs. Muscular was found confined to a stretcher, also in cuffs, with missing teeth and dried BLD covering various parts of his body. The contrast between Muscular and the others was stark, as he struggled for breath beneath a tarp. Izuku lay in his hospital bed, having been informed by the doctor that he had overexerted himself during the battle with Muscular and was now exhausted. Fortunately, he only needed rest. Beside him, 𝐼𝐮𝐬 rested, her right arm bandaged. The doctors had treated her injuries well, but they remained concerned about her condition and planned to discuss it with her the following day. Izuku reflected on the attack and was surprised that Shigaraki had chosen to kidnap 𝐒𝐮𝐬 instead of someone like 𝗀𝗱, 𝗟𝗏H's son. A groan from 𝐼𝐮𝐬 drew his attention, and he noticed she was waking up. She looked around, realizing she was in a hospital. Izuku greeted her, and she admitted to feeling unwell. He reminded her that fighting villains was no easy task, prompting a shared laugh between them. Their moment of levity was interrupted when the door swung open, and a frantic woman with green hair rushed in. Both Izuku and 𝐼𝐮𝐬 recognized her immediately. Izuku Midoriya rushed to her daughter, embracing her tightly and crying on her shoulder. She bombarded 𝐼𝐮𝐬 with questions about her well-being, her arm, and whether she had eaten or needed anything. 𝐼𝐮𝐬, trying to soothe her mother, assured her that both she and Izuku were fine. As she mentioned Izuku's name, Izuku turned to see her son lying in the bed beside 𝐼𝐮𝐬, a look of relief washing over her. Izuku appeared slightly uncomfortable seeing her son after such a long time. Izuku acknowledged her presence with a brief greeting, expressing that it was nice to see her. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 sat on her bed, feeling the tension in the air as it marked the first time their mother and brother were in the same room since their time at UA. She was aware that Izuku had not reached out to Izuku during his time at UA, after he awakened his quirk, or even in the days that followed. It seemed that Izuku was unaware they were sharing a room. Izuku attempted to excuse herself, asking if they wanted anything to eat. Izuku flatly declined, wishing to avoid further conversation. Izuku insisted he needed to eat, but Izuku's frustration boiled over as he expressed his feelings about his recent experiences, including a confrontation with a villain. Izuku, taken aback, chose to leave the room, closing the door behind her. After some time, a doctor entered to inform them that 𝐼𝐮𝐬 needed an appointment for an X-ray on her arm, and she stepped out. Alone in the room, Izuku checked his phone, hoping for a message from Shigaraki, but found none. He knew the mission had succeeded in damaging Yue's reputation and causing chaos, but he was puzzled as to why Bakugo had been chosen as a target. An hour passed as Izuku rested on the hospital bed. When the door opened, he initially thought Izumi had returned, but instead, he was greeted by the rest of their class, casually dressed and accompanied by Mineta, who was oddly holding a melon. Noticing a few classmates were missing, Izuku wondered if the league had taken more than one student. Izumi expressed surprise at his wakefulness, and Izuku, adjusting his posture to better see his classmates, questioned their unexpected visit. The atmosphere felt tense, and then Shoto and Kirishima stepped forward to share their urgent request. They wanted Izuku's help to rescue Bakugo from the villains. Outside UA, protests erupted, criticizing the school for its failure to protect its students. News outlets relentlessly covered the incident, amplifying the scrutiny. Inside UA, teachers convened for an emergency meeting to address the League of Villains' recent attack and its repercussions. Principal Nizu opened the meeting, highlighting the precarious state of the school's reputation after 2 successful attacks by the villains. The abduction of a student was a significant failure for UA. Present Mike acknowledged their underestimation of the League, while Midnight pointed out that even with their location concealed, the villains had managed to strike. The teachers recognized that years of peace had made them complacent, leading to the current crisis. Their immediate priority was to rescue Bakugo, as the motives behind his abduction were unclear. Aizawa speculated that the League might be attempting to recruit Bakugo, given his strong personality and determination. Questions arose about the possibility of Bakugo joining the villains, but Aizawa remained uncertain. Regardless, they could not allow one of their students to remain in the hands of the League. They needed to gather information and form a rescue team. Nizu noted a new member among the villains during the attack, but expressed concern over the absence of the Hero Slayer. Midnight suggested that the Hero Slayer might be lying low after previous events, but Aizawa countered that such a facility would be an ideal target for him. The discussion turned to the reasons behind the Hero Slayer's absence, with Aizawa proposing 2 possibilities: either he was unaware of the attack or was staying back with Shigaraki. The urgency of the situation was clear. They needed to remain vigilant and gather intelligence on the Hero Slayer, who was likely waiting for the right moment to strike. Laughter echoed through the hospital room as Class A gathered around Midoriya's bed, their spirits lifted despite the circumstances. Izumi had just returned from getting X-rays done on her arm. By sheer coincidence, the rest of the class was making their rounds through the building when she saw them approaching, wanting to talk to her brother for some reason. She didn't ask why, but now she understood. Izuku, still lying on his bed, held his stomach while trying to suppress his laughter. He pleaded with them not to make him laugh, as he had just received stitches from the nurse and didn't want to risk reopening the wound. Kirishima, the red-haired boy, explained that they were serious. Yaoyorozu had managed to put a tracker on one of the villains before she passed out. He was confident he could convince her to make another receiver, but he needed Izuku and Izumi to back him up on this. Izuku stared at both Kirishima and Shoto, who had just presented their proposal. He was stunned that they had the audacity to come to his room and ask for help to rescue Bakugo from the League of Villains. He thought Kirishima had lost his mind. Izumi, wanting to know more about Kirishima's plan, asked what they would do if they managed to convince both her and Izuku to go. Kirishima responded that they would rescue Bakugo by finding out where he was being held and sneaking in to take him away. Izumi questioned how they planned to do that, pointing out that they wanted to take on the League, the same group that had attacked their camp. Kirishima insisted that if enough of them went, they could take on the villains. Izumi firmly stated that it was a suicide mission and that they should let the professionals handle it. Kirishima countered that the professionals were taking too long and that they needed to act before something happened to Bakugo. He emphasized that Bakugo was their classmate and his friend, and they had to rescue him before it was too late. Izuku, for the first time in the conversation, asked why he should join this mission. He pointed out that he likely wasn't their first choice and questioned why they were coming to him now. The class shifted uncomfortably, and Kirishima explained that they had heard about Izuku's actions during the attack in the forest, where he had taken down Muscular, a notorious criminal. Izuku remained silent, but Shoto continued, mentioning that some of his father's men were working the case along with the police. Muscular had a history of serious crimes, including the murder of Koda's parents. This revelation caught Izuku's attention, as he had heard of the water hose duo, once celebrated heroes until their tragic end. Izuku expressed his frustration, feeling that they were only interested in him because of his recent accomplishments. Kirishima, in a moment of anger, blamed Izuku for not rescuing Bakugo when they had the chance. Izuku, in a dangerously quiet voice, questioned whether Kirishima expected him to abandon Tokoyami to save Bakugo. Kirishima quickly clarified that he didn't mean that, but insisted that Izuku could have saved them both. Izuku countered that it wasn't his fault if Todoroki was slower than him and questioned where Kirishima had been during the attack. He raised his voice, demanding a valid reason for why he should risk his life to save Bakugo, who had bullied him throughout their time at UA. The room fell silent as none of them could provide a satisfactory answer, fully aware of the history between Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku reflected on how he was no longer the target of the class. He had a quirk, power, and what he had always longed for. He felt no obligation to join their rescue mission. He quietly stated that they couldn't provide a reason for him to go, implying that they only wanted him for his abilities. He pointed out that if they wanted to go on this mission, they could do so without him, but they should realize the consequences of their actions. After Izuku finished speaking, they all left the room, grumbling as they closed the door behind them. Once alone with Izumi, they exchanged glances, both processing what had just happened. Izumi understood where Izuku's words were coming from. Bakugo had been a hindrance since they started school, bullying Izuku for his lack of a quirk and treating him poorly. Now, it felt like a form of payback for all those years. Izuku turned to Izumi, noticing her expression. She rubbed the back of her head and acknowledged that she understood his reasons for not wanting to rescue Bakugo. Izuku responded with a sarcastic remark about her understatement. Izumi continued, stating that while Bakugo was an egotistical JRK, he didn't deserve to be left in the hands of villains. She expressed that while she wasn't suggesting they save him or join the raid with Kirishima, it was important for Izuku to know that he didn't deserve what had happened to him. After saying this, she left the room, leaving Izuku alone. As night fell, Shoto and Kirishima stood in front of the hospital, waiting for Yaoyorozu to arrive with her decision regarding the locator she had promised. Dressed in casual clothes, they waited near the entrance. Moments later, Yaoyorozu appeared, also in casual attire, and approached the two boys. Shoto acknowledged her arrival, and Kirishima eagerly inquired about her decision. Yaoyorozu hesitated for a moment before preparing to respond, but before she could, someone interrupted them. Ida rushed in, calling out to them. They turned to see him standing behind them, clearly anxious about their plans. Kirishima urged Ida to step aside, insisting they needed to go. Ida countered, determined to stop them. He expressed that their plan was reckless and that the professionals should handle the situation. Kirishima, pressed for time, insisted they would discuss it later, but Ida was resolute, warning them not to make him take further action, including reporting them to Aizawa. Kirishima, frustrated, demanded Ida not to obstruct them, while Ida defended his stance, emphasizing the foolishness of their mission. Shoto interjected, trying to clarify that they were not looking for a fight but rather a rescue operation. They explained their strategy to sneak into the enemy's hideout to rescue Bakugo before anyone noticed. Ida turned to Yaoyorozu, seeking her agreement. She affirmed that if they proceeded, it would be a covert mission, with the understanding that if things went awry, they would retreat, regardless of the outcome. Both Todoroki and Kirishima agreed with her plan. Ida, after some contemplation, accepted that he couldn't dissuade them and offered to help keep an eye on them. He asked what their plan was, and they mentioned they were waiting for someone at the station. Soon, they took a cab to the station, which took about 10 minutes. Upon arrival, they found the station nearly empty, with only a security guard present as they awaited the last train. The clock read 11 p.m., signaling the end of the train schedule, and the atmosphere grew tense as they noticed no sign of the train. Kirishima felt dejected, looking down, while Shoto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching from the entrance. They turned to see Izumi entering, and Kirishima was surprised yet pleased to see her. However, he soon noticed another figure emerging from the shadows beside her, clad in a black hoodie. Shoto, Ida, and Yaoyorozu were equally surprised to see Deku. Izumi explained that she had managed to convince him to join them, but she made it clear that their presence was not for the purpose of rescuing Bakugo. They were there to keep an eye on the group. She emphasized that whatever happened was not their responsibility. The group exchanged glances and nodded in acceptance of her terms. Shoto approached Izuku, curious about his change of heart after initially rejecting the idea at the hospital. He asked why Izuku had decided to help them. Izuku, with his hands in his jacket pockets, simply stated that he had his reasons. Just then, they heard the train arriving in Yokohama, and the 6 students prepared to board, crossing the point of no return. Bakugo woke up in a dimly lit room, his vision blurry and unclear. He attempted to rub his eyes for clarity, but his hands were bound. As he scanned the room, he adjusted his focus and noticed 7 shadowy figures standing before him. He recognized a few of them: the misty figure from the USJ attack, who had pinned him down and threatened him, and the one with dry lips, who had acted like a spoiled child during their previous encounter. Bakugo guessed that this figure was the leader. The rest of the group remained unfamiliar, but he sensed that each one posed a significant threat, with the dry-lipped individual being the most dangerous due to his quirk. Shigaraki approached Bakugo, who was handcuffed and unable to move. He spoke, acknowledging Bakugo's awakening. Bakugo, still groggy, demanded to know where he was. Shigaraki responded, offering Bakugo a chance to join his comrades. Though the drags still clouded his mind, Bakugo's spirit remained unbroken as he defiantly rejected the offer. Toga, leaning against a counter, found amusement in Bakugo's bravado. Dabi taunted him, suggesting he was merely trying to act tough. Mr. Compress added that Bakugo was alone and still cocky. Bakugo, brimming with confidence, dismissed their comments, insisting he wouldn't fall for their schemes. Frustrated, Shigaraki contemplated Bakugo's potential as a powerful ally, but the situation had spiraled out of control due to a miscommunication about the kidnapping plan. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the tension as a door creaked open. The League members turned, and Bakugo looked up to see a boy dressed entirely in black, including a mask. The Hero Slayer declared that Bakugo was his. Bakugo sensed the unease among the League members and questioned the newcomer's identity. Shigaraki chuckled, introducing the Hero Slayer as Bakugo's motivator. Bakugo scoffed at the introduction, refusing to show fear. The Hero Slayer ominously suggested that Bakugo should be afraid. With a signal from Shigaraki, the Hero Slayer dragged Bakugo's chair into a dark room. Bakugo shouted in protest, demanding answers as he was pulled away. Inside the empty room, a single light bulb illuminated a wooden table. Bakugo glared at the Hero Slayer, demanding to be freed from his chains. The Hero Slayer placed a toolbox on the table, revealing a collection of rusted tools, including a small blade and a cleaver. Ignoring Bakugo's demands, the Hero Slayer inspected his tools, choosing the cleaver and dragging it across the table. He introduced himself as the Hero Slayer, explaining his purpose. Bakugo's bravado began to fade as fear crept in. Meanwhile, at the main police building, numerous police officers and pro-heroes gathered for a raid. Among them were 𝐒𝐮, Best Jeanist, Endeavor, and All Might. All Might stepped forward, rallying the heroes for their counterattack. Endeavor expressed his frustration about cleaning up Yue's mess, but Tsukachi reminded everyone of the larger stakes at play, emphasizing the need for unity to protect Hero Society. Tsukachi outlined the mission: to rescue Katsuki Bakugo, who had been kidnapped by the League of Villains during a training camp raid. Thanks to a tracking device created by one of the students, they had located multiple hideouts. The plan involved rescuing Bakugo while simultaneously cutting off the League's escape routes and disrupting their operations. Gang Orca inquired about the League's members they would face. Tsukachi provided details about the known villains, including Shigaraki Tamura and Kurojiiri, as well as Dabi, a notorious arsonist wanted for several crimes. The heroes prepared themselves for the impending confrontation, determined to bring Bakugo home safely. Himiko Toga, an A-rank villain, was wanted for several serious crimes, including kidnapping and assault. Her quirk involved the BLD of her victims. Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, a B-rank villain and street vendor entertainer, was responsible for the kidnapping of 𝗏𝗏𝐽 during the forest camp incident. Magna, another B-rank villain, was well known in the underground for her protection services, facing multiple charges of assault and kidnapping. Her quirk, magnetism, made her a formidable opponent. Spinner, a C-rank villain, was a new member who admired Stein's ideology and had adopted his fighting style. Twice, also a C-rank villain, possessed the quirk called Double, which allowed him to create a duplicate of himself, although his duplicates lacked fighting prowess. Gang Orca inquired about the hero Slayer, curious about the new member of their group. Tsukachi sighed, admitting they had little information about him. There were no arrest records or previous criminal backgrounds to investigate. Endeavor pointed out the unusual nature of this new criminal, who had been responsible for the deaths of several pro-heroes in a short time. Tsukachi expressed his suspicions that the hero Slayer might be Stein's apprentice, noting that he had targeted pro-heroes and sidekicks, but recently, several villains had also been found dead, all indicating the hero Slayer's involvement. 𝗟𝗏𝐿ady questioned why the hero Slayer would kill villains when Stein had never done so. Tsukachi speculated that the hero Slayer might be the child of a pro-hero, given the skill displayed in the attacks. The heroes reasoned that as a student, he would have access to training facilities and could easily blend in among other students. All Might declared they would search for the hero Slayer after completing their rescue operation, emphasizing the urgency to save 𝗏𝗏𝐽. Meanwhile, at the League's hideout in Hosu, the rest of the League awaited news while watching a press conference from UA regarding their failed attempt to protect 𝗏𝗏𝐽. The noise from the television drowned out their conversation, and they struggled to hear over the sounds coming from the room where 𝗏𝗏𝐽 was held captive by the hero Slayer. Spinner turned off the television, frustrated by the distraction, while 𝗂𝐵 remarked on 𝗏𝗏𝐽's resilience despite the ordeal. Toga expressed her surprise at the hero Slayer's methods, admitting they were extreme even for her. The sounds of 𝗏𝗏𝐽's struggles echoed as he sat chained and bruised, evidence of his torment. The hero Slayer stood before him, holding a rusty hammer, his gaze fixed on 𝗏𝗏𝐽. Despite his injuries, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 defiantly spat BLD on the floor, challenging the hero Slayer's intentions. The hero Slayer acknowledged 𝗏𝗏𝐽's toughness, noting that even the strongest individuals had vulnerabilities. He taunted 𝗏𝗏𝐽 with a rusted knife, presenting a chilling choice between his eyes. 𝗏𝗏𝐽, however, remained unyielding, asserting that the hero Slayer would not kill him, as there were easier ways to achieve that goal. The hero Slayer remained silent, prompting 𝗏𝗏𝐽 to question his motives. Laughter erupted from the hero Slayer, startling 𝗏𝗏𝐽, who realized that his captor was not merely a madman but someone with a deeper purpose. The hero Slayer clarified that the League had sought to recruit 𝗏𝗏𝐽, but he had no interest in their plans. Confused, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 wondered what the hero Slayer truly wanted from him as the villain poured a mysterious liquid from a fuel tank over him. He choked on the pungent smell that filled the room, realizing it was gasoline. He declared himself the hero Slayer, stating that he slays heroes, repeating what he had said before the interrogation began. He then grabbed two cleavers from the toolbox and clashed them together, creating sparks that made 𝗏𝗏𝐽 tremble in his captivity. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 shouted in fear, demanding the hero Slayer to stay away. The hero Slayer responded calmly, acknowledging that he had been called worse. The sparks from the blades drew closer, and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 could do nothing but scream and grunt, desperately trying to escape, though it was a futile effort. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing Shigaraki and Spinner, who had come to investigate the noise. They were immediately hit by the strong smell of gasoline. Shigaraki shouted for them to get the hero Slayer away from 𝗏𝗏𝐽. Spinner rushed in alongside 𝗂𝐵 and Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who used his quirk to trap the hero Slayer in a marble just in time. They all sighed in relief as they exited the room, leaving 𝗏𝗏𝐽 still held captive. Mr. 𝗏𝐻𝐬 held the marble containing the hero Slayer and asked if he would calm down if released. Receiving no verbal response, he took it as a yes. He released his quirk, allowing the hero Slayer to emerge, placing his hand on the wooden floor. Shigaraki approached him, visibly angry, and demanded to know why he had harmed 𝗏𝗏𝐽. The hero Slayer insisted that 𝗏𝗏𝐽 would live, but Shigaraki was furious, accusing him of attempting a sadistic ritual. The tension escalated as Shigaraki expressed his frustration at the situation, stating that he had brought Bakugo in to recruit him, not to be subjected to such treatment. The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 intervened, reminding them that it was Sensei's order to recruit Bakugo. Izuku took a moment to calm himself before agreeing to speak with all for one about the situation. Before he could leave, a knock at the door interrupted them. A voice announced a pizza delivery, but moments later, a fist crashed through the wall, knocking it down. The League watched in shock as the number 1 hero appeared, having destroyed the wall with his punch. Spinner, near the wall, was sent flying by the impact. All Might quickly spotted Shigaraki and prepared to teleport them to safety, but before he could act, wooden bindings wrapped around him, trapping everyone in the room. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐸 declared his signature move, lacquered chain prison. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸, witnessing the scene, realized that the heroes had been well prepared. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 zoomed in, swiftly knocking 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 unconscious and advising him to stay down if he knew what was best for him. All Might praised 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐸 and 𝗟𝗏𝗀 for their quick thinking, declaring that the League of Villains could not escape. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 entered, flanked by multiple officers ready to apprehend the restrained villains. He calmly informed them that it was foolish to kidnap a student and warned them not to attempt an escape, as skilled heroes surrounded the bar. Shigaraki struggled against his bindings, frustrated that their plans had been thwarted so soon. He ordered 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐸 to bring forth the Nomu, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐸 informed him that they were gone. All Might declared that the heroes' diligent work and determination would put an end to Shigaraki's plans. He demanded to know Bakugo's whereabouts, but Shigaraki feigned ignorance, ordering the police to search the building while cautioning them about potential traps. Shigaraki insisted that it was only the beginning of their plans to dismantle society, commanding 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐸 to teleport them away. However, 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐸 did not respond, feeling numb and stunned while restrained. A thin string emerged from him as 𝗟𝗏𝗃 appeared, revealing that 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐸 had only been temporarily incapacitated. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 stated that they were aware of Shigaraki's associates and that there was nowhere left to escape. All Might pressed Shigaraki for the location of his sensei, prompting a frustrated curse from Shigaraki. Just then, an officer reported that they had found Bakugo. He was harmed but still breathing, and they placed him on their shoulder as they prepared to secure the area. From the looks alone, Bakugo appeared to be on the brink of defeat. His face was marred with bruises, and his body and arms bore numerous cuts, suggesting he had endured significant hardship. The heroes could detect the strong scent of gasoline emanating from Bakugo, which, given the nature of his quirk, indicated he had suffered greatly. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 expressed his concern upon smelling the gasoline on Bakugo's clothes. One of the officers pointed out a hooded figure held by 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐸, trying to identify him. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 intervened, warning the officer that the individual was the 𝗍𝗧, a notorious figure in the media. All Might addressed the 𝗍𝗧, stating that his reign of terror was over and urging him to surrender for the sake of a better future. Frustration surged through the 𝗍𝗧 as he realized the heroes had arrived, interrupting his plans with Bakugo. He struggled to break free, combining quirks to escape the restraints of the woods. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐸 felt the pressure intensifying and called for everyone to subdue the 𝗍𝗧. Just as the 𝗍𝗧 broke free and landed on the ground, he seized a cleaver from the bar counter and charged at the officers. One officer shouted a warning as they dodged the cleaver's swing. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 swiftly intervened, kicking the cleaver away before it could harm anyone and attempting to incapacitate the 𝗍𝗧, but the villain blocked the blow and pushed 𝗟𝗏𝗀 aside. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 warned the 𝗍𝗧 that there was no escape for him. In response, the 𝗍𝗧's arms transformed, growing larger and more muscular as he combined quirks. He swung his massive arms, knocking several officers aside as he faced All Might, who attempted to restrain him. All Might warned the 𝗍𝗧 to surrender, but was suddenly jolted by an electric shock, causing him pain. Amid the chaos, a black liquid began to spread across the bar, and multiple Nomu crawled out from a portal created by the liquid. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 expressed confusion about 𝗍𝗬𝐸's condition, while 𝗟𝗏𝗃 confirmed that someone else was responsible. All Might commanded 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 to prevent the 𝗨𝐽 from escaping. In a shocking turn, 𝐒𝐵𝐸 was engulfed by the black liquid, along with the rest of the League and the Hero Slayer. All Might reached out to grab 𝐒𝐵𝐸 but was too late. He shouted in despair as he witnessed officers being thrown back by the emerging 𝗨𝐽. In the midst of the turmoil, he caught a glimpse of the Hero Slayer's masked face, who expressed a longing to fight All Might another day, stating he had heroes to slay. Izumi and the others were frozen in fear, paralyzed as they processed the events unfolding before them. They had been hiding behind a building, trying to rescue 𝐒𝐵𝐸 by following a tracker that Yaoyorozu had planted on the 𝗨𝐽 that attacked the summer camp, which led them to an abandoned factory. Upon arrival, they discovered a factory filled with 𝗨𝐽 in laboratory tubes, resembling a scene from a science fiction movie. Unsure of their next move, they were startled when a foot burst through the entrance door of the warehouse. Peeking from their hiding spot, they saw pro-heroes and police officers approaching. Best Jeanist, Gang Orca, and Tiger had managed to subdue most of the 𝗨𝐽, effectively handling the situation. Best Jeanist used his quirk to restrain the 𝗨𝐽 while directing the riot squad to hold the line, anticipating more threats. During the investigation, Tiger found his partner, Ragdoll, unconscious but breathing. Gang Orca confirmed her condition, but Tiger sensed something was off. Iida noted that the heroes had already taken control of the situation, and Kirishima expressed amazement at their efforts. Iida suggested they leave the matter to the professionals, while Momo urged them to depart. Just as they were about to leave, Izumi heard footsteps coming from a dark tunnel in the factory. She paused in her tracks, straining to hear the conversation unfolding nearby. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadows, admitted to Tiger that they couldn't resist taking something valuable due to its usefulness. Gang Orca demanded to know who the person was and called for light, keeping his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure. The other heroes braced themselves, and in a swift motion, Best Jeanist used his quirk to ensnare the villain with their own clothing. Empty Lady questioned the situation, concerned about the possibility of harming a civilian. Best Jeanist urged everyone to consider the gravity of the moment, emphasizing that any hesitation could lead to disaster. As he intensified his quirk to hold the figure, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from them. The restraints began to falter, and then a blinding flash erupted, followed by a massive shockwave that swept through the area. The explosion obliterated the building and devastated the entire block, sending debris raining down. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the wreckage, and the pro-heroes were left unconscious on the ground, overwhelmed by the force of the blast. The rescue group crouched down, taking cover from the chaos, their minds racing with confusion and fear. They remained frozen in place, unable to move. Neither Iida, Shoto, nor even her brother could muster the strength to act. As the dust settled, a stark emptiness remained where buildings and police cars once stood. All for One surveyed the scene, noticing Best Jeanist lying flat on his back, eyes wide in shock. All for One acknowledged Best Jeanist's efforts to protect his allies, complimenting him on his quick thinking but dismissing the effectiveness of his quirk against Tamura. As Best Jeanist attempted to rise, he was met with a sudden force that knocked the wind out of him. All for One hovered above, taunting him about the inadequacy of his abilities. Izumi listened intently, struggling to move until her brother's hand stopped her, signaling her to remain still. All for One then used his warp quirk to transport Bakugo and the League of Villains before him. Shigaraki, still recovering from the slime that had brought him there, knelt before his 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲, expressing his frustration. All for One reassured him, acknowledging the tension between Shigaraki and Bakugo, and granted Shigaraki ownership of Bakugo. The chill of All for One's words sent shivers down Bakugo's spine as he realized the danger he was in. In a panic, he pleaded for space, trying to escape the impending threat. The rescue group exchanged worried glances, knowing they had to intervene. Shoto whispered about the urgency of the situation, while Izuku pointed out their disadvantage. Kirishima insisted they couldn't abandon Bakugo, but the reality of their predicament weighed heavily on them. All for One watched Bakugo's desperate attempts to flee when a booming sound echoed from above. He looked up to see a red, white, and blue figure descending rapidly. All Might had arrived, clashing with 𝐼 in a fierce confrontation. The impact of their collision sent shockwaves through the area, pushing everyone back. 𝐼 taunted All Might about his apparent decline, while All Might retorted about 𝐼's own frailty. Determined, All Might charged forward, vowing to rescue Bakugo and bring 𝐼 and his league to justice. In response, 𝐼 unleashed a powerful combination of his quirks, launching an air cannon that sent All Might crashing through a nearby building, creating a shockwave that propelled the league and Bakugo away from the 𝗧𝗃. The group hiding behind the wall felt the air pressure from the attack and could only remain concealed. Bakugo shouted for All Might, filled with concern. 𝐼, attempting to reassure him, stated that the attack wouldn't be enough to defeat All Might. Bakugo struggled to stand, astonished that All Might had managed to deflect the attack with his bare hands. Amid the chaos, 𝐼 activated a warp gate using 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐿's quirk, intending to transport them to safety. All Might called out to 𝐼, preparing for a decisive move. He crouched down, causing the ground to tremble, then leaped into the air, aiming both fists at his enemy, unleashing his signature move, Detroit Smash. 𝐼 braced himself against the attack while Shigaraki observed the intense battle between his mentor and the symbol of peace, both determined to end the fight. Spinner urged Shigaraki to retreat, emphasizing the need for the league to survive. Shigaraki hesitated, torn between loyalty to his sensei and the urgency of their situation. Spinner pulled him away, and reluctantly, Shigaraki nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Hero Slayer charged toward Bakugo, yelling his name with reckless abandon. Shigaraki grunted, realizing the Hero Slayer was rushing in like a maniac. Mr. Compress asked what they should do, concerned for Bakugo's safety. The Hero Slayer, using his Black Bull quirk, transformed his arm into a massive weapon, aiming to strike Bakugo. The ashen-haired boy could only run for his life, unable to use his explosions due to being drenched in gasoline. He couldn't call for All Might's help, as the hero was engaged in battle with a villain wearing a surgical mask, presumed to be the league's leader. Bakugo felt out of place in the midst of the conflict. Izumi insisted they had to help him, fearing for his life. However, she pointed out that revealing themselves would only complicate matters for All Might, who couldn't fight at full strength with Bakugo in danger. Shoto asked for a solution, prompting Izumi to consider their options carefully. She devised a risky plan that could save Bakugo while keeping them undetected. After explaining her strategy, the group agreed to proceed, except for Izuku, who proposed to stay behind and create a distraction. He argued that adding another person would hinder their chances of success. Despite their concerns for him, Izuku urged them to act quickly before the Hero Slayer could strike. As Izuku began his distraction, the others prepared for their rescue mission. Izumi and Ida charged their quirks, propelling themselves forward with Kirishima as a battering ram. Shoto created an ice ramp that soared high into the air, catching the attention of both 𝐼 and All Might. Bakugo noticed his friend's intentions and kept his distance, trying to evade danger. Izumi used her quirk to pull Bakugo toward them, and he grabbed Kirishima's hand. All Might smiled at their teamwork, while Spinner and Mustard were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the students. Mr. Compress urged them not to let the students escape, but Spinner informed him that 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐿 and 𝗟𝗶ＨI were incapacitated. The Hero Slayer, fueled by dark energy, soared into the air, determined to catch Bakugo. Magna called out to Spinner and Mr. Compress, using her quirk to propel them into the air to assist. The Hero Slayer leaped high, closing in on Bakugo, who was now in a precarious situation. Kirishima shouted in alarm, recognizing the threat. Just as the Hero Slayer was about to reach them, 𝐿 intervened, enlarging herself to block the attack, preventing the Hero Slayer from reaching the rescue party. Izumi called out to 𝐿, grateful for her timely intervention. The rescue mission was far from over. "Get out of here, you foolish kids," 𝐿 exclaimed before collapsing to the ground. The Hero Slayer landed nearby, letting out a primal roar that echoed throughout the city, momentarily halting the fierce battle between 𝐼 and All Might. The sound was monstrous. All Might turned to 𝐼, seeking an explanation, his voice trembling as he sensed the danger emanating from the newcomer. All for One smirked, revealing his intentions. That All Might is the hammer that will bring down society in the future. My future ace in the hole. Magna shouted, urging her allies, we can still make it. Let's do it again. As Twice, Spinner, and Mustard joined her, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 appeared, swiftly knocking them out with a powerful kick. Their bodies fell to the ground, unconscious. All Might glanced back as 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 landed behind him, teasing, you're too slow. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 retorted, you're too fast. That Midoriya is really starting to resemble you, but in a bad way. All for One, rising from the rubble, focused on 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸. Shimura's friend, All Might coughed, pointing at All for One. It's shameful, but with this, I can defeat you without holding back. All for One. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 noted, we've got 3 left here too, as he turned to face Shigaraki, Toga, and the hero slayer, who stood before Kurojire's portal. Shigaraki declared, I'll end this. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 warned, be careful, that hero slayer radiates a strong malevolent aura. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 took off, ready for action. While All Might was distracted, All for One used Magna's quirk to pull his allies back into the portal for safety. Suddenly, Shigaraki and Toga were drawn back along with Magna, Twice, Spinner, and Mr. Compress. The hero slayer felt the pull as well and was drawn into the portal. Shigaraki struggled to hold on, but the magnetic force was too powerful. Sensei, please. I still haven't, he pleaded as his mentor pulled him to safety. Tamura, continue the fight, All for One instructed one last time as he watched Shigaraki vanish into the portal. Just then, All Might attempted to land a solid blow on All for One, but 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 was suddenly teleported right in front of All Might's fist, covered in a dark liquid. Impact reversal, All for One stated, ready for a fight. All Might's fist connected with 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸's face, leaving the elderly hero surprised at how easily All for One redirected him. All for One chuckled, it's not polite to hit an elder, All Might. Didn't Nana teach you any manners? All Might's fury ignited as he shouted, don't mention her name, you monster. He unleashed a powerful attack, Detroit Smash. All for One staggered back, but he remained standing, a smile on his face as he taunted, such nobility. I've heard those words from your old emisu, from the previous one for all users, Nana Shimura. You filthy scum. You dare to speak her name. All Might roared. All for One continued, she was ever the idealist, almost as if she had no power at all. As the successor of One for All, it was embarrassing to see her final moments end like that, fighting for what she believed in. How do I even tell you, enough? All Might's fist was poised to strike when All for One blasted him into the air, where a helicopter hovered, broadcasting the news. All for One refused to go down easily. His arm convulsed, expanding to twice the size of All Might's. He aimed it at All Might, preparing for a devastating punch. Tamura has worked hard to dismantle the hero's trust. The USJ, the Hosu incident, and the hero hunting incident. It's time for me to put the final nail in the coffin. All for One directed his enlarged hand toward the rubble, and All Might's heart sank as he noticed a woman trapped beneath it, a civilian. All Might leaped forward, determined to protect her. "No!" he shouted, but the villain's attack met him, sending him crashing across the building as he struggled to maintain consciousness. The crowd gasped as they witnessed the #1 hero fall. No one could fathom that the symbol of peace could be defeated in such a manner. Concern filled the air as they called out his name, hoping for him to rise, but he remained too injured to stand. All Might had been struck by a massive blast while trying to shield the news helicopter. As the smoke cleared, the world saw a shocking transformation. One side of All Might's face remained normal, while the other appeared gaunt and thin, his hair flowing wildly. Steam billowed from his body, revealing his skeletal form to the public. "First, let's eat away that pride of yours, the one you've kept hidden for so long." All for One grinned, relishing the sight of All Might's true self. The world fell into a stunned silence as they beheld the once mighty hero reduced to a frail figure. Toshinori stood deflated, arms crossed over his body, attempting to shield himself from the onslaught. His skeletal form stood tall for all to see, a stark contrast to the muscular hero they once knew. The plaza remained silent, captivated by the revelation of their hero's true nature. One that he never thought would be revealed to the world. It was freeing for All Might to know he no longer had to hide what he truly looked like. Now, everyone could finally see their hero for what he really was, a figure of vulnerability. Toshinori closed his eyes and lowered his arms, accepting the reality of his situation. It didn't matter if he was big and strong or skinny and frail, he was determined to take down his opponent. His smile returned, filled with resolve. All for One observed his enemy and formed a thin smile, clapping slowly as he spoke. He acknowledged the stubbornness that still burned within Toshinori, suggesting that perhaps this revelation would extinguish that fire. Then he dropped a bombshell. Tomura Shigaraki was actually Nana Shimura's grandson. Toshinori's smile faded, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to process the truth, feeling a deep sense of despair wash over him. All for One reveled in Toshinori's anguish, taunting him with the revelation. Gran Torino, filled with anger, demanded to know what had been done to the boy. All for One simply stated that he had shown Toshinori the truth. Overwhelmed by shame and despair, Toshinori wondered what Nana would think of him. In the midst of the chaos, a woman trapped under rubble called out to him, urging him not to give up. Soon, the voices of countless citizens echoed, begging their hero to rise and fight. Their collective hope resonated, urging All Might to stand once more. All for One mocked Toshinori, pointing out his apparent defeat, but Toshinori, with every ounce of strength he could muster, declared that as long as he was still breathing he would not give up. He had unfinished business, and he would stop All for One and his plans. With renewed determination, Toshinori rose to his feet, and the cheers of the nation filled him with hope. All for One, scowling, began to levitate into the sky, dismissing the chants as mere illusions. He prepared to unleash his full power, revealing an array of enhancements that would amplify his abilities. Toshinori struggled to remain standing, his vision blurring and breath coming in ragged gasps. But he knew he had to fulfill his duty as the symbol of peace. He focused on the power of One for All, summoning every last bit of strength within him. His right arm transformed, and he crouched down, readying himself for the final confrontation. All for One sneered, questioning how long Toshinori's form would last. Toshinori responded that it would be enough time to defeat him. With a sigh, All for One expressed his impatience, signaling that it was time to end their battle. In an instant, the two collided, the ground shaking beneath them as they unleashed their final attacks. Toshinori poured every ounce of One for All into his fist, feeling the flames of power surge through him. He envisioned Nana and the others who had passed down this power, urging him to do his best. With a mighty roar, he launched himself forward, delivering a devastating blow to All for One's head. The force of the impact created a shockwave, sending debris flying and shaking the very earth beneath them. The aftermath left a massive crater where Kamino Ward once stood, and in the center, All Might stood tall, his fist raised in victory. All for One lay defeated on the ground, his body unable to respond to the force of the attack. He acknowledged Toshinori's final move, mocking its name. Toshinori, still catching his breath, looked down at his adversary, refusing to engage in further banter. All for One warned him of the future, suggesting that everything Toshinori held dear would eventually crumble. But Toshinori remained resolute, vowing to save Shigaraki from All for One's influence. All for One, with a weak laugh, hinted at another threat looming on the horizon, one that would challenge the very foundation of hero society. Toshinori realized the gravity of the situation, understanding that the battle was far from over. For all of you heroes, a week had passed since the incident in Kamino, and the community was in chaos as the entire world witnessed the reveal of All Might's true form. The man hailed as the symbol of peace was now seen as a frail figure, turning heads across Japan. Everyone had heard the news that All Might had defeated the villain known as All for One, but it came at a great cost, the loss of All Might's presence in Japan. The battle against the League of Villains, while publicly celebrated as a victory, had left 3 pro-heroes injured. The number 4 hero, Best Jeanist, was out of commission, and Ragdoll announced her retirement due to her quirk being stolen. In the hospital, All Might rested in his bed, accompanied by 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Detective Tsukachi. The once mighty symbol of peace looked at his scarred hand with regret. He lamented that the embers of One for All had burned out and that the symbol of peace was no more. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sighed, understanding the weight of the situation, and remarked that there were still things left to do. All Might reflected on Shigaraki Tamura being Shimura's grandson and questioned the truth of it. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 quipped that it might just be a lie, but Tsukachi insisted that it was likely true, given Shigaraki's nature. They discussed the need to focus on the hero slayer, who was believed to be connected to Shigaraki and All for One. Tsukachi revealed that the hero slayer might be a student, estimating the individual to be around 14 to 16 years old, likely attending a hero school. They agreed that time was of the essence in uncovering the hero slayer's identity. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up in his dark dorm room, struggling to shake off the remnants of sleep. He rubbed his eyes and let out a long yawn, feeling unrest. Despite his efforts to get a proper amount of sleep, thoughts of All Might standing over the defeated sensei haunted him. The image lingered in his mind, and he felt the pressure from Shigaraki growing. In a flashback, Shigaraki confronted Izuku with fury, questioning his actions during a chaotic mission. The League had been tasked with bringing Bakugo to join them, but Izuku's reckless behavior had jeopardized their plans. Shigaraki's anger boiled over, and he physically confronted Izuku, warning him to keep his thoughts to himself. Izuku, undeterred, challenged Shigaraki, asserting that he was essential to their operations. He pointed out that without him, they would lack direction and purpose. After a tense exchange, Shigaraki reluctantly released his grip, ordering Izuku to return to UA and gather intelligence on the heroes, reminding him to avoid any foolish actions. Your place isn't permanent in the League. The green-haired boy let out a soft sigh as memories from the previous week flooded his mind. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to push away thoughts of All for One, his defeat at the hands of All Might, and his capture. Deciding to distract himself from everything that had happened, he got up from the floor and stretched before someone knocked on the door. He walked carefully to the door, not wanting to trip or turn on the lights. Turning the knob, he opened it to find Izumi standing there. She greeted him and asked if he had fallen asleep. He responded with a question about what was going on. Izumi informed him that everyone was downstairs and that Aizawa-sensei wanted to speak with all of them. As he prepared to close the door, Izumi's hand stopped it from shutting completely. She peered into the dark room, noticing the lack of light, and asked what he had inside. Izuku replied shortly that there was nothing. He then stepped out of the room, not bothering to wash his face or change his clothes, and quickly closed the door behind him. Trying to change the subject, Izuku asked how she was doing after everything that had happened. Izumi gave an honest answer, concealing the truth about her mentor's identity being exposed through the media. She admitted to having trouble sleeping the previous night. Izuku expressed his sympathy, still in disbelief that All Might was their teacher and had been training her all this time. Izumi explained that All Might had seen her during her entry exam and had requested training sessions, which accounted for his occasional absences from class. She kept the truth about One for All to herself, as All Might had instructed her not to share it. Soon, they reached the first floor and joined everyone gathered in the living room, where Aizawa-sensei stood near the door, ready to make an announcement. He confirmed that Bakugo would be rejoining them after a week of absence. The news delighted several classmates, but Aizawa warned them not to pry into Bakugo's experiences if he was unwilling to share. Izuku listened intently, recalling the events at Kamino where Bakugo had faced the hero slayer and had narrowly escaped due to their rescue plan. Aizawa had already reprimanded them for their actions the previous week. The main door opened, and Bakugo walked in, greeted by cheers from his classmates, particularly Kirishima, who asked about his well-being after the villain attack. While everyone else noticed Bakugo's return, Izuku observed that he seemed quieter than usual, lacking the energy he typically exuded. It was clear that the near-death experience had affected him deeply. After Aizawa left, the group tried to return to normalcy while the Baku squad gathered around their leader. Izuku and Izumi stood at the kitchen island, preparing sandwiches for lunch, with Izuku keeping an eye on Bakugo. Moments later, Kirishima brought Bakugo over and began recounting how they had all worked together to rescue him. He praised Izumi for her crucial role in their success. Izuku couldn't help but scoff at Kirishima's enthusiastic compliments, while Izumi reminded him that Izuku had also played a significant part in their rescue. Bakugo looked incredulous at the mention of Izuku's name. Kirishima insisted that without Izumi's plan, they would have been in serious trouble. Izumi pointed out that if it weren't for Izuku distracting the villains, Bakugo might have been captured. Bakugo recalled the bright light that had appeared during the chaos in 𝐾𝐮𝐬, realizing it had been Izuku's doing, but he was reluctant to acknowledge that Izuku had saved him. He grumbled that Izumi was the one who had come up with the plan, but Izumi cut in, asserting that it was Izuku who had ensured their safety. Kirishima fell silent, turning his attention to Bakugo, who was being scrutinized by Izumi, waiting for him to say something. Finally, Bakugo growled a reluctant thanks. Izuku responded shortly, and Bakugo extended his hand, albeit reluctantly, as the two glared at each other. As their hands met, Bakugo felt a surge of panic, the memory of his encounter with the 𝐒𝐮𝐬 flashing before him. He quickly pulled his hand back, startled, and slapped it against his side. Izumi called out to him, concerned, while Kirishima rushed to check on his friend. Bakugo brushed them off, insisting he was fine, and stormed away. Izumi was left incredulous at Bakugo's reaction, while Izuku scoffed, suggesting that Bakugo had never liked him to begin with. Both of them walked away, leaving Kirishima and Bakugo to exit the room. As they stepped outside, Bakugo felt a strange tremor within himself and headed back to the kitchen for a drink, ignoring his ringing phone, which Kirishima pointed out was still going off. Bakugo dismissed it, claiming it was just his mother checking on him. Bakugo felt frustrated as he put his phone face down, avoiding the notifications. He thought about how relentless she had been in checking up on him. Kirishima, trying to lighten the mood, suggested that it was normal for her to care. Bakugo snapped back, feeling annoyed that she kept inviting him to dinner, as if she saw him as weak. Kirishima, grabbing a cup from the cabinet, encouraged Bakugo to reconsider, pointing out that it wasn't right to ignore her. He then mentioned that he and Todoroki had tried to convince Deku and Izumi to join them in rescuing Bakugo. Initially, Deku had hesitated, claiming Bakugo wasn't worth the trouble, but he and Izumi showed up at the last moment, which surprised Kirishima. Bakugo poured himself some water, pondering Kirishima's words. He found it odd that Deku, who had never been among his favorite people, would suddenly decide to help him. It made him wonder if there was more to Deku's actions, especially since he had awakened his quirk later than expected. Bakugo had kept these thoughts to himself, even from her parents, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease whenever he was near Deku. It was as if an alarm was ringing in his mind, warning him to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Shigaraki sat atop the rubble of an abandoned building, surrounded by a few members of the League of Villains. Toga was busy gathering intel, while 𝗟𝗶𝗸 created chaos nearby. Inside the building, Shigaraki was waiting for a phone call. When it rang, he answered, identifying himself as the leader of the League of Villains. The voice on the other end proposed a meeting, suggesting that they could benefit from collaborating. Shigaraki was skeptical but intrigued when the caller mentioned the 𝐒𝐮𝐬, hinting that he could be a valuable asset. After some back and forth, Shigaraki agreed to the meeting, knowing they needed the help despite his reservations. Kurojirai expressed concern about the implications of involving the 𝐒𝐮𝐬, aware that Midoriya would not appreciate being used as leverage. Shigaraki acknowledged this but felt it was necessary. He believed that Midoriya, while clever, could become a liability if not handled carefully. As Izuku emerged from an alley in disguise, he was on the hunt for a new quirk. He had recently acquired abilities from both heroes and villains, including one from a villain named 𝗟𝗶𝗸, who could manipulate shadows, and another from a street gang member with tentacle-like features. He moved stealthily, trying to avoid attracting attention, especially after the incident in 𝐾𝐮𝐬 had made Shigaraki more wary of him. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him and turned, ready to defend himself with a surge of electricity. Recognizing 𝗟𝗶𝗸, he relaxed his stance. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 remarked that Izuku was in his favorite area, prompting Izuku to question whether Shigaraki had sent 𝗟𝗶𝗸 to follow him or if he was simply stalking him. 𝐿𝐼 clarified that he was there on his own accord, asserting his claim to the area. No heroes, just a mid-level gang. 𝐿𝐼 pointed this out while following Izuku closely. He asked why Izuku had suddenly come to see him. Izuku walked with his hands in his pockets, and 𝐿𝐼 trailed behind. 𝐿𝐼 shrugged, claiming it was just a coincidence and that he wanted to check up on Izuku since he was there. Izuku responded curtly, expressing his indifference. 𝐿𝐼 pressed on, noting that they both knew Shigaraki had given Izuku a hard time about a week ago regarding the incident with 𝐿𝐼 and Bakugo. Izuku questioned whether 𝐿𝐼 had come for a rematch or to finish what Shigaraki had started. 𝐿𝐼 assured him that he was only there to check on him. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku confirmed that he was fine, stating it wasn't his first encounter with a dangerous individual. 𝐿𝐼 assumed that aside from Shigaraki, the other troublemaker was from Izuku's class, specifically Baku. Izuku acknowledged this but hinted that he had unfinished business from the past. 𝐿𝐼 inquired if Izuku meant his earlier intentions toward Bakugo. Izuku remained silent, but 𝐿𝐼 sensed he had struck a nerve regarding what had transpired in 𝐾𝐮𝐬. Izuku's voice dropped as he revealed that his plans had been far more severe than what he had initially intended. 𝐿𝐼 noted that they attended the same school, shared the same class, and lived in the same building, suggesting that Izuku must be eager for a confrontation. Izuku solemnly replied that 𝐿𝐼 had no idea what he was dealing with. Eventually, 𝐿𝐼 and Izuku parted ways, each heading to their respective locations. Izuku returned to UA, determined to maintain his cover. Yet, deep within, he struggled to suppress his urges while being close to Bakugo, all while grappling with the weight of his hidden impulses.